Honourable Senators, the President.
I acknowledge the Ngunnawal and Ngambri peoples who are the traditional custodians of the Canberra area and to pay respects to the elders past and present of all Australia's Indigenous peoples. Senators, I invite you as I read the prayer to pray or reflect in your own way on your responsibilities to the people of Australia and to future generations. Almighty God, we humbly beseech thee to vouchsafe thy special blessing upon this Parliament, and that thou wouldst be pleased to direct and prosper the work of thy servants to the advancement of thy glory and to the true welfare of the people of Australia. Our Father, which art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done in earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive them that trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom and the power and the glory for ever and ever. Amen. Are there any documents to be tabled by the clerk?
Yes, President. I table documents pursuant to statute and a return to order as shown on the dynamic red.
Are there any proposals for committees to meet during the sittings of the Senate?
President, a committee has lodged a proposal as shown at item 3 of today's order of business.
If there is no objection, the meetings are authorised. I call the clerk.
Private Senators' Bills. Order of the day number 48. Commonwealth Electoral Amendment Banning Dirty Donations Bill 2026. Resumption of second reading debate.
Senator Hodgins-May.
Thank you, Deputy President. I move that this bill now be read a second time. I welcome the opportunity to continue our work to get big money out of politics. I want to acknowledge the work done on this issue over so many years by my colleagues Larissa Waters, as well as former Senators Lee Rhiannon and Richard Di Natale, alongside academics, integrity experts and civil society organisations who have consistently pushed for strong political donation reform. Look, this bill is pretty straightforward. It bans political donations from industries with a clear history of using money to buy influence and get privileged access to decision-makers. It also places a $3,000 cap on individual political donations per election term to reduce the outsized influence by wealthy donors in this place. The industries covered by this bill include fossil fuel companies, gambling corporations, banks, tobacco companies, liquor interests, defence contractors and pharmaceutical corporations. These are the industries that have repeatedly used political donations and lobbying to shape outcomes in their favour and against the Australian people. Last year's electoral reforms simply didn't go far enough. The government's deal with the coalition kept disclosure thresholds far too high and failed to deal with donations from industries that pose the greatest risks to political integrity. Industries that simply should not have a say in politics. You know, we saw the tobacco industry. They don't have a seat at the table anymore because they're dangerous, and neither should these other corporate interests. Australians are increasingly frustrated by political parties who seem more accountable to their corporate donors than they do to the Australian people. Whether it's delays on climate action, whether it's watering down gambling reforms, our gas giants continuing to receive favourable tax treatment while people struggle with cost of living expenses, with keeping a roof over their head, with buying fresh groceries every week and affording their medicine. Multinational gas corporations get the royal treatment. This bill is about restoring some balance in the system. It is about making it harder for wealthy industries and individuals to buy influence in this place and ensuring that communities and individuals are not drowned out by corporate money. And let's air some of the corporate party's dirty laundry, shall we? Here are just some of the receipts for the last decade. Woodside, $1.2 million to Labor while they get their climate-wrecking projects rubber-stamped again and again. Santos slipped Labor over $800,000 while racking up a decade of paying zero corporate tax. A decade of zero corporate tax just cost Santos $800,000. Chevron handed over more than $600,000 to Labor and recently gifted, fancy this, $300 billion worth of Australian gas for free. I mean, pretty good business for these corporates. And Sportsbet funnelled almost $500,000 to Labor while gambling reform sits on the sidelines. Families are being ripped apart. Suicides in this country are increasing every year and the government refuses to act because they've got their hand out for those corporate donations from Sportsbet, and what a great shame. And you know what? Those sitting on the other side of the chamber, they're not off the hook either. Hancock prospecting around $750,000 to the Libs while they greenwash their fossil fuel expansion. Adani winning another Adani mining another $750,000 to the Libs while successive governments swept the coal company's scandals under the carpet. And Tabcorp, a neat $650,000 to the Libs while gambling ads target our children. I mean, the receipts go on and on and on. And One Nation, with their shiny private new jet. I've got plenty more to say about them later, about just how deep in the trough their noses actually are, so don't get too comfortable. You do not have to dig deep to see the pattern. Big, dirty money funnelled in, terrible policies coming out. These are not donations, these are investments in the major political parties in this country, and frankly, they are excellent big business for the big corporates. A few $100,000 here and there to the old parties and you practically get to write the policy for yourself. The reality is, though, someone sitting at home will never have that kind of influence. They will never have that kind of influence over the government elected to represent them unless they have huge piles of cash ready to go. And what a week, budget week. A week that exposed the whole ecosystem of corporate influence in all of its polished, glossy, champagne-soaked glory. A budget that reads less like an economic plan and more like a thank you card to corporate donors. And a breakup letter to everyday Australians who are being absolutely slogged at the checkout and at the petrol bowser. Labor had the opportunity of a decade, of a generation. Labor had the opportunity of a generation. The community backing, the expert evidence, the political mandate and the public appetite to finally stand up to the gas cartels and tax our gas. But what did? They folded. Of course they did. Instead, we got a gas reservation policy so confused it seems that even their own ministers can't explain it. Contracted gas, uncontracted gas? It is governing by press release. The only thing clear is the bottom line. Zero meaningful revenue. This will not raise a cent. And that suits the gas corporations just fine. Of course it does. I know this pressure is real, Labor. You can feel the mood shifting across this nation. Across communities, across political lines, people have had an absolute gutful. They're saying enough is enough. They want a fair return on their resources. They want a budget that works for them, not just big gas and big corporate interests. They want a budget that works for them, not big gas and the 1%, because that's what this budget delivers for, the 1%. One that properly funds universal childcare. One that doesn't rip off people living with disabilities. One that delivers real cost of living relief right now, not scraps down the track. And one that accelerates the transition away from fossil fuels that are driving the climate and energy crises that we are all experiencing. Because you do not get to say you listen to the polling and to the experts, the economists and the community, and then deliver a budget that so squarely lands on the side of the same corporate interests bankrolling this political system. This budget has shown us exactly who Labor works for. Big gas and the 1%, not you, not me, not the people who voted them in, the people who funded them to get in. And remember this, while the dirty money keeps on flowing, they will keep doing this time and time again. This week I thought I would attend one of the exclusive, infamous budget fundraising events hosted by the Labor Party merely minutes after they delivered their budget. If you haven't heard about them, these exclusive parties where CEOs and corporate representatives and lobbyists kind of rub shoulders with the Prime Minister and senior ministers. They sip champagne and quietly celebrate another year of selling Australians out and selling our gas for nothing. Well, no doubt offering a few helpful suggestions about next year's budget that, might improve their bottom line. And if you want to get into this event, $5,500 a pop, thank you very much. I turned up at Hotel Realm to discover that I wasn't invited. Apparently, you need $5,500 to get in the door. It seems not being a multinational corporation with a proven track record of splashing cash around Parliament worked against me, and it works against you too. I'm sure that the Australian energy producers were in there though, you can imagine. The same gas lobbyists, when asked at the gas tax inquiry whether they would shout the Prime Minister around if they avoided a new tax in the budget, and who just shrugged their shoulders. But a round of beers, or even $5,500 for a ticket to that all-exclusive event, is so bloody cheap when you consider what these dirty donations buy these companies. Their members chipped in $1 million a pop to run a campaign to kill a gas tax. $5,500 is peanuts to them. A round of beers is nothing when you think about the $17 billion that they, along with their ALP minister mates, former and present, saved their multinational mates. And for those who missed the ALP's Night of Nights, or in fact want to back it up, they can head along tonight to the Shadow Treasurers fundraiser for the bargain price of $2,000 a pop. What an absolute steal. These engagements aren't just about influence. They are practically job interviews for life after Parliament. Since 2001, nearly every single resources minister has gone to work for the fossil fuel industry. Ministers, MPs and senior advisors leave Parliament and walk straight into high-paying jobs in the industries they used to regulate. Shame. Like Mike Kelly, Labor's former Defence Minister, who quit Parliament and immediately took up a job with American weapons and data mining giant Palantir. Like Thomas Duke, former Director of Policy for Housing Minister Claire O'Neill, who went straight from writing Labor's 5% housing deposit policy to working for the Commonwealth Bank of Australia, the architect of a policy always designed to work better for the big banks than for young people, now works for one of the big banks. I mean, you cannot make this stuff up. Right now, the Minerals Council of Australia is deciding who will be its next chair. Its two lead candidates, two former Labor politicians, former member for Hunter, Joel Fitzgibbon, co-founder of the Parliamentary Friends for Coal, and Mark McGowan, a renowned defender of fossil fuel interests. Who will be the next to follow Stephen Conroy into the gambling lobby after helping to bury the Murphy report? I wonder if Madeleine King, the Minister for Woodside or for Japan or Resources, whatever it is today, will she flip a coin in deciding who she goes to work for next out of these interests? And look, there's one elephant in the room that I haven't addressed yet. A party that was just gifted a private aeroplane worth millions of dollars, bought by some of Australia's richest people. Pauline Hanson's One Nation, the so-called party of the people, now has a shiny new jet to fly between corporate dinners and million-dollar fundraisers. But the public are not fooled. Australians know that a gift worth more than most family homes comes with strings attached. One Nation is turbocharging its billionaire cavalry before donation reforms tighten up at the end of the year. They are rushing that money in before scrutiny ramps up because they know that it will not pass the pub test. The far right in Australia is the fossil fuel industry in a trench coat. One Nation, a voice for battlers but a vote for the billionaires, lining up with mining billionaires, with gas corporations and wealthy elites, and partying at Mar-a-Lago with the mad king Donald Trump. That is how One Nation rolls, folks. It is repulsive, and Australians have had an absolute gutful. And they want an end to it, and that's exactly what this bill will do. It will stop the corrupting influence of dirty donations in this country. It will go some way towards restoring the public's trust that they elect politicians to represent them, not the cashed-up donors crawling the halls of this parliament. As a Green senator, the idea of charging for access for a policy discussion is completely unfathomable. And after this government's budget, which rips money away from people with disabilities and funnels billions of dollars into weapons and subsidies for fossil fuels, the Australian people are rightly asking, who does this government work for? And let's be clear, the major parties in One Nation, they do not want to change the status quo that has benefited for them for decades. They will fight this kicking and screaming, but the only thing that terrifies them more than losing these funding streams is losing seats at the next election. Together, we need to work to get dirty donations out of politics. We need proper donation caps. We need to close those loopholes that funnel dark money through our political system. We need to ban donations from harmful industries who should never have a voice in this place. And until we achieve these things, we will never, never have a parliament that truly serves the people. So to those of you out there watching, appalled that this continues to happen in 2026, we need to organise. The next federal election's not too far away, but it is going to take public pressure right across this country to break this two-party system that has depended on corporate fossil fuel interests and gambling interests for far too long, and to turn this around and to have a parliament that genuinely represents you, not the political and elite class in this country.
Minister.
Thanks, Deputy President. In February last year, our government passed once-in-a-generation reforms to our electoral system to get big money out of politics. We've just had another lecture from the Greens party, despite the fact that they voted against the electoral reform that we managed to pass through this parliament last year. If parties, including the Greens, were serious about tackling donation reforms, they would have voted for our legislation. This was the biggest package of electoral reform in 40 years. It's substantially improved transparency, including public reporting of political donations within days rather than months, and it's slashed the threshold of what is disclosed from almost $17,000 to $5,000. It included capping political donations, limiting campaign spending, restricting big donors, and various other reforms that were badly needed to the electoral process in Australia. That's what the Greens voted against, the biggest package of electoral reform in 40 years. Through Labor's initiatives, we will put downward pressure on the money that trades hands in elections and make sure that Australians know more about who is donating to parties and candidates before they go to the ballot box. These important changes will limit the disproportionate influence of big donors and stop the arms race of endless fundraising and spending. We are now delivering on Labor's commitments to improve transparency and accountability across our electoral system. Our reforms focus on disclosure, transparency, caps and limits for everyone, regardless of who you are. If the Greens were serious about improving our electoral system, they would have voted for our electoral reform last year. But of course, the Greens party would rather lecture the parliament about their moral superiority on donations reform and gambling reform while being bankrolled by gambling interests.
Senator Canavan.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy President. Look, I've often remarked the hypocrisy that comes from down that corner of the chamber is almost of infinite supply. It's just such a shame that we couldn't capture the Greens' hypocrisy, have some technology to capture it and convert it into electricity, because we'd never have a blackout again, Mr. Deputy President. There is just an infinite supply of hypocrisy that comes down from that end of the chamber, only exceeded by their moral superiority. They are our betters, of course. They are the moral guardians of the universe, according to themselves. Just ask them. And everybody else is terrible. Everybody else is corrupt. Everybody else is in hock to some dark money friends. And no, I'll get to the receipts. I will get to the receipts. Mr Deputy President. There's plenty of those. There's plenty of those. Because, in fact, in truth, there is no moral high ground that the Greens sit from. Quite the reverse on these kinds of debates. I'm actually surprised that the Greens come in here and raise these issues when there is no party in this place. There is no movement in this country right now that is more influenced by corporate donations and following the nose of big business than what has become of the Greens political movement. The Greens political movement did begin as a genuine attempt to improve the environment in this country, to stop certain projects that they viewed as environmentally damaging. I've often disagreed with the Greens, but I take the point. I respect the fact that their founders, the origins of their party came from a genuine place of wanting to protect the environment. Today, the Greens political movement is just a shadow of those pioneers because they just simply follow the big green money, the green cash that comes from the industrial solar and wind industry that is destroying the very environment that the Greens purport to protect. I see it all over this great country of ours, all over. In my area of the country in central Queensland, where mountaintops are being blasted, literally blasted off. Areas of pristine environment that have become the biodiverse areas of koala habitats, sugar gliders, and these areas just being blown up to smithereens. All in the interests of the corporate green industry the Greens support and just follow the nose of. These are all foreign investors, well, largely foreign investors, all big businesses. This is big business. Small businesses don't have enough nitroglycerin to blow up 20 metres of a mountaintop. It's big deals, right? It's big deals. Yeah, well, I don't want a coal mine there either, through you, Mr Deputy President. I don't support a coal mine in these areas. I don't support coal mining on primary lands. I don't support coal gas on these areas. But but you guys do. You support large industrial activity that destroys our natural environment. And they're doing it just to, guess what? Make money. That's why they're doing it. These guys aren't protecting the environment. They want to make money by destroying our environment. And good people in your movement that used to be in your movement, like Steve Nowakowski, who stood for your party, he stood for election twice for your party in North Queensland. He is aghast at it. He is aghast. I disagree with Steve on lots of things, but we do share a view of wanting to protect our beautiful and pristine natural environment. But the Greens have sold themselves out to these interests. And you can tell that, Mr Deputy President, you can tell that because this bill doesn't tackle those donations. So they come in here with this moral pomposity and want to ban all these corporate donations. But guess what? They don't want to ban the donations that go to the Greens, the corporate donations that go to the Greens. This is a massive industry. There is no industry that gets more welfare from this place, more money from this place than the renewable energy industry. It's the biggest protection racket in this country now. Just in this budget this week that the Labor Party passed, they've said, well, they haven't passed yet, but they delivered this week a budget that gives another $18 billion to its failing net zero agenda. Well, Mr Deputy President, the fossil fuel industry, as you like to call it, or the resources sector, as the stats say, is the least supported industry in this country. You go and look at the Productivity Commission figures. The Productivity Commission does a report on this every year, Mr Deputy President, and the mining industry in this country receives fewer support than any other industry in this country. It basically receives R&D assistance in those stats. That's about it. Because unlike the renewable energy industry, the mining industry pays tax, it pays bills. It employs thousands of people. It creates money for our country in terms of trade. We know it does because these guys want to tax it. They want to shut it down, but they also want to tax it. I don't know how that works long term, but the renewable energy industry in this country has become addicted to surviving on taxpayer subsidies, not creating wealth, and while doing so, destroying large amounts of our environment. So let's just have a look. Let's have a look that the Greens are completely closed to this issue. But last year, some work done by the Page Research Centre has shown that last year, a variety of environmental groups, all on the public record, has found that $170 million. $170 million. Well, $170 million. $170 million. The facts are there. It's all in the public records. These are all publicly disclosed financial reports. So $170 million.
Senator Canavan,
$170 million.
Senator Canavan, resume your seat. Senator Canavan, resume your seat. Senator Hodgins-May and the minister were heard in silence. Senator Canavan, you have the call.
Yeah, sorry, Mr. Deputy President. I thought you were speaking to. Couldn't hear you over the rowdy interruptions because they don't like transparency. They don't like this. They don't like the idea that $170 million last 23-24 in the 2023-24 financial year. These are all disclosures to the charities regulator. $170 million went to these green groups pushing this environmentally destructive renewable energy agenda. Some of those groups are getting funding from the CFMEU. I think the Greens still take money from the CFMEU. So how dare you come into this place and lecture the rest of us about how terrible these donations are when you take donations from a discredited organisation that has been implicated in some of the worst corruption in this country for decades. Where do you get off? Even the Labor Party has decided not to take donations from the CFMEU. They won't give the money back that they took, but they have at least stopped current donations from the CFMEU. So where do you guys get off? Where do you get off when even the Labor Party wouldn't necessarily hold up as bastions of moral probity when it comes to trade union funding? Even they have had to turn their nose at the CFMEU. But you guys keep taking money from them. And you come in here and want to lecture us about donation reform. Well, where is that? Why in your bill, Mr. Deputy President, doesn't this bill ban CFMEU donations? If you really wanted to ban dirty donations, that's what the name of this bill is, banning dirty donations, where is the CFMEU? You've all shut up now, haven't you? You got no response to that. Where's your interjections now? You take money from the corrupt CFMEU and you have the temerity to come in here and lecture us. Give me a break. Give me a break. Guys, give me a total break. What's worse with these donations, though, what's worse with these donations from these green groups that just want to make more money off the backs of Australian taxpayers is a big chunk of them come from foreign sources. So this is harder. This is a much harder to find. The $170 million is available through our charities regulator, but unfortunately have a lot less transparency on foreign donations, often have to go through other annual reports overseas, and different countries have different disclosure requirements. But over the last decade, there's at least $100 million has come from foreign groups. They call themselves often philanthropic groups, but they have a real agenda. They have an agenda to pursue this industrial solar and wind power. Often local communities are trying to fight against this and protect their own land, their own environment, and they're facing this massive tsunami of political donations from foreign sources that we should just really not allow in this country. We've tried to introduce foreign transparency requirements, but it's very, very difficult, and it's obviously still happening. And again, this bill, if the Greens were serious about so-called dirty donations, why are they happy to continue to allow so much money, so much foreign money to come and influence our political system, our country, often against the interests of local people who just want to protect their local environment? But the Greens are happy to sign up and stand next to these sort of groups doing this. Now, these donations from foreign countries should be the examination of much greater scrutiny. We have seen in other countries concern expressed from the European Union that money flows from countries like Russia, who clearly have an interest in seeing Europe close down its gas industry, which it naively and stupidly has done, or largely done. And they've become more dependent on Russia because of that. Clearly there probably has been some influence from the Russian government there on European politics. We need to stand against that. That's what we should be standing against, because what is very clear this year is that, what has become very clear this year, is we need to become more self-sufficient as a country, more independent. The Greens' political priorities here that seek to shut down the use of our own resources would make Australia more dependent on other countries, less able to respond to crises as we've seen in the last few months, and by denigrating here the resource industry that underpin our security, our wealth, our prosperity, also our national security, this would weaken our country. We shouldn't seek to denigrate particular industries. I'm not proposing that we should ban donations from renewable energy companies. I think any business that legally participates in this country deserves to be able to participate in the political process, unless they're conducting illegal activities, although we haven't even banned donations to CFMEU, but maybe that should be considered. But if you're legally participating in this country, you should be able to participate in the political process, because the laws we pass do affect your business, your industry, and they deserve a voice just like any other Australian. And I think what is most unfortunate with this debate is this constant questioning of each other's motives, and particularly from a platform that no one has clean hands. You take donations, we do, we all do. I'm upfront about it, but you guys you never are. You never are. You throw the mud without saying, well, we do too. So how about we just debate the issues? How about we just do that? All the donations are public. All the donations are fine. All the donations are publicly listed. Why don't we just debate the issues instead of questioning each other's motives constantly? The reason I think the Greens movement has had to increasingly resort to this kind of rhetoric is because they're actually losing the debate on the issues. They're losing the debate on the issues. Your vote is declining, your support is going down, because people are no longer buying the rubbish that has been clearly shown to be wrong. You made a lot of promises that clean energy would lower power prices, that it would bring manufacturing to this country, that we'd have a critical minerals industry, we'd have hydrogen, that we would clean up our environment. None of those things have come true. And that's why people are walking away from this agenda. So instead of trying to debate those issues and reflect on what you might have got wrong, you instead are lashing out now and saying, oh, it's not because we have got things wrong, it's because other people are corrupt or involved with certain businesses or industries in this country. I mean, even you can see you're losing the debate, guys, because even the government's flowing up the white flag on this. This week in the budget, the Treasurer mentioned the words net zero just once, and it was a lame, fleeting reference to the world going to net zero. It's not, but anyway, he said it. The Finance Minister saying, "Oh, we're not going to spend much money on net zero anymore. We're going to slow it down." I mean, the fine print says otherwise, but the government's clearly walking away from this agenda as fast as it can, because the Australian people know it's failed. It has failed as an idea. It has failed around the world. And the pursuit of net zero has only made our country weaker, more dependent on other countries, hollowed out our manufacturing industries, pushed our energy prices to record levels, crushed the living standards of the Australian people, forced real wages back 15 years. They're back to 2011 levels under these policies. They have failed on every level, and then most of all, they have also failed to protect our natural environment. Our bushland is being destroyed by large-scale solar and wind. Our farmlands are being bought up by overseas interests trying to produce carbon credits. There's a beautiful farm in northeast Tasmania right now being bought up by a rich UK business to stop farming and start creating these ridiculous things called carbon credits. How is that any benefit to our natural environment? How is that any benefit to this country? Why are we allowing foreign interests to come in here and shut down Australian farming in the pursuit of this ridiculous idea of net zero? It has to be scrapped. Let's fight the issues, get off this rubbish, and start instead dealing with the issues the Australian people face and lower their cost of living.
Thank you, Senator Canavan. Senator Whish-Wilson.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. Well, when I started in politics more than 20 years ago, the major party vote in this country was between 10 and 15%. And it's a shame Senator Canavan's fleeing the chamber and not going to listen to my response to his diatribe.
Senator,
but I'm sure he can watch it on, I'll send him the link and he can watch it on TV. Acting Deputy President, over the last 20 years since I started in politics, the major party vote in this country has fallen. every year, every election. It used to be that only 10 to 15% of Australians would vote outside the two major parties. It's now more than a third of Australians. And if you look at the Farrer by-election, and there's messages in that by-election for all of us, the protest vote, it is clear. People do not think this political system represents their interests. And we need to ask ourselves why. What is the key reason that people are turning away from politics, registering protest votes, and what is causing it? This bill goes to the heart of that today. And I would say to Senator Canavan, in his recent contribution, it is all about questioning the motives of donors to political parties. Why do big companies, big fossil fuel companies, big gambling companies, big real estate companies, I could go on, why do they donate to political parties? That's the question. And I'm sure there's going to be different responses around here, but the truth is they do not do it out of the goodness of their heart, Acting Deputy President. They do it because they want something from a political party. That is just clear as daylight, 100% a fact. It's called pay for play. And it's been happening since the Roman Republic. And it's still happening today. But it's got to such a calamitous level globally where we've seemed to have had this mass political psychosis that has descended on our systems in the Western world, especially in US politics, where it feels like a small bunch of wealthy, psychotic billionaires and politicians have got us by the short and curlies because of money and influence in politics. Now, Senator Canavan spent most of his contribution talking about third-party donations or money going through third parties. Nothing to do with this bill, by the way, but it is definitely worth addressing, and I will get to that towards the end of my contribution, because there's no more of an expert in how dark money influences politics and outcomes on policy than the National Party and the Liberal Party, who've been backed by billions of dollars of dirty money for years through think tanks, third-party organisations, PR companies, you name it. It's all part of the denial machine. I'll get to that before I finish. And I'm very grateful that this Senate had a very important inquiry into this exact issue as to who is paying for the disinformation and the misinformation. But, Acting Deputy President, it's good that there's been some moves. As Senator Watt in his very brief contribution talked about the government's new legislation to cap donations. But the truth is it doesn't go anywhere near far enough, and it is tinkering around the edges. This bill will work alongside the new federal election finance reforms that were passed last year and is designed to commence after those new donation transparency and cap laws begin. And this bill goes significantly further than those reforms by outright banning donations from certain sectors rather than just regulating or disclosing them. Those sectors include industries that have an undue influence over government decisions. The whole reason they pump millions of dollars into our political system. Property developers, gambling, liquor companies, banks, tobacco and vaping companies, pharmaceutical companies, mining and fossil fuel companies, defence companies and industry lobby groups representing those sectors. This bill introduces a strict overall donation limit for everyone else, capping political donations at $3,000 per election term for any individual, business or organisation. This is much lower than the caps introduced in the 2025 reforms, which were $50,000. But also, and this is the thing, you can ban political donations or cap them, but money will find a way to flow to political parties. And that happens through, for example, gifts that corporations love to give to the major political parties. This bill will close loopholes that parties and associated entities have used to avoid disclosure rules. Senator Hodgkins may have talked about going to the Treasurer's special dinner the other night, the $5,000 head dinner. A classic example of how you raise a lot of money without having to disclose it. Subscription fees, affiliation fees, discounted services, fundraising tickets and interest-free loans would all count as donations in the circumstances covered by this bill. Membership fees under $1,000 would remain exempt in limited situations, but larger membership or affiliation payments credited to federal accounts would now be treated as political donations and subject to caps and disclosure laws. This bill also expands the aggregation rules, so donations to state branches, local branches and associated entities are counted together towards the federal cap, preventing donors from splitting contributions across different arms of the party. Another way that the 2025 laws can be circumvented. Industry peak bodies and representative organisations would also be banned from donating if most of the members are prohibited donors. This is intended to stop industries funneling donations through lobby groups or associated entities instead of donating directly. And of course, this bill creates new criminal and civil penalties for unlawful donations. Knowingly making or accepting a banned donation could attract penalties of up to 2 years imprisonment or fines of up to 400 penalty units. Lastly, anti-avoidance provisions are strengthened to stop schemes designed to get around the bans, including channeling donations through third parties. And businesses uncertain whether they qualify as prohibited donors could apply to the Electoral Commission for a formal determination, which would be valid for 12 months. But this is the situation we find ourselves in modern politics, and it's especially the case in the US and also in the UK, where third parties wanting to influence outcomes are now, for example, donating to fake industry groups. We call them broadly call them astroturfing groups. There are a number of them in this country that the Senate looked at recently in our inquiry into misinformation. For example, Coal Australia donated to Australians for Prosperity, run by ex-MP Jason Falinski, who said he knew nothing about the donations but wished he had have, because he didn't feel like it was, I can't quote his exact words that he made in the media, but felt like that wouldn't have been something he would have supported, that the majority of the money from Australian for Prosperity, $2.7 million, came from the coal industry to fund advertisements before an election attacking the Greens and the Labor Party. And that was just one example. There were plenty more. And we heard that in the US alone, $3.4 billion had been funneled by fossil fuel companies to PR firms just to run attack ads and campaigns in the last 10 years in the US. And that's just to PR firms, let alone to consulting companies who write reports full of misinformation designed to undermine climate science and climate action, or the hundreds or thousands of think tanks, right-wing think tanks set up deliberately to change the Overton window, to change public policy all around the world to suit the vested interests that fund those think tanks. And Senator Canavan talks about environment groups that have disclosed their donations to Australian environmental campaigns and movements, proudly, openly and proudly saying they're campaigning to stop the age of fossil fuels and transition to clean energy. Senator McDonald talked the other day about the Sunrise movement. Well, Sunrise are out and proud about donating to these campaigns. They do want to stop the age of fossil fuels and transition to clean energy because they care about future generations. They care about us stopping robbing future generations of the same things that we've been lucky enough to experience in our lifetime by actually taking climate action. You know, they're not trying to hide any of these donations. It's completely different when you do try and hide them through third-party organisations, through astroturfing strategies. And the recommendation from our inquiry was that JSCEM, who are looking at these things and looking at how we can improve these laws, look at the last election and the amount of money that was funnelled into groups like Advance and these other astroturfing groups to suit the agendas of, at the time, the LNP, but increasingly One Nation now. The campaigns around mass immigration and against net zero, the tens of millions of dollars being funded into groups like Advance, the hundreds of posts appearing out of websites internationally. We don't even know who's paying for them. 400 posts in 1 week, essentially promoting One Nation, using deep fake, AI. So Australians and people all around the world are so confused They don't know what's real and what's not any longer. That's the world we live in today. And it is getting worse every single day. But this has been the strategy. Steve Bannon has openly talked about this. Flood the zone, create confusion. That's what it's all about. And then you march through, you repeat disinformation and lies and deceptions often enough, and people start believing them. It's hard to know where to get your information in this day and age. We are drowning in a sea of misinformation and disinformation, and just about everything Senator Canavan contributed in this debate was that misinformation on climate change, renewable energy and climate action. Okay? So this is where we are today. This is why we need to crack down on dark money and dirty money influencing our elections. It's been going on for too long. And I commend Senator Hodgkins-May for bringing this bill forward. And I also want to acknowledge the long list of Greens MPs in this place over decades who have been pushing and pushing and pushing for donation reform. No one has done more in this House, this Senate chamber, than the Greens to try and progress, cleaning up politics. It's what the Australian people expect. And if we don't pay attention to the Farrer by-election, and Senator Canavan made also another disinformation around the Greens vote. The Greens vote's holding up very well, thank you very much. In fact, it grew substantially 6 months ago when the Iran war was declared all around the country. It's actually the National and LNP vote that's been falling every day for years and years. Yet they come in here and they do the same old thing. They're shills for the fossil fuel industry, for other industries. They somehow think that campaigning against climate action is going to win them the next election. Well, while I acknowledge that there are senators in this place like Senator Canavan who wouldn't have a job if he came out and said he believed in climate action and climate science and wanted to transition to renewables. He literally would not have a job as a leader of the National Party, or probably even get pre-selected or elected, because the incentives are all around making this a political issue for their own power and for their own ambition and own careers. They don't care about the science or the fact that this climate is breaking down before our very eyes. It's a massive threat to national security. It's a threat to people's cost of living. It's a threat to biodiversity around this country. It's a threat that's been recognised all around the world by thousands of scientists, over hundreds of thousands of peer-reviewed scientific papers, yet it gets thrown out the door on the altar of people's political ambition. Yeah. I've had enough of it, Acting Deputy President. I've seen what this place has done to some people. They ignore the facts. We all ignore the facts at our own peril. And you know what? I've had my fair say in here, and it's about to end, but history will be the ultimate judge of people like Senator Canavan and what he stands for and what his party stands for. I have no doubt about that. So I ask senators, with the last minute of my contribution, to consider how we can further clean up politics, which is to everyone's advantage in this place. If we don't connect with people, if people don't feel they can connect with us, if they don't feel that what we stand for is what they stand for, then it erodes trust in this institution of Parliament and in politics. And we will continue to see protest votes. We will continue to see Australians disillusioned and disorientated by the standard of debate. If we can show them that we are in here legislating for them and not for special interests, the big, dirty fossil fuel corporations and other corporations that have rigged the system for too long, the billionaires who use it to distract away from the fact that they're making record profits every day and don't pay their fair share of tax, then the rot will continue, and I can only see darkness ahead, Acting Deputy President, if we don't act. And this is a simple, easy way for us. But get behind Senator Hodgkins-May's bill and let's clean up politics.
And I call Senator McDonald.
Thank you very much, Acting Deputy President. Well, I can't help but reflect on the closing part of Senator Whish-Wilson's contribution when he said all he sees in the future is dark. And of course, that is what the Greens' agenda and the dark money that is flowing into anti-fossil fuel, anti-energy project campaigns in Australia would result in. It would result in a very dark future. And we know that already because of the crazy ideological agenda that is being pushed by these groups, funded by renewable energy profiteers, that is seeing Australian energy prices go through the roof. There's not an Australian family who is not struggling with the cost of living, of paying the bills in their own home, much less in the small business that they work in, or the manufacturing jobs that have been lost from Victoria, or worse, the big smelters that provide the important baseload metals, the smelters like the bauxite, aluminium, alumina smelters in Gladstone, in Mount Isa, in Whyalla for steel. These are the ones that are under threat from this crazy agenda. Now, I want to turn back to, it is Australia's democracy that we are speaking about today, the health of being a liberal democracy. This is an important thing because democracy is, as Winston Churchill described, not the best system, but the best one that we have. I am paraphrasing, obviously, he's much more eloquent than that. But the point that is made is that we believe in the freedom of democracy, in the rights of association, of the ability to speak, of the ability to come together regularly, to vote, to choose how our country is run. And what we're talking about today is another shield, another veil that's being proposed by the Greens to distract, to confuse donations that have been made by legal tax-paying companies in Australia. What they don't want you to look at is the extraordinary campaign that's been run by influencers, by, yes, billionaires, by foundations like the Rockefeller Centre, like the KR Foundation, money that flows into Australian organisations that seek to mislead, to confuse, to change the political agenda. These are campaigns that are very, very mischievous at best, and I would say anti-Australian at worst. These campaigns are not disclosed. In fact, I love this idea that the Greens are quoting Electoral Commission disclosure laws because they comply with the laws. Any Australian can go to the Electoral Commission reports and see who is donating to their political parties, to their independents. But there are organisations that are not forced to comply with the same sort of disclosure rules. They are organisations that are funding organisations like the Australia Institute, like the Institute for Energy Economics and Financial Analysis, AEFA, like indeed some of the social media influencers who are not disclosing where their posts are being funded by. These are not, there are organisations like the Environmental Defenders Office who, after being found in the courts of Australia that they were confecting evidence and creating cultural heritage stories in order to stop an offshore gas project, their penalty, millions of dollars to pay the legal fees of Santos, was first given as a loan to that organisation, and then that loan was forgiven. Millions of dollars with no disclosure as to who paid that. Surely, if the Greens were interested in transparency, in keeping our electoral system and our rule of law transparent and clear and fair in an open and honest democracy, they would want that disclosure made. They would want to know who paid nearly $10 million to pay the legal expenses of Santos. Surely that would be of interest to us. Surely it would be of interest to us the $175 million that flowed into Australia to affect our political discussions and our policy position. $175 million in 23-24, and prior to that, hundreds of millions of dollars in other campaigns. Campaigns that use words like undermining the financial figures. Campaigns that seek to distort, to confuse, mislead the financial affairs of resources companies in Australia. Surely that would be of interest to anybody who sincerely worries about transparency and influence in the Australian Electoral Commission. But of course, the Greens don't, because that suits their agenda to shut down the sectors that not only pay the biggest amounts of corporate tax, of royalties, of PAYG tax, of payroll tax, of supporting small businesses in regional parts of Australia, and supporting hundreds of thousands of incredibly well-paid jobs. What is the plan for all of those families who are earning $250,000, $350,000 a year? Where will they go? Will they go and polish solar panels? Will they go to another energy project like wind turbines? No, well, that's right, because they don't employ people and they don't keep the lights on, certainly not in a reliable way and in a way that supports manufacturing and the sort of agenda that the government says that they seek to have, which is manufacturing in Australia. So surely we should be concerned about the transparency of those donations of people who seek to undermine and confuse and mislead the story about coal and oil and gas and most recently nuclear in Australia. That is the sort of disclosure that I would like to see, because it worries me. It worries me, what is the plan for us as a nation if there is no resources sector? Because this is where this goes. This agenda of funding organisations that seek to shut down coal and oil and gas and nuclear means that ultimately you end up with no mining, because it is too expensive. The energy costs are too expensive, and certainly too expensive to smelt in this country. It means that our regional parts of Australia become tumbleweed towns, and instead we end up with technology that is already under investigation by US security agencies for importing Chinese turbines into Australia that have cameras and microphones, potentially could be shut down. That is what we end up with if this campaign of misinformation is continued. I just want to go back, because there were some numbers read into the Hansard by one of the Green senators about donations, completely disclosed, I assume, on the Electoral Commission website. But in this same period of 23-24, there was revenue of $175 million that went into, the Australia Institute, for instance, $10 million. Get Up, $6 million. The Graham Wood Foundation, $2,387,000. There are organisations the Environmental Defenders Office, $17 million. Where is the disclosure that would allow an Australian who is seeking to understand where the funding is coming from to influence our political discourse? Where is that? Where can they simply go and find that? Well, I'm afraid they won't be able to, because under the Greens' proposal, we will only stop the legitimate disclosures that are already being made, and certainly not for these other people of influence, these foreign donations. I'm fascinated. As a political representative, I can't take money from any foreign donations. It's just a blanket no. Now, I don't seek to stop foreign donations flooding into this country, but I do think that there should be better disclosure There should be some disclosure. I mean, this is extraordinary. So if the Greens agreed, they would have included that in their legislation, their amendments that are being provided. But of course they haven't, because they want to pretend that they are making this about transparency, but it's not. It is part of working to their political masters about running a campaign that seeks to mislead Australians. So there are many important issues that Australians expect us to focus on in the Parliament. They want us to focus on declining living standards, rising energy prices, housing affordability, small businesses that are collapsing, families under pressure. But instead of focusing on these issues, we are here debating another thought bubble from the Greens. Their answer to Australia's challenges, of course, always remain more regulation, more political censorship and more ideological gatekeeping. The Green solution is to create legal prohibitions around who can participate in the democratic process. They seek to financially throttle political participation based on ideology and to silence industries and Australians that they disagree with. And once again, that demonstrates how out of touch the Greens are with everyday Australians. The Coalition believes in equal participation, equal treatment, transparency that is applied consistently, because we trust Australians, not activist politicians, to make their own democratic decisions. And for these reasons, the Coalition will not support this bill. Thank you.
Thank you. Senator McKim. Oh.
Sorry, I draw your attention to the state of the chamber.
Yes, of course. Then quorum's required. Yeah, you can't leave. You can't leave, guys. Okay, we have quorum. Senator McKim, I believe you're... Senator Hodgson-May.
Acting Deputy Chair, I seek leave to make a short personal explanation.
Leave is granted.
In my speech, I named a former Labor staffer, and I wish to withdraw that reference.
Thank you.
From hand.
Sure. Senator McKim.
Thank you very much, Acting Deputy President. I thank Senator Hodgins-May for enabling us to have a debate today about the corrupting influence of political donations on our democracy. Let's be very clear what political donations are. They are a corrupting influence on our democracy. They are basically institutionalised, legalised political bribery. This is how the big corporations get the outcomes that they got in this week's budget by their donations to the Labor Party and in previous governments to the Liberal and National parties. This is how the 1% insidiously control our democracy to make sure that they ultimately do not pay their fair share of tax. This is how the big corporations and the super wealthy 1% make sure that work is taxed more punitively than wealth is taxed in this country, and that work is taxed more heavily than corporate profits are in this country. Political donations is how the big corporations and the super wealthy 1% control the major parties in the Australian body politic to make sure that the overwhelming majority of tax breaks like negative gearing, like the capital gains tax discount, end up in the pockets of the wealthiest, highest income people in our country. This is how fossil fuel corporations make sure that there was $46 billion worth of direct public subsidies to burn fossil fuels in the budget that Labor brought down earlier this week. Political donations are how the native forest logging industry ended up with another $28 million in public subsidies in the budget that Treasurer Jim Chalmers handed down this week. Let us be clear about the direct link between political donations and political outcomes. The budget this week contained cuts to our renewable energy transition. It contained cuts to environmental protection. It contained cuts to the climate transition. It contained cuts to support, to encourage the uptake of electric vehicles. And yet in the very same budget that Labor is trying to convince people is reformist and of high ambition, there is nearly $40 billion ripped out of support for people with disabilities. There's new money to encourage gas production. There's new money for the mendicant native forest logging industry. This is the corrupting influence of political donations on our democracy. And I want to talk a little bit about the environment and climate impacts of this budget, because they have been delivered directly through the insidious reach of the donations that the Labor and Liberal and National parties accept from big corporations and from the super wealthy in this country. This budget contains extra subsidies for the native forest logging industries, particularly in Tasmania and New South Wales, as if the government throwing $300 million of taxpayers' money at the native forest logging industry as a sop when the Greens actually negotiated to strengthen Labor's reforms of the Environment Protection and Biodiversity Act wasn't enough. Now that mendicant industry, which would end overnight if the public subsidies were withdrawn, is the recipient of another $28 million explicitly designed to help them work around the strengthened environment laws that were passed through this place late last year. What a disgrace. The environment and the climate are the big losers in this budget, along with people with disability and along with young people who will continue to get ripped off by a tax system that is designed to rip off young people, designed to rip off working people, and designed to favour people who are high income or high wealth individuals. This is the corrupting influence of political donations. The Greens bill would finally, and it's desperately overdue, clean up our political system. It would stop dirty donations from harmful industries, industries that are not acting in the public interest, industries like gambling, industries like weapons corporations, fossil fuel corporations and Big Pharma. These are the industries that continue to reach in through the mechanism of political donations and continue to deliver outcomes, not for the Australian people, but for their own narrow financial self-interest. And many of these industries are led by CEOs who are prepared to make bank by destroying the planet's climate system, by destroying nature, and by engaging in activities that are not in the public interest. Whether it be the gas corporations, who of course skated home free in this year's budget because Labor squibbed on introducing a gas export tax of at least 25%. You know, this is multiple tens of billions of dollars foregone over the next decade because Labor will not take on the big gas corporations. This budget contained $46 billion in fossil fuel subsidies. Folks, it's 2026. We're sleepwalking into a climate catastrophe. It's going to smash people around the world. Countless people are going to die, be displaced, suffer starvation, suffer from thirst because water supplies are changing, rainfall patterns are changing. This world is heading for calamity, and in 2026, under a Labor government, we are getting approvals of new coal and gas mines hand over fist, and a budget handed down this week that contained $46 billion in public subsidies for burning fossil fuels. In 2026, history will not look at you kindly. I can assure you of that.
Time for debate has expired, so the clock has come to that hour. I'll now move to the consideration of government business. I'll call the clerk.
Government business notice of motion number 1, standing in the name of the Minister for Finance, Senator Gallagher, for consideration of legislation.
Minister.
Thank you. I move the motion, which essentially, just briefly, because I can speak, just essentially brings on a vote on the bill that was debated yesterday and this morning at 11 o'clock today.
Okay, is anyone else seeking the call? If not, I'll put the question. The question is that the motion be agreed to. All those that have opinion say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Oh, sorry, one moment. Do I need to put that again? Sorry, I do need to put that again. I'll ask the question again just so it's clear. All those that opinion to support the motion say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I believe the ayes have it. Noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells. Yes, I'll be with you today, yeah, if you'd like me to. Lock the doors. Question is that the motion moved by Senator Gallagher will be agreed to. Those of that opinion will move to the right of the chair and those against will move to the left of the chair. I appoint Senator Grogan as teller for the ayes and Senator Collins as teller for the noes. Sorry. Good, Jess. Order. The result of the division is ayes 31, noes 25. The question is therefore resolved in the affirmative. The clerk.
Government Business Orders of the Day number 1, Competition and Consumer Amendment responding to Exceptional Circumstances Bill 2026, debate on the second reading and the amendment moved by Senator Canavan.
Who's seeking the call? I think it might be you, Senator Roberts, or Senator Colbeck. You were in continuation for about 30 seconds. I don't know if you're ceding that time. Okay. Senator Roberts, over to you.
Mr. Acting Deputy President, could you tell me whether this is about the guillotine or the bill? It's a bill, isn't it?
Yes, yeah. Correct. This is the bill. Second reading.
This is not a matter of urgency. To the contrary, it's a matter for considered scrutiny. So let me explain. The Competition and Consumer Amendment Reporting to Exceptional Circumstances Bill 2026 provides the ACCC with significant new powers. These powers create a new framework for actions that can be taken in exceptional circumstances, such as the Iranian oil shock. These powers allow the ACCC to exempt big business from normal fair trading and anti-competitive laws. Exempt. This allows big business to do whatever they like because once an exceptional circumstances has been declared, they can do whatever they like. The framework is wider than fuel. It can be used for anything the minister decides to use it for. This otherwise illegal behaviour will then be simply rubber-stamped in the minister's office using a legislative instrument that cannot be disallowed. It cannot be disallowed, won't even come before Parliament. The ACCC already has the power to allow uncompetitive behaviour in the national interest. It already has the power in the national interest. This legislation clarifies those rules, but a little more. I note the amendment from the crossbench, which changes that provision to make these legislative instruments disallowable in the Parliament. One Nation will be supporting that amendment, as the government should. This bill is, in effect, the government granting itself the power to tear up the rule book to allow large corporations to use their market power to screw the competition, expand their market share and leverage that market share to make more profit at the consumer's expense. There is a real example of this occurring. In the early days of the Iranian fuel disruption, Australia's fuel importers, major importers of fuel, despite having full storage tanks, withheld fuel from the spot market. The major importers of fuel deliberately withheld fuel from the spot market, despite having full storage tanks. This is the market into which fuel importers and refiners supply their fuel, once their own supply contracts have been met. This is where the smaller independent petrol stations, especially in rural and regional Australia, get their fuel. In the first weeks of the Iranian oil crisis, petrol went above $2.50 a litre. We all remember that. And diesel went over $3 a litre. The increase in the oil price did not justify those retail prices, which were high because of price gouging, manipulation. We know what these companies did, these large multinationals. They held their supply back from the spot market. They held their supply back to inflate the retail price, even for fuel which was already in the supply system at the old price. This delivered windfall profits to multinational oil companies, windfall profits for doing nothing except colluding. Labor is now advancing this bill with a clause backdating the bill to the start of the crisis to cover up this profiteering. Labor is covering up this profiteering. Why would the Albanese Labor government excuse foreign multinational fuel companies for profiting at the expense of everyday Australians? The answer is simple: to sell electric vehicles whose sales had been languishing. Remember all those stories about people rushing out to buy EVs because petrol was so dear? How evil is that? All the financial hardship in the bush and the regions and the suburbs, which resulted from big oil profiteering, and the government is using this bill to cover it up to advance their net zero agenda. Yet another cost, hidden cost, of the net zero agenda. This Labor Party does not give a damn about everyday Australians, doesn't care at all. And now they're helping companies cover it up. If the Greens support this bill, they will be supporting foreign multinational corporations price gouging everyday Australians. I'll say that again to the Greens. If the Greens support this bill, you will be supporting foreign multinational corporations price gouging everyday Australians. I note the amendment from the Nationals to remove the retrospective nature, the cover-up in this bill. One Nation will support that amendment. Competition law exists for a reason. It protects consumers and small business. It stops large players from coordinating in ways that damage competition. Any exemption from competition law needs to be treated very seriously, because it's the people who pay. We can't normalise anti-competitive conduct. It will lead to more and more exceptions, less and less consumer protection, higher and higher prices, weaker and weaker service. Clearly, when Labor talks about consumer protections, they don't really mean it. Just checking. This is still a Labor government, isn't it? Is that right? One Nation is the party of everyday Australians now. One Nation want this bill to go to a committee inquiry so everyone can have their say, and from that a fairer bill will have emerged. We want the public to have their input. Yet here we are, once again, this Labor government is talking about ramming legislation through which contains significant provisions without proper debate, without transparency. Again. Yet in 2019, the then opposition leader, Anthony Albanese, frequently criticised the coalition for lacking transparency on key legislation and vowed Labor would operate differently, including better parliamentary scrutiny. This bill is not getting committee scrutiny. We want better parliamentary scrutiny. We want better parliamentary scrutiny, as Anthony Albanese sought back in 2019. In his victory speech in 2022, Prime Minister Albanese promised to end secrecy, to lead with integrity, and to treat the public with respect, framing his win as voters choosing accountable government versus the previous cult of secrecy. He repeatedly claims a mandate with just 34% of the vote, one-third of the vote. So that's why he's got no accountability now. Well, where is that accountability? Where's the transparency now? And where's the parliamentary scrutiny now? Unless all the substantive amendments presented to the Senate are passed, One Nation will oppose this legislation.
Senator Whitten.
Thank you, Deputy President. I rise to speak on the Competition and Consumer Amendment Bill. One Nation is not here to rubber stamp legislation for Labor. We're here to represent the people who have been forgotten, ignored and taken for granted by the two major parties for far too long. Our voters, and in fact your voters, sent us, all of us, here to question and scrutinise legislation that this government is constantly trying to rush through. Laws that hand more power to Canberra without proper accountability. We didn't get a copy of the proposed legislation until yesterday. Today we are being asked to consider a bill that gives the Treasurer sweeping new powers to declare exceptional circumstances and then allows the ACCC to grant exemptions from competition law. This is for a crisis that doesn't exist, by the way. And we are expected to deal with it in a timeframe that makes genuine scrutiny almost impossible. The government of transparency and more tax. How are we supposed to properly represent our constituents when we have not had a real chance to review this legislation? This is the first and most fundamental problem with this bill. It is being rammed through, probably with the help of the Votes for Sale Greens. We as senators have a duty to read the legislation, to understand its implications, to consult with experts, with small business, with consumers, and with people who actually keep this country running. Or have you forgotten about the people you are meant to represent? When that basic process is short-circuited, we can't do our job. And if we can't do our job, then the people who voted for us are not being represented. It's pretty simple. This is not an isolated incident. This is typical of the Labor government. You might have heard of them, the government of transparency and more tax. They constantly complain about the Senate not moving fast enough. They lecture us about the need for urgency. They accuse anyone who asks for proper process of getting in their way. They claim we don't support their rubbish legislation. Yet they have done absolutely nothing to cultivate trust with this Senate or with the Australian people. Remember old Mr. My word is my bond? Trust is not something you demand, it is something you earn, and you are losing the trust of the Australian voters very quickly. This government has done everything possible to destroy what little trust remained. We don't trust them. The Australian people don't trust them. And they have every reason not to. Just look at the budget that was handed down only this week. Australians were told not once, not twice, but over 50 times allegedly, that there would be no changes to negative gearing. That sounds like Labor. There will be no child living in poverty, blah, blah, blah. I mean, seriously. Australians were told repeatedly that capital gains tax arrangements would not be touched. The Prime Minister himself stood at the dispatch box and said it again and again and again. For the 50th time, he said on one occasion. Then, the moment they believed they had the numbers and the political cover, and the little issue of running out of your money, they turned around and slammed through major changes anyway. This is not a change of heart based on new information. This is a deliberate deception. This is not a Robin Hood budget, and as it was being sold, take money from the older people who have worked hard and saved and give to the young. This is a Klaus Schwab budget. You will own nothing and you will be happy. And now they expect us to take them at their word on this bill. If the government genuinely wants support for its legislation, then it needs to start being honest. It needs to start being transparent. It needs to stop treating this Parliament and the people of Australia as an inconvenience that gets in the way of its agenda and start treating it as a democratic institution it's supposed to be. The government says this is necessary because of the current fuel crisis. One Nation understands the pressures on fuel supply and energy prices caused by the complete lack of foresight by this very government. We understand that in genuine emergencies, there can be a need for rapid coordination between businesses to keep essential goods moving. No one wants to see fuel shortages or panic buying because the law is too slow to respond. But understanding the problem does not mean we accept any solution the government puts forward, no matter how flawed. Competition law exists for a reason. It protects consumers from price gouging. It protects small businesses from being squeezed out by larger players who can coordinate their behaviour. It stops anti-competitive conduct from becoming normal. Any law that carves out exemptions from those protections must be treated with extreme caution. This bill gives the Treasurer an extremely broad power to declare exceptional circumstances. Do we really want this bloke to have more power? It is not limited to the current fuel situation. It could be used in a future pandemic, another economic shock, or any situation the Treasurer of the day decides that qualifies. Once that door is opened, the ACCC can grant exemptions that this Parliament cannot disallow. The only transparency requirement is that the exemptions be made public within 7 days. In some cases, that might be acceptable. In others, it is nowhere near good enough. And then there is the retrospectivity. The bill is backdated to the 1st of April 2026. We asked why that particular date was chosen. The Treasurer's office apparently said they wanted sufficient flexibility. That is not a justification. Is this a belated April Fool's joke? Who knows? That is an admission that they want to cover their tracks or give themselves room to act without proper oversight. Retrospective lawmaking, especially in the area of competition law, should be extremely rare and should require a clear, specific and compelling reason, and maybe some oversight. We want flexibility, does not mean that standard. One Nation has seen this movie before. Governments of both persuasions use any crisis as an excuse to permanently expand their power. They say it's only temporary. They say the safeguards are adequate. Then, when the next crisis comes along, those expanded powers are still there, and the safeguards have been quietly weakened even further. We're not prepared to let that happen again without a fight. This bill should be subjected to a full and proper inquiry by the Senate Economics Legislation Committee. That inquiry should examine whether the existing ACCC powers are genuinely inadequate. It should test whether the Treasurer's declaration power is drawn too broadly. It should consider whether the ACCC exemptions should be made disallowable by Parliament. It should look closely at the transparency requirements and whether 7 days is anywhere near sufficient. It should demand a clear and specific justification for the retrospective start date. And it should consider whether stronger sunset clauses and review mechanisms are needed so that these powers do not become permanent. None of that is unreasonable. None of that is obstruction. It is the basic responsibility of this chamber, the House of Review. Cries of urgency do not justify us trusting a government that has repeatedly broken its word to the Australian people. Our constituents did not vote for us so that we would roll over every time a minister says something is urgent. They voted for us because they are sick of being treated with disdain, sick of being ignored, and sick of watching the power of ministers and bureaucrats grow with every passing crisis. If Labor wants this bill to pass in a form that commands genuine support across the chamber, then they know what they need to do. Stop the rush. Support a proper Senate inquiry. Be transparent about why these particular dates and these particular powers have been chosen. And start treating the Senate and the Australian people with the respect they deserve. Until that happens, One Nation will continue to ask the hard questions. We will continue to demand proper scrutiny. And we will continue to stand with the Australian people who sent us here, rather than with a government that seems to believe it can demand trust it has never earned. It is time for this Parliament to start earning their trust again. One honest debate, one proper inquiry and one transparent piece of legislation at a time. Now, you can screech across the chamber as much as you want that we don't vote for your rubbish legislation. Well, this is Exhibit A of our defence.
Minister. Well, another One Nation senator sounding just like another Liberal. That's what that contribution was. Just another Liberal. The right-wing uni party here. One Nation, the Liberals, the National Party, in that order of primary vote. One Nation, the Liberals, the National Party.
Order. Minister, please resume your seat. Senator
President, just a point of order on relevance. The government has brought this bill forward and they're saying it's to deal with exceptional circumstances relating to the issue of fuel security. Hang on, fuel security.
Minister.
A point of relevance. I said
Minister.
it was on relevance. If you were listening, Senator Ayres, I said my
Senator-
point of order was on relevance.
Senator
This bill
Canavan.
and the minister's
Senator Canavan, I'm happy to rule. The Minister, generally speaking, second reading debates are fairly wide-ranging. The Minister has the call. Minister.
This is an important piece of legislation that is urgent and in the interests of Australians, particularly Australians who rely upon diesel, particularly Australians who rely upon petrol, and Australians who rely upon jet fuel and fertiliser. And just like every other issue, when it comes to issues that actually matter for Australian supply chains, well, you find the old right-wing uni party, One Nation, the Liberals, and the National Party, what's left of them, are in complete accord, because the anger and the hate that drives these parties together is their primary motivation. They're angry people. They're not interested in the Australian national interest. They're just interested in anger politics. You know, that is the sort of decline of conservative politics in Australia. That's what's happened. And it leads them to opposing bills like this. Well, I can tell you, Senator Whitten and Senator Canavan and all the other Liberals suddenly say, like all Liberals always do, that there's not a role for government in dealing with these challenges. Well, it's been government here that has insulated Australia as best as any government could from what is the biggest energy shock in our history. It's been government. It's been government, this Albanese government, that has enhanced our reputation internationally and in our region in a way which gives us credibility to be able to secure shiploads of additional diesel, shiploads of additional petroleum products and jet fuel. That's something that previous governments could never do. I remember the previous Prime Minister talking about negative globalism, sounding like just another One Nation senator. All the same stuff, all the kooky stuff, which diminished Australia in the region. Those guys, almost all guys, they could never have delivered what the Albanese government has done here. I mean, some of you are still in a sort of paroxysm of rage about what happened in 2022, let alone what happened in 2025, and it's meant you've lost the capacity for reason and the capacity to act in the national interest. And one of the key things that needed to be done in a market that is established to drive the maximum competitive outcome in the way that we deal with petroleum products, particularly diesel, when there is a shock internationally, it jams up. And some of that was evidenced in what happened in regional Australia for a few weeks there. Well, while you lot were telling people to hoard diesel, we were in ports and in refineries around the world dealing with the actual practical challenges, not being complacent, smug, partisan, self-interested, anti-Australian forces in our political system. We were just acting for Australia. Didn't get distracted by the ideology and the social media memes. I want to thank people who've contributed to this debate. Schedule 1 establishes new powers for the Treasurer and ACCC to enable coordinated action during crises, where exceptional circumstances threaten harm to the economy, businesses or consumers. The Treasurer may make a declaration. The ACCC can then use streamlined powers to grant authorisations or class exemptions, allowing businesses to coordinate in support of the government's response. Pretty good thing, I reckon. These reforms ensure faster, more effective action in crisis situations and make it easier for businesses to assist in the national interest, like to work together as Australians in the national interest, a foreign concept I know. to the One Nation, Liberal, National, right-wing uni party over there. I note in relation to Schedule 1, the government will support Amendment 3804 moved by Senator McKim. Schedule 2 to the bill provides further protections against unfair and unlawful conduct by fuel companies. It will align maximum penalties in the Oil Code of Conduct with other industry codes to provide a real disincentive to fuel companies who disregard their obligations and benefit from the current conflict in the Middle East. This is a very sensible, very straightforward proposition that you could go into any shopping centre or any pub or any main street in any country town in Australia, and Australians expect their government to act in this kind of way, requiring high standards from Australian companies, but getting them to work together in the national interest when there is a shock like the one that the world is experiencing now. It's what they expect. But you got One Nation and the Liberals and the Nationals in a conspiracy to deprive government and Australians of the tools that they need to act, to secure more fuel, to make sure that it gets to where it needs to go, to support farmers and to support country families and country communities in doing what they need to do to keep Australia moving, to make sure that despite high prices, we're doing what we can in areas like fertiliser to make sure that as much gets planted as can possibly get planted, that we get diesel to where it needs to get to. And, you know, the kind of ideology that would see this being held up so that it couldn't be dealt with in a parliamentary session until June is the most self-obsessed, unreal, ideological, un-Australian kind of proposition that you could possibly muster. There's a pool of reflection out there. Some of you ought to go and have a look. A bit of a look in the mirror, a bit of self-reflection about what your actual job is here, not in the interests of, you know, worrying about what overseas extremists might say, but actually in the interests of what country communities, country towns, Australian industry, Australian farmers, what they need from government, and how to support Australian firms to continue in that work. We won't be out there finger pointing in an energy shock. We'll be working here in Australia and with partners overseas to make sure Australia gets what it needs. Thanks, President.
The question before the chair is that the second reading amendment moved by Senator Canavan be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Aye. Against say no. Aye. The noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells. 4 minutes.
Lock the doors. So the question is, the second reading amendment as moved by Senator Canavan be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Collins as teller for the ayes and Senator Grogan as teller for the noes. Order. There being 27 ayes and 34 noes, the matter is resolved in the negative. So the question now is that the second reading be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. Ayes have it. Oh, okay. We are now in... okay, I'll call clerk. Then we're in committee.
A bill for an act to amend the Competition and Consumer Act 2010 and the National Emergency Declaration Act 2020 and for related purposes.
Amendments having been circulated, we will now resolve into committee. Is it the wish of the committee that the bill be taken as a whole? There being no objection, it is so ordered. The question is, the bill stand as printed. Senator Canavan.
Look, thank you, Mr Deputy President. We have very little time here to ask questions of the government of this extraordinary piece of legislation. In the limited time I will have before the government, once again, GAG's debate on special legislation, stopping the review or the job of this Senate to look at these types of things. I just want to focus on one aspect of the bill, and it's because it's the aspect that the Minister and the government has just not explained, and that is the provision in the bill which allows these exceptional circumstances to be designated. There's these exemptions from competition laws to go all the way back to the 1st of April 2026 in section 92E. So the government, the minister before, in wrapping up the debate, mentioned that we need to do these things to help keep delivering fuel, fertiliser and other important commodities to our country. We support them on that. We have supported special legislation on this. But to do those things in the future does not require us to exempt people from laws in the past. Those things in the past have already been done. And I and a lot of my colleagues are scratching our heads to understand why the government needs to exempt conduct, potentially anti-competitive conduct, that's why the exemptions are here, from stuff that's been happened all the way back to April Fool's Day, 1st of April this year. If this was about the future, if this was about protecting Australians in the future, why do you need to go back to the past? What is the government hiding? That's what I'd like to know. What is the justification for this? I particularly would like to know, has the ACCC asked the government for these powers, and if so, why? Why? Because, as other senators in this debate have raised, we did have a lot of complaints come to us about the potential anti-competitive conduct that occurred at the early stages of this crisis. There were shortages of key commodities. That's a ripe opportunity for people with market share and market power to abuse that situation, to take market share, to kill competitors and the like. And now the government is potentially exempting all of that suspected alleged conduct from review, from scrutiny, from penalty if indeed there were bad things done at that time. So we only have very limited time, unfortunately. So I'd hope the minister could deal with these issues briefly. So there may be some time to ask some more follow-up. But that is the key question, the key reason why the opposition remains sceptical of the need to rush this legislation at such great haste.
Minister.
Thank you. Well, I'll try and I think there's sort of three propositions there. Firstly, make it clear that the ACCC support these laws and have advocated for the flexibility to use their powers quickly in a crisis. That is their view. They made this clear when they briefed Mr Taylor and Mr Wilson and Mr Hogan from the other place on Monday. That is their view. In terms of retrospectivity, the 1st of April, businesses and the regulators and departments, including my department, have been meeting regularly since the war in the Middle East broke out. That includes forums like the National Coordination Mechanism and the supermarket supply chain effort that is going on, led by my department. Like, that is really important work. That is really important work. And it does involve, in a response that is led by government but must have those firms at the table, because we're not North Korea, where we're going to direct complex supply chains. They are the experts. They are the experts in that work. But having government and regulators at the table, leading mechanisms like that supermarket supply chain work, is the right thing to do in order to be prepared to deal with all of the contingencies, to not be complacent while we have made very good progress. There is more fuel in the country today than there was when the war broke out. That is because of the government's efforts here. There is no complacency from us on these questions. It would be very good if the conflict finished tomorrow, but that is not in our control. In the government's control is what we do as Australians collectively to deal with this. And that is why the ACCC supports the legislation here. They've made it, I think, clear they prefer that it was unamended, but we'll do what we need to do to secure passage of this so that we can continue with that important work for Australians. And if you left things as they are, during the COVID period, it took many months after orders were sought for orders to be granted. Many months.
No, it took days.
And it's our view that the arrangements in areas like fuel supply mitigate against getting fuel in a cooperative way to country towns. Like when there's a shock, the arrangements that people make, we're independent fuel retailers who purchase largely on the spot market, everything freezes up. Particularly freezes up when you've got people on their social media from the One Nation Party and the Liberals and the Nationals telling people to stock up, right? That is
order.
I don't look at this stuff. It gets printed out. It gets printed out. It's popped on my thing. I don't have any social media on my phone. We're not interested. Not interested in your post, Senator Canavan, or anybody else's, actually. What we're interested in doing is giving the ACCC the capacity to act in the national interest, to allow Australians in these kind of situations to work together, to support industry, to support farmers, to support country towns, to support our mining sector, support our forestry sector, other areas that require diesel and fuel to function effectively. That's our job. That's our job, and we're going to do it in the Australian national interest.
Please resume your seat. Pursuant to order agreed yesterday, the time allotted for this debate has expired. I will now put the questions before the chair and then put the questions on the remaining stages of the bills. I'll deal first with amendments circulated by the opposition. The question is that amendments on sheets 3812 and 3814 be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Aye. Against say no. No. The noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes. 3812 and 3814. Lock the doors. Question before the chair is that amendments on sheets 3812 and 3814 be agreed to. Ayes will pass to the right of the chair, noes to the left. Point Senator Askew teller for the ayes and Senator Grogan teller for the noes. The result of the division is ayes 27, noes 34. The question is resolved in the negative. I'll remind senators that future divisions will be 1 minute bells unless requested by the whips. I will now deal with the amendment circulated by the Australian Greens. The question is that the amendment on sheet 3804 be agreed to. 3804 be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against say no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Pursuant to order, I will report the bill. The committee has agreed to the Competition and Consumer Amendment responding to exception circumstances Bill 2026 and agreed to it with amendments. The question is that the remaining stages of the bill be agreed to and the bill be now passed. Those of that opinion say aye. Against say no. The ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes.
Lock the doors. So the question is that the remaining stages of the bill be agreed to and the bill be now passed. The ayes shall go to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Grogan as teller for the ayes and Senator Askew as teller for the noes. Order. There being 34 ayes and 27 noes, the matter is resolved in the affirmative. I call the clerk.
A bill for an act to amend the Competition and Consumer Act 2010 and for the National Emergency Declaration Act 2020 and for related purposes.
Senators, that concludes consideration of this bill. If it suits the Senate, we will go to notices of motion about 30 seconds early. No objection. Are there any notices of motion to be given for another day? None? Is there a report from the Selection of Bills Committee? Senator Grogan.
I present the sixth report of the 2026 of the Selection of Bills Committee and seek leave to have the report incorporated into the Hansard.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted.
I move that the report be adopted.
Minister Gallagher.
Thank you. And I would like to move the following amendment. At the end of the motion, add Section A, that the National Disability Insurance Scheme amendment securing the NDIS for Future Generations Bill 2026 be referred to the Community Affairs Legislation Committee for inquiry and report by the 16th of June 2026, and the Competition and Consumer Amendment responding to Exceptional Circumstances Bill 2026 not be referred to a committee. Haven't we just passed that?
Senator Steele-John.
I seek to move the motion standing in the name of Senator McKim. Let's be really...
just a moment, Senator Steele-John. That's an amendment and that's been circulated. Thank you. Please go ahead.
Thank you, President. Let's be really clear about what is happening here. Labor is proposing to send the NDIS bill, the most significant change to the National Disability Insurance Scheme in its history, the legislation that will enable $185 billion to be ripped out of the scheme over a decade, the largest cut made by a government to a government program in the history of the Commonwealth. That's what this legislation will do, and they are seeking to send it to inquiry that will report by the 16th of June. That is ridiculous. Let me just be really clear about what that will mean for the people who will be affected by this legislation. It means that there will be 20 working days to review this piece of legislation. And let's be real, out of those 20 days, only 11 are non-parliamentary work days for this Senate. 11 to review this legislation. And now I hear that we may not even get a meeting of the committee to set out the agenda for this inquiry for another week. which would scrap another 3 days off the potential period of time that people would have to scrutinise this legislation, to understand what it may mean for them, to actually be able to share their view on the legislation that will shape their lives. This is outrageous. This is outrageous, and it is wrong. Fellow senators, this is wrong. These cuts are immoral. This is not what you were elected to do. To cause this harm, to cause this pain, to put these lives at risk, to leave the community in the dark without the answers that they need or the time to get those answers. Now, I would be happy if this bill went to an inquiry permanently and never passed this chamber. However, we put forward this amendment today as a compromise that would see the inquiry report in August, giving at least some sensible amount of time to engage disabled people, to enable proper hearings, to enable people to actually make submissions to the inquiry so that we can understand the legislation that we will then be asked to pass. This is a basic expectation of the community. This amendment is reasonable. And in this situation, you better believe it is necessary. I urge you to support this amendment today. Many in this place may not have a lived experience of disability, but I do hope that the majority of us have not lost our capacity for empathy and our commitment to curiosity and a belief that we should understand the laws that we are passing and the impacts that they will have on people. 160,000 people now face removal from the NDIS. $185 billion ripped from this scheme by a government that cannot bring itself to ask the big gas exporters or the wealthy end of town to pay a cent more. This legislation, dumped today at the end of a parliamentary sitting week, is already proving to be the vessel for terrifying changes for disabled people, for the redefinition of what disability itself means in the eyes of the government, and the provision to the minister of vast new powers that will give government control over the lives of disabled people and our families, that will strip agency from our hands, that will reduce our choices. I urge you to put aside your party affiliations in this moment, connect with your humanity and vote for this amendment.
Thank you, Senator Steele-John. Senator Ormond-Payne.
Thank you, President. I rise to speak in support of Senator Steele-John's amendment. The number of times that we hear people say, nothing about us without us. We will not do anything to disabled people without engaging them in a co-designed process. And here is the government proposing to make the biggest change to the NDIS by shutting out disabled people and allowing them to have a say. Shame on you. And to the other members of this chamber, if you genuinely believe that people with a disability have a right to have a say in their care, you will support this amendment too.
Thank you, Senator Ormond-Payne. So the question is, the amendment as moved by Senator Steele-John, standing in the name of Senator McKim, be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes. Lock the doors. So the question is the amendment standing in the name of Senator McKim and moved by Senator Steele-John be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator McKim as teller for the ayes and Senator Grogan as teller for the noes. Order. There being 15 ayes and 26 noes, the matter is resolved in the negative. I now intend to go to the amendment as moved by Minister Gallagher. I understand, Senator Duniam, you wanted to split that amendment?
That's correct, President. I would love that to happen.
Thank you very much. So we'll firstly deal with A of Senator Gallagher's amendment. So the question is that Part A of Minister Gallagher's amendment be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. I'll now deal with Part B of that amendment. So the question is that Part B be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. There's been no debate. I'm happy to ring them for 4. Lucky. Luck. Lock the doors. So the question is that Part B of the amendment is moved by Minister Gallagher be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Grogan as teller for the ayes and Senator Collins as teller for the noes. Order. There being 34 ayes and 26 noes, the matter is resolved in the affirmative. I'll now move the amended selection of bills committee as moved by Senator Grogan. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. I shall now proceed to the placing of business. Is it desired to postpone or rearrange the business? Minister Gallagher.
Thank you. I move that today the following bills be considered at 12:15. The Export Control Amendment clarifying obligations relating to registered establishments Bill, the Treasury Laws Amendment, the Survivors Law Bill 2026, Custom Legislation Amendment, False Trademarks Infringement Notices Bill 2026 and Public and Educational Lending Rights Better Income for Authors Bill 2026 and a related bill, and that government business be then be called on and considered till not later than 1:30 p.m. and general business notice of motion 510 standing in the name of Senator Chandler relating to the budget be considered during general business today.
So the question is the motion as moved by Minister Gallagher be agreed to. Those with that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. Senator Askew.
On behalf of the Legal and Constitutional Affairs Reference Committee, I seek leave to move a motion to enable the committee to meet during the sitting of the Senate today.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted. Senator
I move
Askew.
that the Legal and Constitutional Affairs References Committee be authorised to hold a private meeting otherwise than in accordance with Standing Order 33(1)L today from 11:15 a.m.
So the question is, the motion is moved by Senator Askew be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. I call the clerk.
President, a postponement notification has been lodged in respect of business of the Senate notice number 2, postponed to the next day of sitting, and the committee has lodged an extension notification as shown at item 8 of today's order of business.
Thank you. If there is no objection, the business is postponed. I'll now go to formal business. I'll begin with, beg your pardon, sorry, Senator Grogan.
Just seek to nip back a little bit. I have a leave of absence.
Yep, sure.
I seek leave to move a motion relating to leave of absence for a senator.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted. Senator Grogan.
I move that leave of absence be granted to Senator Dowling from the 12th to the 14th of May 2026 for personal reasons.
So the question is, the motion is moved by Senator Grogan be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. Is any other senator seeking leave? Otherwise, I will move on. Thank you. So we move to business at Senate number 1, standing in the name of the Leader of the Nationals, Senator Mackenzie. Is that you, Senator Collins? I think we're debating that one, beg your pardon. We'll now move to general business, notice of motion number 451, standing in the name of Senator David Pocock.
Thank you, President. I ask that General Business Notice motion number 451 be taken as formal motion.
Is there any objection to this motion being taken as formal? There being none, I'll call Senator Pocock.
Thanks, President. I move the motion.
So the question is that General Business Notice of motion number 451, standing in the name of Senator David Pocock, be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes. Yes. Lock the doors. So the question is that General Business Notice of motion number 451, standing in the name of Senator David Pocock, be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Pocock as teller for the ayes and Senator Collins as teller for the noes. Order. There being 7 ayes and 35 noes, the matter is resolved in the negative. I'll now go to general business notice of motion number 452, standing in the name of Senator David Pocock.
Thank you, President. I ask that general business notice of motion number 452 be taken as a formal motion.
Is there any objection to this motion being taken as formal? There being none, I'll call Senator Pocock.
I move the motion.
So the question is that general business notice of motion number 452, standing in the name of Senator David Pocock, be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the noes have it. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. So the question is that general business notice of motion number 452, standing in the name of Senator David Pocock, be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Pocock as teller for the ayes and Senator Collins as teller for the noes. Order. There being 7 ayes and 36 noes, the matter is resolved in the negative. Senators, I have been asked to put 493. These are motions standing in the name of Senator Kovacic. 493, 494, 495 and 496 together. So with the concurrence of the Senate, I will do that. There being no one opposing this, I will proceed to do that. So the question is that... Yes, I haven't called it yet. So, Senator Collins.
Thank you, President. I ask that general business notices and motion numbers 493 to 496 be taken as formal motions.
So we're putting together 493, 494, 495 and 496. So the question is that these be regarded as formal motions. Anyone opposed to that? Senator Collins, if you now move the motions.
I move the motion. Thank you, President.
So the question is that motions 493, 494, 495, 496, standing in the name of Senator Kovacic, be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. I'll now go to so I'm now dealing with general business notice of motions 497 to 500, standing in the name of Senator Bragg. Senator Collins.
Thank you, President. I ask that general business notices of motion numbers 497 to 500 be taken as formal motions.
Is there any objection to these motions being taken as formal and being taken together? There being none, I call Senator Collins.
Thank you, President. I move the motion.
So the question is that general business notice of motions 497 to 500, standing in the name of Senator Bragg, be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. I'll now go to general business notice of motion 501, standing in the name of Senator Orman-Payne.
Thank you, President. I ask that general business notice of motion number 501 be taken as a formal motion.
Is there any objection to this motion being taken as formal? There being none, I call Senator Orman-Payne.
I move the motion.
So the question is that general business notice of motion 501, standing in the name of Senator Orman-Payne, be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. I'll now deal with general business 502, standing in the name of Senator Shoebridge.
Thanks, President. I ask that the motion be treated as formal.
So the question, is there any objection to this motion being taken as formal? There being none, I'll call Senator Shoebridge.
I move the motion.
So the question is that general business notice of motion 502, standing in the name of Senator Shoebridge, be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. I'll now go to general business notices of motion. These are also grouped together. 503 to 508, standing in the name of Senator Steele-John. Senator Steele-John.
Thank you very much, President. I ask the general business notice of motions numbers 503 to 508 be taken as formal motions.
And treated as one.
Treated together.
Is there any objection to these motions being taken as formal and together? There being none, I call Senator Steele-John.
I move the motions.
So the question is that general business notice of motion number 503 through to 508 be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. I'll now go to general business notice of motion number 509, standing in the name of Senator Kovacic. Senator Collins.
Thank you, President. I ask that general business notice of motion number 509 be taken as a formal motion.
Is there any objection to this motion being taken as formal? There being none, I call Senator Collins.
Thank you, President. I move the motion.
Minister Gallagher.
Thank you. I seek leave to give a short statement.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted for 1 minute.
Thank you. Under the scheme of the CFMEU administration, responsibility for appointing a replacement administrator lies with the General Manager of the Fair Work Commission. The General Manager has publicly outlined a consultative process where he will seek the views of registered organisations, peak bodies and industry participants in making the appointment. No appointment has been made. Budget estimates is not a forum to compel private individuals for questioning. This is a long-held standing practice. Should senators wish to bring forward lines of questioning regarding the CFMEU administration, the General Manager of the Fair Work Commission will be in attendance.
So the question is that general business notice of motion number 509, standing in the name of Senator Kovacic, be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes. Lock the doors. So the question is that General Business 509, standing in the name of Senator Gavasic, be agreed to. The ayes should move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Collins as teller for the ayes and Senator Grogan as teller for the noes. Order. There being 26 ayes and 32 noes, the matter is resolved in the negative, and that concludes formal motions. The President has received a letter requesting changes to the membership of committees. I need a minister. I call the minister.
Thank you. I was in the right spot all the time. I seek leave to move a motion to vary the membership of committees.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted, Minister.
That senators be discharged from and appointed to committees as set out in the document available in the chamber.
So the question is that the motion is moved by the minister be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. I call the clerk.
Business of the Senate notice of motion number 1, standing in the name of the Leader of the Nationals in the Senate, Senator Mackenzie, proposing a reference to the Rural and Regional Affairs and Transport References Committee.
Now what do I do? Senator Mackenzie.
Thank you. Well, it is with a heavy heart that I rise today. Budget week, when the whole nation should be grateful for a government and a Prime Minister who said he'd govern for all Australians. But it turns out, if you don't live in inner city Melbourne, inner city Sydney or Brisbane, he doesn't govern for you. Because last week we heard that the Inland Rail project, a corridor of commerce connecting Melbourne to Brisbane, had been cancelled halfway. Track stopped at Parkes. This is a nation-building project over a century in the making, been on the planning book since John Anderson was in Parliament. It was a project that the Prime Minister, when he was Infrastructure Minister, championed. He even said it was critical to the productivity agenda, such as it was, for the Gillard government. Fast forward, there was no complaints about Inland Rail, as it was designed, planned, land acquired, budget provisions made, agreements with state and territory governments. Absolutely. And the minister, chortling, scoffing behind me, knows that their hands are very dirty on this project, because the Prime Minister, who prides himself on being a Prime Minister, an infrastructure Prime Minister, has instead shafted this project, shafted the communities and exporters and farmers and regional capitals along this route to buy political capital in my home state of Victoria and try and shore up the fortunes of the Premier Jacinta Allen by investing in the suburban rail loop. A project, I might add, that should actually be on the budget's statement of risks, given that it is signing up state and Commonwealth governments to a project that's going to cost in today's dollars in excess of $216 billion, let alone by 2035 when it's looking to have its first passenger. This week we had mayors from right up and down this rail loop, the Inland Rail, come to Canberra and tell us of the millions of dollars of small business investment, private capital invested in their communities, with their construction workers and businesses gearing up, employing staff, skilling staff, purchasing kit to participate in a decadal rollout of this project, that are now in limbo, that are now left holding the can for a Labor government that's left them reeling. And that was the evidence we had yesterday when mayors stood up and spoke not just about the private investment that had been made in these regional communities. The National Farmers Federation stood beside us talking about the great potential that this project had for our primary producers, for our mining and resources sector, through Western New South Wales, Queensland and Victoria. That is now dashed because it's literally a railway to nowhere. A railway to nowhere that has already cost in excess of tens of billions of dollars of taxpayers' money for no return. But it was also the local council who've taken successive federal governments at their word that this was a project that no matter who was in power was going to be completed. Coalition, Labor, Coalition, Labor, and now Labor saying no more. So we have tens of millions of dollars, hundreds of millions of dollars in some cases, where industry precincts have been built in these regional capitals, seeking to not just increase population but gross regional product of these communities for decades to come. They've got a great vision of what's possible in their communities, and it's a pity this government refuses to back them. And that brings me to the third issue with the cancellation of this project. In my shadow portfolio of infrastructure, it is very rarely, in fact, I would struggle to think of an example of the minister that announces a nation-building infrastructure project is ever going to be the minister that cuts the ribbon on the opening day. Probably won't even be the same side of politics that gets to do that. But because parties of government that used to mean something, the Labor Party, the Liberal Party and the National Party, we knew that if we had a bipartisan approach to these nation-building infrastructure projects, that we all were signed up to the deal. And this was one of these projects. By tearing up its commitment, the Labor Party has now put a sovereign risk question over any subsequent commitment from future governments on nation-building, decadal projects such as the Inland Rail. It will be very, very difficult to take to the bank, take to the board of private investors, of other regional councils, of inner-city councils, the commitment of a federal government that they're going to stay the course on any given infrastructure project, given the Labor Party has said this one's not for us. I think what makes it more galling for rural and regional Australians that saw the potential of this, turning that trip from Melbourne to Brisbane, instead of being, days on the back of a truck, into literally a 24-hour trip taking over 200,000 heavy vehicles off our freight network between Brisbane and Melbourne and surrounds. The safety and efficiency of that move alone was driving productivity. But, 750,000 tonnes a year of carbon emissions reduced come 2050. That's now gone as well. We know productivity is going backwards under this government. We know they held a roundtable last year, which we're yet to see any outcomes from, and this budget does not give this economy or these people or our people any hope. But this was a project that was going to deliver efficiencies and to the freight task. And you don't need to talk to boffins. You actually just need to get out on the ground to talk to the truckies, to talk to the farmers, the manufacturers, the small businesses involved in this project, to know what that benefit was going to be. And yet, for political purposes, this Prime Minister did this. If you ever wondered what 25-odd years in this place can do to you, it can make you a tactical master. So Anthony Albanese is very, very clever because he has actually chosen to abandon the productive side and communities of our economy to invest in the political necessity he needs and his political movement needs, the Labor Party, in Victoria. And you'll never see a bolder case than this cancellation. We were looking forward to Catherine King actually getting the Beveridge to Parkes piece done and then heading north of North Star, where the stop sign is right now on the track, because we had a change of government in Queensland to a Liberal National Party state government who could also see the benefits of this project, unlike the Palaszczuk Miles Labor government who refused to partner and get the work done. When you want to know what the impact of the rollout of this project has been, and the Acting Deputy President will know this, he's chaired a committee inquiry into this project. There have been farmers right up and down the Inland Rail route who've had to go into negotiations about selling parcels and parts of their property, making it access arrangements for construction crews. These negotiations often have taken years and have caused a lot of heartache. But they did it knowing it was in the national interest, and of course they didn't do it for free. But for that now to be unrealised, I think says everything you need to know about the Labor Party. We know that the independent review done by Kerry Schott priced the increase for construction of the Inland Rail at $31 billion. When you ask the Department of Infrastructure how those figures were arrived at, they were met with blank stares. The actual micro detail of how that $31 billion figure was arrived at is not public. Neither is the Aisle Allen report that the Minister has used to cancel this project. If this was not for political reasons, then put the report on the table. So at very least, the communities that are paying the price of this government's decision can actually understand that, yeah, sure, it is increased to $45 billion. You are telling the truth this time. But right now, there is no comfort in that.
It being 12:15.
Leave to...
Yep. Okay. It being 12:15, we shall now proceed to government business orders of the day, and I'll call the clerk.
Government business order of the day number 5, Export Control Amendment clarifying obligations relating to Registered Establishments Bill 2026, resumption of second reading debate.
Is there any speakers? Senator Sharma.
You don't want to speak. Thank you, Acting Deputy President. On behalf of the Coalition, I rise to indicate that we will be supporting the passage of the Export Control Amendment clarifying obligations relating to registered establishments Bill 2026. We are supporting this legislation because it delivers sensible and practical amendments to the framework governing Australia's export operations. The Export Control Act 2020 provides the overarching legislative framework for the regulation of exported goods, including food and agricultural products from Australia. And it's important that this framework is regularly reviewed to ensure it remains streamlined, fit for purpose and responsive to the changing needs of industry and our international trading partners. This bill seeks to reduce unnecessary regulatory burden on industry and facilitate reforms relating to certain non-prescribed goods, which are intended to become known as general products once prescribed under the Act. In particular, the bill would amend the Export Control Act 2020 to allow export operations, including production and preparation activities, to be undertaken at registered establishments without every activity needing to be specifically included in the registration, unless it is required as a prescribed export condition. This is a practical requirement that will remove excessive and unnecessary administrative burden for some export operations, and the Coalition will always support measures aimed at cutting red tape, boosting productivity and improving efficiency across Australia's export system, particularly for the agricultural industries that depend on it. This bill also includes amendments to expand the scope of export documentation that can be issued by the Department of Agriculture, Fisheries and Forestry in relation to trade requirements. Specifically, the legislation would allow the department to issue additional export documentation covering a range of goods for up to 18 months, rather than being limited to a specific kind of goods. This is another sensible measure that recognises the evolving requirements of overseas markets and trading partners. We know that the department is currently undertaking export assurance reform work, examining the regulatory oversight of certain non-prescribed goods, including wool and wool grease, skins and hides, animal food, honey and bee products, food and beverages, pharmaceuticals and technical and blood products. The amendments before the Senate today will be particularly beneficial for these general product categories because registered establishments are not proposed to be used as the primary regulatory mechanism for those commodities. The explanatory memorandum also notes that these amendments are supported by industry stakeholders, and that is an important consideration. Mr Acting Deputy President, Australia's export system must remain efficient, robust and evidence-based because exports are fundamental to the profitability, sustainability and resilience of Australian agriculture and our hard-working primary producers. Australia exports around 70% of total agricultural production, and in 2025-26, agricultural exports are forecast to reach $80.5 billion. That is an extraordinary achievement on behalf of our agricultural sector and one that should never be taken for granted. But while this bill contains sensible reforms, it is impossible to discuss export regulation without acknowledging the serious concerns around the government's export cost recovery model. Over the past 5 years, between 2020 and 2025, the department's export regulatory costs charged to industries, including meat, seafood, grain, dairy and fruit and vegetables, have increased by 47%. A 47% increase in just 5 years. These are the costs associated with documentation, inspections, audits and assessments, costs which are ultimately directly passed on to Australian exporters and producers. At a time when farmers and exporters are already dealing with tariffs, escalating fuel prices, fertiliser costs, labour shortages and broader input pressures, including the oil shock from the Middle East, these increases are deeply concerning. The Coalition does acknowledge the government has delayed the implementation of its expanded export cost recovery increases by 12 months following strong industry opposition. That delay is welcome. It reflects the strength of concern coming from agricultural industries at a time of significant pressure right across the country. But delaying these increases for 1 year is not enough. The Coalition believes these additional export cost recovery charges should be abandoned entirely. Australian exporters should not be forced to absorb the consequences of bureaucratic cost blowouts within the department. Industry deserves to know how the government allowed departmental export service costs to increase so dramatically by 47% in just 5 years, and why agricultural exporters are now being expected to foot the bill. We will continue to scrutinise this matter closely and stand up for the interests of Australian agricultural exporters and producers. In conclusion, Mr Acting Deputy President, the Coalition strongly supports Australia's agricultural exporters and the continued improvement of our export regulatory framework. The measures contained in the Export Control Amendment Bill 2026 are sensible, practical and proportionate reforms, and for those reasons the Coalition will support the bill before the Senate.
Minister.
Thanks, Acting Deputy President. Given we're in the non-contro part of the program, I commend the bill to the House and to the Senate. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Well, the question is that the bills now be read a second time. Those that have been say aye. Against no. The ayes have it. Clerk.
A bill for an act to amend the Export Control Act 2020 and for related purposes.
Now, no amendments have been circulated. Does any senator require a committee stage? If not, I shall call the Minister to move the third reading. Minister.
I move that the bill be read a third time.
The question is that the bill now be read a third time. Those of that opinion say aye. Against no. The ayes have it. Clerk.
For an act to amend the Export Control Act 2020 and for related purposes.
Thank you. The President has received a message from the House of Representatives forwarding the Treasury Laws Amendment, the Survivors Law Bill 2026 for concurrence. Minister.
I move that this bill may proceed without formalities and be now read a first time.
I shall put the question to the Senate. Those of that opinion say aye. Against no. The ayes have it. Clerk.
A bill for an act to amend the law relating to taxation, superannuation and bankruptcy and for related purposes.
Minister.
I move that this bill now be read a second time, and I seek leave to have the second reading speech incorporated in Hansard.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted, and I'll now put the question that the bill... Sorry. The speakers. My apologies, I was getting all excited. Does anyone want to speak? Or shall I go back to being excited? No? Okay. We'll go to the Minister. Oh.
Yeah, thanks, Acting Deputy. I rise on behalf of the Greens to support the Treasury Laws Amendment, Survivors Law Bill 2026. And at the outset, I want to acknowledge that this bill comes about as a result of years, in some cases decades, of advocacy by survivors and their families and supporters over many years. What this bill does is slightly rebalance the legal system in favour of survivors and victims and their families. And I don't just say that in a shallow way. The strength and the courage that survivors have shown to continue to confront the injustices in our legal system, to say that legal lurks, legal protections, systems that are designed to protect wealth, the wealth of perpetrators, and prevent survivors from having access to that wealth, well, those systems need reform and need change. And I do also want to commend the work of the Assistant Treasurer and the Minister's Office. This was an example of when the government does it right. Sitting down over time, consulting with survivors, working through law reform, answering some really difficult questions about how you balance certain rights, the rights, for example, to protect superannuation, to protect some of those core social safety nets in our system, but not do so at the expense of fundamental questions of justice. And again, often I rise in this chamber to critique the government about how and why they've gone through process. But again, I just want to emphasise that this shows that when politics can put the sort of narrow political fight on the bottom shelf for a while and actually focus on law reform that will make a measurable difference to people who desperately need it, that we can actually do it right. And what this bill does is it gives survivors a pathway to enforce what courts have already said they're owed. What we have seen time and time again is where perpetrators, particularly of child sexual abuse, often come from positions of power and wealth and privilege in our society. And they prey upon the powerless in our society. Children, by definition, are powerless in that situation. But we can't ignore the fact that so often those perpetrators do come from positions of power and wealth and privilege. And often they've led a life that has meant that they've accrued significant assets. And their appalling behaviour, their criminal conduct, has destroyed the lives of children and thrown people's lives into chaos for decades. And then we have seen time and time again when those same perpetrators are finally held to account, forced into a criminal court, often compelled and required their victims to give evidence to be tested in a criminal court proceeding. And finally, there's a sense of justice when a conviction is recorded and a perpetrator is put behind bars. They then find that when there are efforts made to enforce civil claims against the same perpetrator for the damage and the violence that has been inflicted on survivors, that those same perpetrators use legal structures to hide their assets and protect it from survivors. And one of the things that has been apparent when I've been working with survivors over a decade and a half in this space is that quite often what perpetrators do is they place their assets inside their superannuation. They place it inside the superannuation, and superannuation assets are protected from civil claims and from enforcement against damages. And so survivors have seen this double injustice: the violence, the insult, the crimes against them as a child. They finally see the criminal justice system give them a glimmer of justice in having a conviction recorded, and then when they go and seek to get civil recovery to make up a small portion of the loss they've suffered as a result of their abuse, they find that the legal system has allowed this structure in place for the perpetrators to hide their assets inside superannuation and therefore can't be accessed in the civil courts. Now, Acting Deputy President, superannuation is protected for good reasons, because it's effectively a social safety net for people when they retire. We understand that. But those protections were never meant to give convicted child abusers a place to park their assets beyond the reach of victims. Well, I don't think it was ever intended to do that. And victims with unpaid, court-ordered compensation will, when this legislation passes, and I hope it passes unanimously, I think it will, it'll allow those survivors to apply to access a perpetrator's superannuation, where they've hidden their assets to avoid having to pay proper compensation. And it only applies where there's been a criminal conviction for child sexual abuse, and we think that there is scope for expanding that in the future to other crimes of violence, personal violence, sexual violence in the future. Compensation must also have been unpaid for over 12 months before these mechanisms can be used in this bill to seek access to superannuation. And importantly, this legislation allows victims to apply to the Australian Tax Office to identify what superannuation a perpetrator holds and help them to decide whether or not to pursue a court order. And it applies to both future compensation orders and existing unfulfilled historical orders, provided they remain legally enforceable. The Greens have always said justice for survivors can't stop at a conviction. Doesn't stop with police, doesn't stop with courts, doesn't stop with jails. That real accountability means perpetrators need to be held to account, and that includes preventing the justice system or the finance system allowing them to hide their assets from survivors. The bill also amends the Bankruptcy Act so that compensation debts owed to survivors can survive a perpetrator's bankruptcy, because again we've been told that perpetrators are using bankruptcy in order to avoid having to pay court-ordered compensation claims to survivors of child sexual abuse. And again, this bill applies to both future and current bankruptcies, so that if people have already been denied a benefit, they have a chance under this legislation. And part of the urgency in passing this today is to ensure offenders don't unscrupulously use bankruptcy again to avoid this law, seeing it about to come into place. Bankruptcy should be a last resort for people in genuine financial hardship. It should not be allowed to be a legal manoeuvre to extinguish what someone owes to people that they abused. And closing that loophole is long overdue. I do note that there are safeguards and there's a review mechanism proposed. But I also know that when we've been speaking with survivors and consulting with the government and talking with legal reform groups, that there is still unfinished business here. There are other offences that the Greens and survivors believe this legislation should be extended to. There are possibly unforeseen technical difficulties in the way some of the bankruptcy provisions are proposed. And there's also a question as to whether or not there need to be further actions taken once this legislation is in place, because the truth of the matter is, Acting Deputy President, that those with money and power and privilege always try and find novel ways and novel schemes to avoid paying compensation for which they are morally and legally liable. I think there are also some questions as to whether or not the retrospective provisions in this bill go far enough to provide the kind of protections going back, the kind of redress going back that survivors have told my office that will be necessary for a full measure of justice. So I move the second reading amendment that's standing in my name in order to hopefully obtain that review. And I just want to give credit to the Minister's team, the Minister himself, in the spirit in which this legislation has come before the Parliament, the way in which it was consulted with survivors at the heart, and the agreement to the second reading amendment to ensure that the review is done as openly and with the appropriate depth that I think will be needed, the Greens believe will be needed, survivors will be needed to ensure that justice is done going forward.
I call Senator McDonald.
Thank you. Well, the Coalition is supporting this bill and we support survivors. Victims, survivors and their families have waited too long for this action. Australia's superannuation and bankruptcy laws have been weaponised by the worst criminals, and for far too long the Parliament has failed to act. Under the current laws, perpetrators have been able to hide assets in superannuation and avoid paying court-ordered compensation. I want to acknowledge the work of Assistant Treasurer Daniel Molino for his work to get this law before the Parliament, but we also want to acknowledge the work of the former Minister for Financial Services, Kelly O'Dwyer, who began work on these reforms in 2018. But most importantly, we thank the survivors, their families and advocates, many that came to Parliament in March, for both their bravery and their persistence. This reform is the result of years of advocacy by survivors and their advocates. There has been more work that could be done to strengthen the laws even further. Indeed, the 2018 reforms considered whether all victims of serious violent crimes should be able to access a perpetrator's superannuation as compensation. But we will not allow the perfect to be the enemy of good, particularly when it comes to supporting victims of child sexual abuse. This is not a partisan issue. This should be one that unites the Parliament in our shared goal to protect children and to rebuke predators. Under the current law, we have a situation where pedophiles have been able to boast that their victims won't see a penny of their superannuation. Survivors should not have to fight their abusers once in court and then fight them all over again to get compensation. And the current loophole has allowed perpetrators to shield assets in superannuation, declare bankruptcy, and worse, leave survivors with nothing. The Australian Parliament is saying, with a unified voice, that enough is enough. Superannuation is for retirement it should not be used to deny compensation to survivors of child sexual abuse. So the Coalition does support this legislation, and we thank the Parliament.
Thank you, Senator. I call the Minister.
Oh, thanks very much, Acting Deputy President. I won't speak for long. I think survivors have waited long enough, but I do want to indicate that the government supports the amendment moved by Senator Shoebridge. This amendment affirms a commitment which the government has made to review this legislation following its implementation, and so we will support that second reading amendment. I also, it would be remiss of me not to acknowledge the Assistant Treasurer, Daniel Molino, for his work, but in reciprocal way, we want to thank Senator Shoebridge in particular and your team, as well as senators from across the chamber in this parliament and in previous parliaments for their productive engagement on this legislation. Most importantly, though, I want to pay tribute to those survivors. The passage of this bill is a testament to the strength and hope of survivors of child sexual abuse and their families. I commend this bill to the Senate.
So the first question before us is that the second reading amendment moved by Senator Shoebridge be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Those against say no. I believe the ayes have it. The ayes have it. The question is now that the bills be read a second time. Those of that opinion say aye. Those against say no. I believe the ayes have it. The ayes have it. No amendments have been... I'll call the clerk.
A bill for an act to amend the law relating to taxation, superannuation and bankruptcy and for related purposes.
As no amendments have been circulated, does any senator require a committee stage? If not, I shall call the Minister to move the third reading. I call the Minister.
Oh, thank you. I move that the bill be read a third time.
The question is that the bill be read a third time. Those of that opinion say aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. I call the clerk.
Bill for an act to amend the law relating to taxation, superannuation and bankruptcy and for related purposes. Government Business Order for Day number 6, Customs Legislation Amendment, False Trademark Infringements Notices Bill 2026, resumption of second reading debate.
Just call for speakers. Senator McDonald.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. The Customs Legislation Amendment, False Trademarks Infringement Notices Bill 2026 deals with a serious and growing issue, the importation of counterfeit goods into Australia. And at its core, the bill does two things. First, it introduces a new strict liability offence for importing goods that bear false trademarks. And second, it brings that offence within the Customs Infringement Notice scheme. In practical terms, this means that the Australian Border Force would be able to issue a financial penalty notice in relevant cases, rather than relying only on seizure of goods or court action. The government's argument is that many importers of counterfeit products currently face no real consequences beyond losing the goods themselves, and for some that seizure may simply be treated as a minor cost in a much wider overall trade. The Coalition recognises that counterfeit imports are a serious problem. They undermine legitimate Australian businesses, they distort fair markets, expose consumers to unsafe or substandard products, and are frequently linked to organised crime. Globally, counterfeit and pirated goods are estimated to account for around 2.5% of world trade, amounting to hundreds of billions of dollars annually. Here in Australia, relevant authorities seize millions of dollars worth of counterfeit products each year, ranging from clothing and electronics through to cosmetics, pharmaceuticals, vehicles parts and children's products. These goods are not merely cheap imitations. Counterfeit medicines may be ineffective or dangerous. Counterfeit electrical goods may not meet basic safety standards. Counterfeit vehicle parts may put road users at risk. Counterfeit children's products may expose vulnerable Australians to harm. So, on the surface, the government's proposal to strengthen enforcement in this area is reasonable. The idea of giving the Australian Border Force an additional enforcement tool, particularly one that sits between seizure and prosecution, has logic to it. And for those reasons, the Coalition will support this bill. But support for the objective of the bill does not mean that the Parliament should simply wave it through without scrutiny. When the Coalition first considered this legislation, we believed that there were several important questions to examine. The first concerned the use of a strict liability offence. Strict liability means that there is no need to prove intent or knowledge. The offence turns on the fact that the goods were imported and bore a false trademark. That is a significant step. Strict liability can be appropriate in some regulatory contexts, but it also carries risk. It can capture inadvertent or low-level conduct and affect small businesses or individuals who may not have deliberately set out to do the wrong thing. That raised various questions about proportionality, fairness and the practical operation of the law. The second issue was the apparent absence of a clear trigger for this legislation. There has been no major public incident, no clearly identified enforcement failure, and no new data or report that explains why this reform is being brought forward now. That did not necessarily mean that the reform was wrong, but it did mean the Parliament was entitled to ask why this bill and why now. The third issue was consultation. The evidence available to us suggested that there had been limited recent formal stakeholder engagement. Some key stakeholders contacted in the preparation of the Coalition's response were not even aware of the bill's existence. For a reform that creates a new offence and expands penalty powers, that was concerning. That is why the Coalition took the responsible step of referring the bill to a Senate inquiry on the papers. That process allowed us to hear directly from affected stakeholders, examine the strict liability approach and test whether there may be unintended consequences. Importantly, that was a proportionate course of action. It did not unnecessarily delay the bill, but ensured proper additional scrutiny before its final passage. As a result of that inquiry, the Parliament is now better informed. We therefore sincerely thank every individual and organisation that contributed to that inquiry. While some organisations proposed potential amendments, the Coalition has chosen not to move them, in part because it was clear that they would have left sufficient numbers, they would not have had sufficient numbers in the Senate to pass. However, that does not mean that these concerns should be overlooked. We will keep a close eye on the operation of this legislation and how these new powers are used in practice. The Coalition supports action against counterfeit goods and stronger enforcement where appropriate, but we also support getting the law right. Counterfeit importing is not a victimless issue. It harms legitimate businesses, undermines consumer confidence, distorts markets, supports organised crime and can endanger public safety. However, effective enforcement must be balanced with fairness, proportionality and proper safeguards. We will therefore support the bill while continuing to closely monitor how these new powers operate in practice, and I thank the Senate.
Senator Shoebridge, you wish to speak? Senator Shoebridge, you have the call.
Thanks, Acting Deputy. The Greens won't be opposing this bill, but we do have a series of concerns that we wish to put on the record. First, as the Law Council has pointed out in its submissions on the inquiry, there is a question of strict liability. And I note that the Law Council said in their submission to the Legal and Constitutional Affairs Committee's inquiry into this bill that creates significant concerns. The offence as drafted doesn't require any commercial purpose, and that means a person importing a single item for personal use, not to sell, not to distribute, just for themselves, and not knowing that it was a fake, could technically be caught by this provision. Now, that's a very broad net, particularly when we think about all the online transactions that people do. Whether or not somebody knows that it's a counterfeit item when they're purchasing it, there's no requirement for Border Force to prove any knowledge or even recklessness before that they can successfully be prosecuted. That's a very broad net. and it's not what a well-targeted law looks like. It would, of course, be deeply concerning if this is how ABF and Border Force chooses to use this law in practice, and the Greens will continue to monitor this space. The Copyright Act is an example of laws that does get this kind of right. Section 132AH of that Act requires that importing infringing articles be done in the course of selling or distributing for trade. Now, why is that important? It's because if you're doing the importing for a business or for trade, there is a further obligation on you to check whether or not the materials you're bringing in for the purposes of trade or business are counterfeit or not. Obviously, if you're doing it for a commercial purpose, you should make due diligence to see whether or not the item that you're bringing in is counterfeit. And if you haven't done that and it ends up being counterfeit, well, then you can see how a strict liability offence might apply. But if you're just a mum and dad at home, or you're a teenager going online, having a look and purchasing something online, how are you meant to know whether or not it's a counterfeit item or not? And with strict liability offence, you could be prosecuted under this law. That doesn't seem to get it right. As I said, under the Copyright Act, there's that requirement for an importing offence for it to be in the course of selling or distributing for trade, but there's no equivalent limitation here. The government is essentially saying, well, just trust law enforcement to use discretion. I've got to say, from experience, the Greens don't just blankly trust law enforcement to use discretion. We are concerned that this will be abused. And if the government didn't intend to catch personal imports, well, it could have said so in the law. And it would be I think many people, having read the report, having seen what the Law Council have said, would like to hear the government address that question in any reply that the minister makes today as to whether or not personal use is intended to be picked up. Personal imports, not for trade, is intended to be picked up. I also want to raise something else that was flagged in the submissions to the committee that I think will probably resonate with people to the extent that they're watching the debate on the Customs Legislation Amendment False Trademarks and Infringement Notices Bill 2026. But I think there's a clear distinction between different kinds of counterfeit goods. Not all counterfeits are the same, and not all counterfeits produce the same kind of social harm, and the law should reflect that. On the one hand, you have genuinely dangerous goods, and some of those examples were contained in the submissions, where counterfeit products can cause harm, can cause injury, could even lead to loss of life. They include things like fake lithium-ion batteries and chargers that can cause fires, counterfeit automotive parts, brake pads and the like, that might actually lead to fatal crashes, fake cosmetics and medical equipment that can put people's lives at risk, and fake pharmaceuticals. Clearly, there are products where somebody, either the consumer or a third party, could be harmed if we allow these counterfeit products into the country without checks and balances. Now, the Federal Chamber of Automotive Industries has made this point clearly. The Consumer Electronics Suppliers Association also gave examples of actual consumer injury, and those are serious risks, and serious enforcement action is warranted, and we understand the rationale for that part of the bill. But on the other hand, you would have what most people would call or recognise as dupe culture, which includes goods that imitate the aesthetic of luxury or designer brands, a Gucci handbag or the like, bought by consumers who may not even necessarily be deceived. A $15 Gucci handbag in Shenzhen may well not actually be a genuine Gucci handbag. I get that, right? But who's harmed? Who's harmed when somebody buys a $15 Gucci handbag in Shenzhen? There's no consumer risk. The only people who are harmed are a couple of cashed-up French billionaires who are shareholders in Gucci. There's no safety risk there. And the idea that we would be applying the same penalty for somebody bringing in one of those counterfeit luxury, scarf/belt/handbag as somebody deliberately commercially importing counterfeit automotive parts, I think shows why there's something wrong with this bill. Because the social harm from buying a fake designer bag is categorically different from somebody buying a counterfeit car brake pad. And a law that treats those two things identically is not proportionate. We're told that we should just rely on the discretion, prosecutorial discretion. But, you know, I say again, that is not a genuine safeguard, given the history we've seen about some pretty awful prosecutions that have been done by this government and the former government. One of the submissions from Mr Sanderson suggests that the infringement notice pathways could be expressly confined to commercial scale importation and genuinely high-risk categories, which is a position I think is worthy of further consideration by the Parliament. So we'd urge the government, if this bill passes and when it passes, to consider prompt amendments to limit it to a commercial purpose requirement and some form of tiered approach that reflects the genuine difference in harm between safety-critical counterfeits and those lower-risk importation goods.
I call the Minister.
Thanks very much, Acting Deputy President. I just wanted to respond very briefly to Senator Shoebridge's comments and rather than answer the particular questions he's raised, offer him a briefing from our Minister on these particular issues and just note the complexity of the law that we're talking about today and how quite a lot of the provisions we're talking about need to be taken into context of the broader guidance that ABF uses and the defences in the legislation. But again, we're in a non-contro period of the program, so I will just commend the bill to the Senate.
The question is that the bills be now read a second time. Those of that opinion say aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. I call the clerk.
A bill for an act to amend the Commerce Trade Descriptions Act 1905 and the Customs Regulation 2015 and for related purposes.
No amendments have been circulated. Does any senator require a committee stage? If not, I shall call the Minister to move the third reading. I call the Minister.
Thank you. I move that the bill now be read a third time.
The question is that the bill be read a third time. Those of that opinion say aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. I call the clerk.
Bill for an act to amend the Commerce Trade Descriptions Act 1905 and the Customs Regulation 2015 and for related purposes.
The President has received messages from the House of Representatives forwarding the following bills for concurrence: the Public and Educational Lending Rights Better Income for Authors Bill 2026 and Public and Educational Lending Rights Better Income for Authors Consequential Amendments and Transitional Provisions Bill 2026. Call the Minister.
I move that these bills may proceed without formalities and may be taken together and now be read a first time.
So the question before the chamber is that these bills now be read a first time. Those of that opinion say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. I call the clerk.
Public and Educational Lending Rights Better Income for Authors Bill 2026, Public and Educational Lending Rights Better Income for Authors Consequential Amendments and Transitional Provisions Bill 2026.
Minister.
I move that these bills now be read a second time and I seek leave to have the second reading speeches incorporated in Hansard.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted. Speakers, do we have... Senator McDonald, do you have the call?
I rise today to debate the Public and Education Lending Rights Bill, and at the outset I want to make it clear that the Coalition will be supporting these bills. They are sensible, non-controversial measures that update the governance and administration of important schemes that support Australian authors and publishers. Public lending rights and educational lending rights are long-standing Australian government programs. They compensate authors and publishers for the free multiple use of their books in public and educational libraries. These schemes recognise a fundamental principle. While we rightly support free public access to books and knowledge, and creators should not be financially disadvantaged as a result. By borrowing a book from the library, including the school library, it means authors are supported. For example, Trent Dalton is able to benefit from this program and is listed for his many books, including Boy Swallows Universe, Lola in the Mirror and Love Stories. And I note that he is from the great state of Queensland. Andy Griffith is a beneficiary for his Story Treehouse series. For anyone who has read these books with children, you may agree that it is great that our library borrowers can experience the joy of Andy's 78 flavours ice cream parlour, serving every flavour imaginable from chocolate to roasted ant, and that Andy is able to receive financial support for that, and I have been one of those parents reading those books with my children. Ash Barty is also a benefactor of the program with My Dream Time. What a wonderful contribution that Ash continues to make to Australia. The program supports a range of authors, from those we are more familiar with to those who are emerging too. The Public Lending Rights Scheme has been governed by legislation since 1985. The Educational Lending Right, by contrast, has operated as a program administered within the department. What these bills do is straightforward. They consolidate both schemes into a single legislative framework, bringing educational lending rights into legislation for the first time. They also transition the existing advisory committee to cover both schemes and provide the Minister with the power to establish legislative instruments governing their operations. These are administrative and governance improvements. They modernise the framework and provide greater consistency across the two schemes. But let me address what this bill does not do. Despite its title, Better Income for Authors, this bill does not increase the amount of compensation paid to authors or publishers. There is no new funding attached to this legislation. The total pool of funding remains fixed and the way payments are calculated remains unchanged. Payments are distributed from a capped annual allocation around $28 million in recent years, and with rates determined per book held in libraries as set out in ministerial instruments. In 2024-25, more than 17,600 payments were made, totalling $28.16 million. That system continues under this bill. There is no change to that. So, while the government may seek to suggest that this legislation delivers better income, the reality is that it primarily delivers structural and administrative change, not increased financial support. To be fair, bringing educational lending rights into legislation does provide greater certainty and security for that funding stream. This is a positive step, but we should not conflate certainty with expansion. The government may also point to funding announced in 2023, $12.9 million over 4 years, associated with expanding eligibility to include e-books and audiobooks. However, that funding has already been flowing since the 24-25 financial year. It is not new funding associated with this bill. This legislation arises from the government's broader national cultural policy agenda. As part of that process, additional advisory bodies and committees were established, including a Writing Australia committee. This reform is one of the outputs of that process aimed at modernising lending rights legislation. And again, modernisation is welcome, but it must be matched with meaningful support and delivery. The Coalition has a strong and consistent track record in this area. We have supported these schemes since their inception. Coalition governments have maintained and delivered payments to authors and publishers for decades, and it was a Coalition government that established the Educational Lending Rights Scheme in the 2000-2001 budget. Our support for Australian authors is long-standing and genuine. In preparing for this legislation, we met with representatives from the Australian Society of Authors. They support the bill, as do we. However, it is no surprise that they and many others in this sector are calling for additional funding to support authors. This is a conversation that should continue, because while governance changes are important, they do not on their own address the financial pressures facing authors. Now, turning to some of the specific changes in the bill. One key reform is the incorporation of educational lending rights into the legislative framework. This brings greater transparency and accountability to the scheme. The roles of the Secretary and the Advisory Committee are also updated. Notably, appeals regarding payment calculations will now be determined by the Secretary, providing a clearer decision-making pathway. Eligibility criteria are also being updated. Currently, eligibility is based on being a resident for taxation purposes, but under the new framework, eligibility will be based on citizenship or permanent residency status, providing a clearer and more contemporary definition. There are also changes to the remuneration arrangements for the Advisory Committee. The Chair will move from an annual stipend to a per-meeting payment structure, which is expected to result in lower overall remuneration. Committee members' remuneration will remain unchanged and aligned with standard tribunal fees. Importantly, the number of committee members and the individuals serving will not change. These are measured administrative updates. This bill is not controversial. It is not time-sensitive. It is a practical piece of legislation that tidies up and strengthens existing arrangements. But while we support the bill, we must also place it in its proper context, because authors across Australia are facing real challenges. They are dealing with rising costs, evolving publishing models, and increasing competition in a global digital marketplace. For many, income from writing alone is not sufficient. Lending rights payments are an important supplementary income stream, but they are not a complete solution. And that is why the broader policy settings matter, it is why funding levels matter, and it is why delivery matters. Too often, we see a gap between government announcements and real outcomes on the ground. We see programs announced with fanfare, but without the follow-through needed to make a tangible difference. This bill, while welcome, is not a substitute for a comprehensive approach to supporting Australian writers and the broader creative sector. Access to books through libraries and educational institutions is one of the great strengths of our society. It supports literacy, education and opportunity. But that access must be balanced with fair compensation for creators. That is the purpose of lending rights schemes, and that is why they are worth maintaining and strengthening. This legislation contributes to that objective by providing a clearer and more robust framework, and for that reason the Coalition will support it, just like we have supported the program for decades. The Coalition would also like to support the lesser-known Australian authors who benefit from the scheme. For example, Jack Heath is a Canberran who attended Lynham High School, who's written a range of children's books such as The Spy Academy and 300 Minutes of Danger. Books like these are in many school libraries where he benefits from the Education Lending Rights program. Jack also volunteers a lot of his time to appearing in schools, inspiring our young Australians to read and even become authors themselves. So Jack, thank you for the work that you do. The Coalition will continue to ask questions about funding, about delivery, and about whether the government is doing enough to support Australian authors in a meaningful way. Because governance reform is only part of the equation. If we truly want better income for authors, we must be honest about what it will take. It will take sustained investment. It will take clear and effective policy. And it will take a government that prioritises outcomes over announcements. Yes, the Coalition supports these bills. They are sensible administrative reforms that modernise and strengthen important programs, but we should be clear about their scope. They do not increase funding, they do not change payment calculations, and they do not, on their own, deliver better income for authors. That remains a challenge for the government to address.
Minister.
I commend the bill to the Chamber.
So the question is that the bill... the question before the Chair is that the bill be now read a second time. Those that opinion say aye. Aye. Those against? The ayes have it. I'll call the clerk.
Public and Educational Lending Rights Better Income for Authors Bill 2026. Public and Educational Lending Rights Better Income for Authors Consequential Amendments and Transitional Provisions Bill 2026.
There are no amendments that I'm aware of that have been circulated. Does any senator require a committee stage? No. If not, I shall call the minister to move the third reading.
I move the bill now be read a third time.
So the question is that the bill be read a third time. Those that opinion say aye. Those against, the ayes have it. Call the clerk.
Public and Educational Landing Rights Better Income for Authors Bill 2026. Public and Educational Landing Rights Better Income for Authors Consequential Amendments and Transitional Provisions Bill 2026. Government Business Order of the Day number 2, Australian Security Intelligence Organisation Amendment Bill number 2, 2025. Resumption of second reading debate.
Senator Kovacic.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. I rise to speak on the Australian Security Intelligence Organisation Amendment Bill number 2, 2025. This bill deals with very important matters: the security of our nation, the powers available to our intelligence agencies, and the safeguards that must accompany those powers. At the heart of this debate is the compulsory questioning warrant framework under the Australian Security Intelligence Organisation Act 1979. These are significant powers. They allow ASIO, with the approval of the Attorney-General and a prescribed authority, to compel a person to appear for questioning and provide information relevant to serious national security threats. In practical terms, they allow ASIO to require a person to answer questions or produce documents where voluntary cooperation is insufficient. These powers are not ordinary, they are not routine, and should never be treated as such. We are very mindful that there need to be serious safeguards and checks around them. We should also not pretend that the security environment facing Australia is ordinary or routine either. The world has changed dramatically even since these powers were first legislated in 2003, in the aftermath of the terrorist attacks of September 11, 2001. The purpose of the compulsory questioning framework was to address a specific operational gap: ASIO's inability to obtain critical intelligence from individuals who refuse to cooperate voluntarily. The gap mattered then, and the gap still matters now. Australia continues to face a complex and volatile national security environment. The threats before us are not confined to terrorism alone. They include espionage, foreign interference, politically and religiously motivated violence, sabotage, attacks on our defence systems, threats to territorial and border integrity, and the promotion of communal violence. These are not abstract risks. They are real challenges faced by our intelligence and security agencies every single day. The bill before us was introduced in the House of Representatives on the 23rd of July 2025. It follows the earlier Australian Security Intelligence Organisation Amendment Bill number 1, 2025, which temporarily extended the compulsory questioning warrant framework through to the 7th of March 2027. This second bill encompasses three broad sets of changes. Firstly, in its original form, it would make ASIO's compulsory questioning powers permanent. These powers have existed since 2003, but have been subject to ongoing extensions by Parliament. Secondly, the bill would expand the scope of adult questioning warrants. At present, the definition of an adult questioning matter includes espionage, politically motivated violence, and acts of foreign interference. This bill would add further heads of security, including sabotage, the promotion of communal violence, attacks on Australia's defence system, and serious threats to Australia's territorial and border integrity. Thirdly, the bill would strengthen a number of oversight, reporting and administrative safeguards. In particular, it would amend eligibility and termination provisions for prescribed authorities who are responsible for conducting questioning to ensure their independence and their impartiality. It would also provide for additional reporting to the Attorney-General and require post-charge questioning to occur before a retired judge. These are important matters, and the opposition has considered them carefully. In a general sense, the Coalition recognises the ongoing importance of ASIO's compulsory questioning powers. They remain a core part of Australia's national security framework. In certain circumstances, they may be essential to ensuring that ASIO can obtain information necessary to protect Australians. But our support for strong national security laws has always been accompanied by a commitment to strong oversight. That is particularly important where laws involve extraordinary powers. That is why these issues were rightly examined through the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Intelligence and Security. During that inquiry, the committee heard evidence from a range of witnesses, including ASIO, and considered the concerns raised by individuals and organisations. Some argued that compulsory questioning powers are excessive powers for an intelligence agency to possess. Others argued that they should not be broadened. Some pointed to the fact that the powers had been used only infrequently over the past 2 decades, and suggested that this demonstrates that they are not necessary. But there is another view, and it is one that the Coalition considers to be persuasive. The fact that these powers have been used only around 20 times over 22 years does not in itself prove that they are unnecessary. In fact, it can point to the opposite conclusion. It suggests, including because of the existence of a sunsetting arrangement, that the powers have not been used recklessly. It suggests that they have been used sparingly, carefully, and in a targeted way. That is exactly how powers of this kind should be used. They should be available, but only where they are genuinely necessary. They should serve as a last resort capability, not as a routine investigative mechanism. There are also important safeguards that remain in place. The Attorney-General must be satisfied that the issuing of a compulsory questioning warrant is necessary. The Office of the Inspector-General of Intelligence and Security retains a central oversight role. IGIS may be present at questioning sessions and provide real-time oversight. Prescribed authorities will continue to have an important independent function, and the bill proposes to strengthen arrangements governing their appointment and activities. It also remains the case that ASIO is an intelligence agency, not a law enforcement agency. ASIO cannot arrest, charge or prosecute. It also cannot gather evidence for the purpose of criminal prosecution. Its operations remain subject to oversight by bodies, including IGIS, the Administrative Review Tribunal, the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Intelligence and Security, and the Attorney-General. These safeguards are very important, but they also require ongoing checks and scrutiny in our Parliament. That is why the Coalition's position on this bill is clear. We support the substance of it and accept that ASIO must be equipped to respond to the increasingly complex and dangerous threat environment facing Australia. We also accept that the expansion of questioning matters is, in principle, a reasonable response to the changing nature of national security threats. The proposed amendments to oversight and administrative arrangements are also broadly sensible. However, we do not accept that these powers should operate indefinitely without further parliamentary review. The Coalition's position is that a sunset clause must remain in the bill. We therefore called for an amendment to retain a sunset clause for 3 years and we are thankful that the government has agreed to this call. Subject to the passage of that amendment, the opposition will support the remaining measures in this bill. This is a balanced position. It recognises that Australia's intelligence laws must keep pace with the threat environment and that ASIO must have the legal tools necessary to protect the Australian people. But it also recognises that strong powers must be matched by strong oversight. The continuation of the Sunset Clause ensures that Parliament must revisit the operation of these powers. It means current and future parliamentarians must assess whether powers remain necessary, effective and appropriately limited. A 3-year sunset clause strikes the right balance. It allows the powers to continue operating and acknowledges the seriousness of the threat environment, but it also guarantees that Parliament will have a continuing opportunity to review the regime. That is consistent with the way these powers have been treated since they were first introduced by the Howard government. They have been subject to periodic review and renewal, and that model has served Australia well. The Coalition believes it is the most fundamental responsibility of any government to keep Australians safe. We also believe in ensuring ASIO possesses the capabilities it needs to identify and respond to serious threats before they materialise. However, national security...
Senator Kovacic, can you take your seat, please? Senator Shoebridge, interjections are disorderly. There is a senator on her feet and needs to be heard in silence. You're not in a debate with me, Senator Shoebridge. Senator Shoebridge, have some respect for the senator that is on her feet and needs to be heard in silence. This is not a debate. Senator Kovacic, you're not in a debate with me.
The Coalition believes it is the most fundamental responsibility of any government to keep Australians safe. We also believe in ensuring ASIO possesses the capabilities it needs to identify and respond to serious threats before they materialise. However, national security powers must be carefully bound by law, subject to oversight and regularly reviewed by the Parliament. The Australian people
Senator Kovacic, please take your seat. Senator Shoebridge, Senator Shoebridge, if you can't contain yourself, please leave the chamber. If you continue to make disorderly interruptions, I will name you. You do not have the call, and please stop interjecting while Senator Kovacic is on her feet. Senator Kovacic, you have the call.
The Australian people expect their Parliament to protect them from serious national security threats. They also expect their Parliament to protect the principles and freedoms that define our country. That means being clear-eyed about the threats that we face, but careful about the powers that we confer. It means ensuring intelligence agencies have the tools that they need, while ensuring extraordinary powers do not become ordinary by default. For those reasons, the Coalition supports the substance of the bill, subject to the inclusion of the 3-year sunset clause that the government has now graciously agreed to restore. That amendment will preserve the essential balance between national security, accountability and parliamentary oversight and ensure ASIO can continue to undertake its vital work. It will also ensure this Parliament continues to do its vital work on behalf of all of those Australians who rightly expect careful and proportionate use of the powers at the heart of this legislation. I thank the Senate.
Thank you. Senator David Pocock.
Thank you, Acting President. I rise to talk to the ASIO Amendment Bill number 2. And I rise with concern that Australians listening to this debate would not be comfortable with the idea that a security agency can knock on your door, take you in, and force you to answer their questions, even if you've done nothing wrong. ASIO's power to question are extraordinary. Many in our communities would be shocked that staying silent under questioning from ASIO means a risk of being sent to prison for 5 years. But most concerning is the fact that this power applies to children, to any child in this country aged 14 or older. Children don't need to be suspected of any crime at all. To many, these powers sound like those available under an authoritarian state. But they exist in Australian law today. As currently drafted, the bill before this Senate would entrench them in our law forever and expand them further than the agency itself has asked for. These powers were introduced in 2003, a couple of years after the shock and grief that followed the September 11 attacks. The Parliament was told that they would be exceptional, temporary, a tool of last resort. A sunset clause was built into the law for that exact reason, so that Parliament would have to come back, look the Australian people in the eye, look young Australians in the eye, and keep justifying them. That sunset clause has been renewed 5 times in 22 years. 5 times this Parliament has said, yes, these powers are still exceptional, and yes, the Australian people are owed the reassurance that comes with regular public scrutiny of the most coercive tools the state holds over them. When this bill was first introduced, the Labor government wanted to do away with that safeguard altogether. It's hard to believe. That would have meant taking a power sold to the Australian people as temporary and making it permanent. But the government has circulated some very welcome amendments that will sunset the powers 3 years after the commencement of the bill. This is a very welcome change. It shows that, at least on the question of oversight, the government is still listening to experts, listening to advocates, and listening to Australians who have called for proper scrutiny of the extraordinary powers vested in ASIO. And I want to acknowledge the outstanding work of the Law Council, the Australian Human Rights Commission, and many, many others in calling out the need for scrutiny. And I want to thank the government for accepting, albeit late in the process, that the sunset of these powers should remain. That is clearly the right outcome. But it's also a hard-won outcome, and it did not happen because the government changed its mind on the merits. It happened because civil society stood up and refused to accept bad reform. Reform that Labor had, in fact, argued against in the past. The Law Council of Australia was emphatic against the removal of the sunset. As Mr. Lloyd Babb SC, Chair of the Law Council National Security Law Working Group, put to the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Intelligence Security on the 17th of November last year, the sunset clause is acknowledgement of the extraordinary status of the questioning warrant framework. It forces a public debate regarding intelligence gathering powers that undermines the possibility of fair and adversarial criminal process for those questioned. Periodic and public scrutiny by this committee encourages the judicious use of questioning warrants. The Law Council was not alone in calling for the sunset to be retained. The Australian Human Rights Commission, lawyers, academics, community organisations and members of the public refused to let extraordinary powers be made permanent without a fight. That is what democratic scrutiny looks like. But even with the sunset clause restored, the bill still asks Australians to accept things we should not have to accept. In its current form, the bill retains ASIO's power to compulsorily question children as young as 14. Children who have not been charged with an offence. Children who may never be charged with any offence. The standard is not criminal suspicion, it is whether the Attorney-General believes intelligence gathering is warranted. Reassuringly, ASIO has never used this power, not once in 22 years. And 2 years ago, ASIO itself told a PJSIS review of Division 3 of Part 3 of the Australian Security Intelligence Organisation Act 1979 that, and I'll quote, "We no longer see a strong case to support the continuance of the power to question minors under warrants." The Department of Home Affairs also made a submission to a similar effect. I'll read their submission to the 2024 review. The department suggests it is also important that minor questioning warrants be considered in light of their proportionality and the need to protect the rights and interests of vulnerable people. As an intrusive and extraordinary power, the carrying out of a minor compulsory questioning warrant would be confronting and difficult for the minor involved, with potentially enduring ramifications. The powers were introduced at an exceptional moment in world and Australian affairs, and the department suggests it is appropriate to reflect on whether it remains necessary to maintain such an extraordinary and intrusive power. So we've got ASIO and the Department of Home Affairs saying it doesn't look like this power is actually necessary. ASIO says you should probably drop it. Department of Home Affairs says we should consider it. But the government has now walked away from that advice with no real explanation and is asking the Senate to write it permanently into the statute book. To paraphrase the Law Council, extraordinary powers affecting children should not sit on the statute book for a rainy day. That is not a good enough reason to hold a coercive power over Australian children. The bill asks Australians to accept that ASIO can compulsorily question them on grounds the agency itself said it did not want and did not need. Have a think about that. The Labor government wants ASIO to have powers to question minors 14 to 18 that they don't even want, that they say they don't even need. The bill adds border security to the list of matters on which a person can be forced to answer questions, despite ASIO telling the PJSIS in 2024 that this was not necessary or reasonable. The Department of Home Affairs said the same thing. Neither agency asked for this expansion. Again, the government has not explained why it is there. And yet here it sits in a bill about powers of the most serious kind we have in this country. Why is the government doing this? Why does a Labor government add extraordinary powers that our intelligence agency says that they don't want, don't need? Home Affairs says probably don't need to be in there. Why? You have to ask the question. You probably won't get an answer because I don't think it can be explained. This is the executive just wanting more and more power, not actually putting Australians first, but setting up a system where there is surveillance and the ability of ASIO and other agencies to take extraordinary action against Australian citizens. Another really concerning element of the bill is that a person's access to legal representation can be restricted, and the lawyer of their choosing can be removed and replaced. How on earth is this happening in Australian law? The Australian Human Rights Commission has been clear on this. These limits on legal representation are not justified, and they breach rights Australia has signed up to under international law. There is no equivalent regime in any other country in the Five Eyes Alliance. Not the US, not the UK, not Canada, not New Zealand, only here. Let that sink in. Australia is doing things that not even the US will do to their citizens. I don't understand how senators can hand on heart vote for this sort of legislation. I'll move amendments that seek to make two changes to this bill. The first will remove the power to compulsorily question children. As we've heard, ASIO say this is unnecessary. Home Affairs don't see the reason for it. It seems to be only the major parties that think we should be compulsory
Senator
questioning.
Pocock, we've now reached 1:30, so we'll move into 2-minute statements. You will be in continuation on this debate. Thank you very much. Senator McKenzie.
Labor's fifth budget has again ignored the silent cry for help from Australian families who are struggling with cost of living relief, lack of it in the budget, high mortgages and the enormous challenges and the joys of raising young children. I'm not sure what's worse from Labor, the gaslighting or the lying. Families are making tough decisions every day, not just to balance the budget and try to keep a roof over their head, but how many children—
Senator McKenzie, we'll just pause for 1 moment. Senator Chisholm.
I'd ask that Senator McKenzie withdraw that reference.
Senator McKenzie, I think it's the reference to lying, and there's been a request that you withdraw. I would make that request in the interests of keeping peace in the chamber and moving along.
Given the minister's sensitivity, I withdraw.
Thank you very
Families are making tough decisions every day. How many children will they have is often the easiest, because we know from research the cost of living pressures are putting that at risk. They're not having as many children as they would like. Who's going to take time off work and for how long? When do they return to work? How to manage the family budget to stretch financial and family support to stay at home as long as possible. How to deal with leaving young children in the care of strangers and continue to breastfeed. There are a multitude of questions that families are grappling with each and every day. They are doing their best that they can under enormous financial and social pressures. In conversations I've had, particularly with young mothers, a common refrain is, what is it all for? And looking at this week's budget, it is depressing if you were looking for greater choice in childcare and greater choice to support Australian families. And what's made it worse, the Minister for Finance comments around the evidence behind actually putting young children in long daycare is better for them to enter school is not only gaslighting, it is incorrect. The mountain of evidence, from the UN Human Rights and Child Development Specialist to Erica Commissar, psychoanalyst, says that children are better off at home, and Labor is gaslighting young families.
Senator Brown.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. I rise today to acknowledge Lung Health Awareness Month, which takes place throughout May, and to recognise the work of Lung Foundation Australia. Lung health is something many of us do not think about until breathing becomes difficult, but for many Australians, lung disease and lung cancer are part of daily life. Lung Foundation Australia has been working for more than 30 years to support people living with lung disease and lung cancer, along with their families, carers, health professionals and researchers. Their message this month is simple and important. Take your lung health seriously. A persistent cough, breathlessness, wheezing, chest tightness, repeated chest infections or unexplained tiredness should not be ignored. These symptoms can have many causes, but they are worth checking. Too often people put off seeing a doctor because they're busy, they think it'll go away, or they do not want to make a fuss. But early advice can make a real difference. It can help people get the right care sooner, manage symptoms better, and in some cases detect serious conditions earlier. Lung Foundation Australia provides trusted information and support through its Lung Health Helpline, peer support programs, resources and advocacy. In 2025, the Foundation supported more than 7,000 lung health-related inquiries through its helpline and helped thousands of people access information and support. This month is also a reminder that lung health is for everyone. If you smoked, worked in a dusty environment, lived with asthma, had repeated chest infections, it's worth going and speaking to your GP or a health professional. I encourage Australians to use Lung Health Awareness Month as a prompt to check in with their health. If something does not feel right, speak to a GP or health professional. Thank you.
Senator Shoebridge.
Thanks very much, Acting Deputy President. Well, this 18th of May will mark Mullivavakal Remembrance Day, when the world remembers the appalling crimes inflicted on the Tamil people in 2009 in the closing days of the conflict between the Tamils and Sinhalese in Sri Lanka, in northern Sri Lanka. In that time, in 2009, some 300,000 Tamils were hemmed into a so-called safe zone and then subject to bombings and artillery shells and killing. We don't know how many Tamils died, but it's estimated to be more than 140,000. And that's why this week, Deputy President, the Tamil Refugee Council held an exhibition here in the heart of Australia's democracy in Parliament House to tell the truth about the Tamil genocide that didn't just happen on one day in 2009, but has happened for decades and continues. And I want to thank the Tamil community for the strength they've shown in remembering the power of their culture and the power of truth, and thank the Tamil Refugee Council and all their supporters for bringing that show and that exhibition to Parliament today. Well, Acting Deputy President, now we're seeing it. We are watching the way Labor, the Coalition and their mates in One Nation are trying to do a stitch-up job by bringing in these new extended ASIO powers. Now, Labor wanted initially to make these extraordinary secret detention powers absolutely permanent, to literally whisk you off the street for 24 hours, secretly interrogate you and then stitch you up with secrecy laws so you couldn't tell anyone. Initially, the Coalition was on board, One Nation was on board. Well, there's been a resistance across the country. Labor's now pulled its head in on these permanent laws, but make no mistake, they want to extend ASIO's powers, to reach into your homes, to not only say to track down alleged terrorism, but to extend it into issues like communal violence or wherever ASIO wants to go and pluck you off the street whenever the Attorney-General thinks that you might be a risk. Those are dangerous fascist laws and we should fight them.
Thank you. Senator Bragg.
On Anzac Day, many of us are able to visit various RSL and other community groups as we acknowledge the contribution of our armed services over these last 125 years. This Anzac Day, I was honoured to be a guest of the North Bondi RSL service at dawn, which was attended by the Governor-General. Now, this is a particularly important RSL branch in New South Wales because it is the largest group of returned service people anywhere in the state of New South Wales. And when you attend these services, as I have a few times now, it is strikingly different to many of the other services that we would attend as elected representatives because of the extent of the families bereaved of recent family losses because of their service abroad in the last 10 or 15 years, or very tragically in training accidents, as we've again seen this week with the sad loss of Warrant Officer Lachlan Muddle. And so I want to acknowledge the North Bondi RSL for conducting one of the largest services anywhere in the state, which brings together the community, but more importantly for the returned servicemen and women, gives them a community which is large and substantive. And sadly, at the moment, I expect they would be grieving. I also want to acknowledge their significant service in the wake of the Bondi attacks, where they provided their club rooms as a place for people to take refuge.
Senator Darmanin.
Thank you. Well, it might be a few years away, but I can tell you that many in my family are already excited about the 2032 Olympics in Brisbane. My kids weren't born when the Olympics came to Sydney in 2000, but I can certainly remember the energy across the country, which was really something else. A once-in-a-generation opportunity for our athletes to host the world, but it also presents an incredible opportunity to showcase the talent of Australia's manufacturing and textiles. Ethical Clothing Australia and accredited businesses are calling for the uniforms for the Olympic and Paralympic Games to be made locally and ethically. Already, Commonwealth Games Australia has confirmed that Sylvia P Teamwear, a Brisbane-based sportswear manufacturer, will be the official supplier of gymnastics teamwear for the Glasgow 2026 Commonwealth Games. And if we can continue to back our local manufacturers properly with Australian procurement, our Australian manufacturers will be ready to deliver for the Games. Not only will having locally and accredited businesses mean workers are protected from exploitation, that workers are paid properly, but it'll build the local capability of our clothing and footwear industry. When uniforms are made offshore, the economic benefits go offshore too. When the incredible Australian athletes stand on the podium in 2032, I want to see them in Australian-made uniforms. 8 out of 10 Australians want to see this too. Expressions of interest for the Brisbane 2032 uniforms close in mid-2026. This is our chance to set clear expectations that uniforms are made locally and ethically, and that Australian textiles are worth gold to Australia.
Senator David Pocock.
Thanks, Acting President. When I came to this place, I was really shocked how loose our lobbying rules are in Australia. I didn't know that as a parliamentarian you can give out an unlimited number of sponsored passes, and there is no transparency about who has a pass, who they represent. And that means that we have 2,200 people walking the halls of Parliament House, the People's House, and the people don't know who they are, and they don't know who gave them those passes. And I don't think that cuts it. I don't think that's in line with what Australians want. Surely the base level of transparency is that if you're an elected representative, you tell the people who elected you, this is who I've given access to Parliament House. That hasn't been happening. I've tried many avenues to urge colleagues and the Senate and the Parliament to do that. Eventually set up passregister.com.au and had about a dozen parliamentarians, all independents, one nation, disclose who they sponsor passes to. Then I've been asking at Senate committee hearings who people's, if they have a sponsored pass, and who sponsors that pass. I think this is what Australians expect. And yet today we saw Labor, the Liberals, the Nationals and the Greens voting to not allow me to continue to ask those questions. What's everyone hiding? What is everyone hiding? Who are we here to represent? Surely you can stand by the people you've given access to the People's House. I honestly don't think this cuts it, and is not in line with what Australians expect of us. We've got to do better, and I think there's plenty of questions to be answered from people who voted against that.
Senator Cadell.
Thank you, Acting Deputy Speaker. Well, there's been a lot of talk today in this chamber already, but I'll go back on the inland rail cuts and what it means for my area of the Hunter. So, previously to coming to this place, I was working for the Port of Newcastle, and we were working on the container terminal because it was such an important piece of infrastructure for the Hunter. Because what you see is any time you get a container terminal gets to a million TEU, you see year-on-year economic growth of 1.5% above national growth, just by the innovation. I think it's the agglomeration effect. It's quite a strange name that sees that happen. And a real connectivity for the Port of Newcastle was a 1.6 kilometre rail loop directly on the port that connected to the inland rail via a 40 tonne per axle coal lines going way up in the Hunter Valley. The cut of the Narrabri to Narromine, $6.5 billion from this budget, means that is dead. That connection will no longer take place. The connection to the central west and the northwest of this state will no longer happen. We will see a business case hit to the Port of Newcastle where they actually spend $2 billion building the thing to make Australia shipping more efficient. So the whole thing's in doubt because of this cut. And the government can say that it was going to cost $45 billion and it wasn't a business case, but that section, Narrabri to Narromine, was so important. They've cut 6.5. The one thing we're lacking is productivity gains. This would have done it. If I was adjacent to the business case because I was there, a simple case, a box of wine, a TEU of wine, would save $1,800 by shipping via this out of Australia for one box, doing nothing differently than sending it via this rail to get out of the country. That money stays in local communities. That is gone. Cotton, almost $1,000 a box, saved for the farmer and the community by doing it this way, and that is now gone. And where has the money gone? $500 million to walkways and cycleways, $695 million to the high-speed rail that would never be built. If we want productivity gains, we have to do the hard things that do the right things.
Senator Still.
Acting Deputy President, sorry about that, Vaughan. I'm delighted to inform the Senate that this week is National Truck Week and will run from the 11th to the 18th of May, an initiative of the Heavy Vehicle Industry Australia. Truck Week 2026 is a national celebration of the people, businesses and innovation that keeps Australia moving. During Truck Week 2026, Transport and Mental Health Advocacy Foundation Healthy Heads in Trucks and Sheds are delivering a coordinated national program of activations across Australia, from Western Australia to the eastern seaboard, taking practical mental health support directly to drivers, operators and logistics workers where they are, on the road. Healthy Heads in Trucks and Sheds delivers practical, industry-specific mental health resources, training and on-the-ground support tailored to the unique pressures of road transport, warehousing and logistics. With more than 500,000 heavy vehicle drivers on Australia's roads every day, the work of Healthy Heads in Trucks and Sheds is critical, ensuring accessible and trusted support reaches those who keep our country moving. And on Wednesday morning this week, their Prime Mover Kenny visited Parliament House as part of the National Truck Week, giving MPs and senators the opportunity to show their support of our vital road transport industry and the many essential workers who keep Australia moving. And I even got to take Kenny for a spin round Parliament House, and I've got to tell you, I didn't want to give the keys back. But I was also delighted to be with Transport Minister Catherine King during her visit to Kenny, where she announced a one-off commitment of $2.5 million to assist Healthy Heads to continue their critical work to improve mental health and wellbeing of our truckies. My congratulations to Naomi, Ben and all at Healthy Heads in Trucks and Sheds and everyone involved in the events to acknowledge Truck Week and our essential transport workers. Thank you, Mr Acting Deputy President.
Senator Barbara Pocock.
Acting Deputy President, I recently met with Sebastian, a remarkable 13-year-old young South Australian, and he has crunched the numbers for himself and his generation and worked out that he won't own a home. It'll be worth millions of dollars as he approaches home ownership, and he won't get there until he's well into his 40s. And it's going to cost him an enormous amount of money, and he spelt out what that crisis meant for him and his generation. I was very proud this week to table Sebastian's change.org petition on Tuesday, which was signed by over 20,000 people in just 2 months prior to this budget. So Seb's generation, we know what they face in a massive housing crisis. Seb, what can I tell you out of this budget to give you some comfort? Well, all too little. Labor had the chance to scrap the massive tax breaks that go to wealthy property investors in this budget, and they squibbed it. They took a tiny baby step in the right direction, but they have failed to shut down the tax breaks which deliver billions of dollars to wealthy property investors across our country, older, wealthier people who push up prices of housing all around our country and mean not just you, Seb, and your generation are going to struggle to get into housing, but all the people out there right now, Gen X, Gen Y, millennials, who cannot get the housing they need, many of them struggling with runaway rents, facing the prospect of homelessness, and homelessness growing by 10% under this Labor government. In the midst of a housing crisis, what we saw in this budget is preservation of great wealth through tax benefits for people who own 10, 20, 40, 50 wealthy property investments, which mean they're locking out those young people like Seb's generation. It was a chance for Labor to do something meaningful, and they missed it. They missed it, and they've missed it in ways that will guarantee benefits for very wealthy people, bake in those benefits for decades ahead. I'm sorry, Seb. Thanks for your petition.
Senator Thorpe.
Thank you. This week marks the Nakba, the catastrophe of 1948, when more than 750,000 Palestinians were forcibly removed from their land. As an Aboriginal woman, I do not see this as a distant history. It's a pattern that is still unfolding. Dispossession, fragmentation of land, the destruction of villages, homes and livelihoods, settlements built atop the rubble, the steady expansion of control disguised as law, planning and security. Right now, that pattern is unfolding in real time in the West Bank and through the devastation of Gaza. where entire communities have been destroyed and Palestinians are being pushed from their land under the shadow of war, siege and occupation. The proposed expansion of settlements in the E1 corridor would effectively divide the West Bank in two, severing East Jerusalem from the rest of a future Palestinian state. This is what annexation looks like. Not always through one dramatic declaration, but piece by piece, road by road, settlement by settlement, more land taken, more Palestinian communities surrounded and cut off. First Nations people in this country know this story. We know what it means when sovereignty is denied and dispossession is made permanent through systems and institutions. When we acknowledge the Nakba, we must also confront this country's role in what is happening now. Public money from here is invested in companies linked to weapons manufacturing, military infrastructure and settlement expansion connected to the occupation. Recognition means nothing if we finance dispossession and annexation. Divest now.
Senator Sharma.
Thanks. Well, small business owners and startups and founders and entrepreneurs were shocked to learn on Wednesday morning that they've got a new co-founder. Somehow, a sneaky shareholder has crept onto their capital table, taking 47% of their business. Now, who is this new shareholder on their cap table? Have they invested in the business, brought money to the business? No, they haven't done that. Have they agreed to put in long hours and take some sweat equity in return? No, they haven't done that. Maybe they've brought in a whale of a client, helping the business to scale and grow and reach new heights. No, they haven't done that either. The sneaky shareholder that has crept onto the capital table is none other than the Prime Minister and his Labor government, who have basically gone about nationalising, taking a share of these businesses. Now, this is how it works if you're a startup founder. You pour your life into it. You borrow against your house. You max out your credit card. You live off your partner's income. You might stay living at home so you save on the rent. If you take on staff, you're not paying them properly, you're giving them sweat equity. But you do all that and work hard to build the business, because if you succeed and grow something and make something, you will be rewarded. You will get to keep what you have grown. If you start a small business, your cost base is zero. And when it comes time to sell the business, the government, as a result of the changes announced in the budget, is saying we're going to take 47% of that. Now, I want to read just one message I've had from a founder about this. This government now wants us to take a large chunk of this upside away from us in the name of fairness. What is not fair is changing the rules during the match. We have done everything by the book and created jobs for our country. Now incentives are being cut down on a large scale. The talk in the startup community right now goes like this. If you're in it, how do you move offshore? And if you are not in it yet, do not build in Australia. This is the sort of future that the Anthony Albanese government and their budget is presenting Australia.
Senator Hanson.
Thank you very much. Well, Australia's political landscape has changed for the better. Everyone is going to have to learn their way around it. That especially includes the ABC. Their behaviour towards One Nation has been reprehensible, unprofessional and completely unobjective, in direct contravention of their charter. This was illustrated very clearly by Patricia Cavallis in the aftermath of our win in Farrer. She directly implied One Nation wasn't a legitimate political party and that it would be dangerous to legitimise us. Too late, PK. The people have spoken. It's the Australian people who decide who is legitimate, not you. In Farrer and in South Australia, the people have chosen to back the One Nation party, which listens to them. It's time the ABC started listening too. Let me remind the ABC, you're funded by taxpayers to the tune of around $1.3 billion, a significant increase this year for a failing media outlet which deliberately keeps the high salaries of failing presenters and executives secret. 40% of taxpayers in Farrer voted for One Nation and they didn't need the ABC's permission. The arrogance and entitlement of the ABC is obvious. They whine about my ban on them because they cannot handle the consequences of their own actions. As far as I'm concerned, it's the ABC which is illegitimate. They're the pot calling the kettle black. I would only fund the ABC in rural and regional areas. The rest of it can go to the people for their support by way of subscriptions and business by the way of advertising. It may be the only way to ensure true accountability from an organisation which always avoids it, and in doing so save the taxpayers hundreds of millions of dollars.
Senator Hodgins-May.
Thank you, Acting Deputy Chair. Well, 6 months ago, I tabled a petition to save CoHealth's community bulk billing clinics across Victoria. It now has almost 8,000 signatures. That gave Labor, state and federal, 6 months to understand what these closures would mean for thousands of patients, nurses and doctors. 6 months of anxiety for healthcare workers wondering if they'd still have jobs. 6 months of uncertainty for patients already struggling to access care. And what have they delivered? Another temporary political fix. These clinics were facing closure because Medicare does not properly fund the long, complex of community health appointments that community health relies on. CoHealth supports people living with chronic illness, with disability, with mental health challenges and housing insecurity. People who need time, continuity and care. Last week's announcements keep clinics in Kensington, Fitzroy and Collingwood open for 1 more year, just 1 year. That is not certainty for workers. It is not certainty for patients. And it is not the long-term funding stability that community health services have been calling for year after year. After Labor's last short-term rescue package, the member for Melbourne, Sarah Whitty, plastered the community with billboards claiming she had saved CoHealth. Well, saved it from whom exactly? Her own government? As community bulk billing clinics across the country are shutting their doors to patients who rely on them, that's what we've come to expect, another short-term band-aid fix from this Labor government. Access to healthcare should not depend on the election cycle. Labor must properly fund bulk billing for long and complex care and deliver permanent, secure funding for community health. To the community, please keep the pressure on, please keep speaking up, contacting your local MPs and demanding properly funded public health care, because we must save CoHealth.
Senator Babet.
Thanks, Acting Deputy President. Now, Prime Minister Albanese has mastered the art of winning by not appearing
Senator
losing.
Babet. Senator's on my right. Senator Babet.
By not appearing wherever losing might be visible. Take the Farrer by-election, great example, or rather take the fact that the Labor Party deliberately did not turn up. No candidate, no campaign, and most importantly, no embarrassing primary vote to demonstrate how on the nose they are with the Australian people. On the surface, conceding the Farrer by-election looked like retreat, but in Canberra, retreat is often just a form of attack by other means. By declining to contest the seat, the Prime Minister ensured that the Labor Party and his leadership could not be measured by votes or indeed by swings. No ALP candidate meant no ALP failure, a quite kind of statistical genius. But the secondary effect was where the real elegance lay. With Labor absent, the coalition was left to do what it does best, which is just argue amongst itself, while insisting that it's arguing with everyone else. Hovering above all of this, untested, was Prime Minister Albanese. How he would have loved watching the opposition leader caught between fighting One Nation or maybe partnering with One Nation as their primary vote collapsed to 12%. By not contesting, Labor ensured it could not be attacked for its unpopularity while simultaneously allowing its opponents to exhaust themselves. Credit where it is due. The Prime Minister, he might not be very good at governing, but he is a master at rearranging the furniture so that everyone else trips over it. Now, to borrow a phrase from Mr Paul Keating, Prime Minister Albanese is doing Mr Angus Taylor slowly, and Mr Taylor appears powerless to resist.
Thank you, Senator Babet. Senator Ananda Raja.
Thank you, President. President, I had to do a double take today when I read that the Liberal Shadow Treasurer plans to repeal our negative gearing changes. But then I remembered that that mob opposite actually voted against every single one of our housing measures or have planned to undo those measures. That includes the Housing Australia Future Fund, Build to Rent and Help to Buy. Not only did they turn their backs on millions of Australians in the first term of government, they haven't learnt their lesson. They are now turning their backs on millions more. People like 30-year-old Maddie, who is a healthcare worker, who reported in the ABC, "I don't want to refer to housing as a dream. I think it's a minimum."
Senator Ananda Raja. The time for Senator statements has expired. Minister Wong.
Make a short statement.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted. Minister
Thank
Wong.
the Senate. It gives me great pleasure to inform the Senate of an additional senator on the government benches. We welcome Senator Tyrrell to...
Are you still there?
Order. Order.
A little bit of graciousness. If I may, a little bit of graciousness might be appropriate. Can we welcome Senator Tyrrell to the Labor family? And we look forward to working together and the contribution you will make for Tasmanians as a member of the Albanese Labor government.
Thank you, Senator Wong. We'll move to question time, and Senator Bragg.
Thank you very much, President. My question is to the Minister representing the Prime Minister, Senator Wong.
Senator Bragg, I'm really sorry.
Very loud in here, President. Jeez.
Senator Bragg has the right to have his question heard in silence, particularly by those on my right. Senator Bragg, start again, please.
Thanks, President. My question is to the Minister representing the Prime Minister, Senator Wong. Page 294 of Treasury Portfolio Budget Statements state that the expected performance results of the Housing Australia Future Fund for 2025-2026 are as follow. Housing Australia Future Fund Affordable, 0 homes built. Housing Australia Future Fund Social, 0 homes built. Housing Australia Fund Facility Affordable, 0 homes built. 0 homes built. Can the Minister confirm that the government's own budget papers show that the HAF has not built a single new home in 25-26?
Thank you, Senator Bragg. Minister Wong.
Thank you. I'd make a couple of points to the response to...
Order.
Is it page 294?
Order. Senator
I want to make
order. Senator Cash, you will recall I gave Senator Bragg the opportunity to start his question again because there was a lot of disruption. And the same equally now applies to Minister Wong when she answers. Minister Wong.
Senator, I believe Minister Ayres yesterday spoke to the Senate about the performance of housing construction over the last few years, and I think he made the point that almost 660,000 homes have been built nationwide since Labor was elected. More than 6,000 homes have been completed with Commonwealth investment, and over 23,000 are in planning and construction phases. So I would just say to you, Senator, he also said, and this was the figure I was asking my staff, and I thank them for their assistance, to find that new home starts are up 26% compared to a year ago.
Senator Bragg.
Point of order on relevance, President. The question was clearly about the Housing Australia Future Fund, not about the private economy.
Thank you, Senator Bragg. I allowed you the point of order, but I'm not sure. I'll just check if the minister has concluded. No. Okay. Thank you. The minister is being relevant to the question, and I'll continue to listen carefully.
Senator, I would make the point to you that you, in fact, oppose the HAF.
Order. 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 I'll remind the Senate once again the minister is entitled to be heard in silence. Minister Wong.
Not only did you oppose it, Senator, but I understand is the reporting that Mr Taylor will commit to abolishing it. Is that right? Zero. Now, I do find it interesting that you care about a fund that you opposed and that you intend to abolish. I mean, it does seem to... It's a very interesting position to take, to be critical when you're in fact going to abolish it. But what I would say...
just a moment. Senator Bragg.
I'm sorry, President, but on relevance, point of order on relevance, the question was, has the HAF built any houses in this financial year?
And the minister is being relevant, Senator Bragg. Minister.
As I said, we have a $47 billion Homes for Australia plan. It includes a HAF, it includes a number of other elements, and what we have seen is an increase.
Thank you, Minister. The time for answering has expired. Senator Bragg, first supplementary.
Okay, we'll try this one. Given the government's own budget papers confirm 0 new HAF houses delivered in 25-26, can the minister also confirm the target of 30,000 Housing Australia Future Fund new homes is listed, quote unquote, at risk, again in the government's own budget papers?
Thank you, Senator Bragg. Minister Wong.
Thank you. I think we have been very upfront that we have a very ambitious target
of 0.
And
order. Order. Senator Cash. I remind senators on my left the respect for silence during questions asked equally applies when the minister gets to answer them. Minister Wong, please continue.
We on this side do have an ambitious target for more houses. And you know the difference between those of us on this side and those opposite who might sneer and look down their noses is that we actually care about building more social and affordable housing. We actually care about building more houses in Australia. And you, Senator Bragg, are part of a party that does not believe that government has any role whatsoever in ensuring there is adequate housing in this country.
Order. Senator Bragg, second supplementary.
The government's own budget papers show that 295,000 people came to this country in 2025-2026 and that the HAF has delivered 0 houses. Minister, will the Prime Minister now admit that his $10 billion housing fund isn't just a failure, it is the failure that is making the housing crisis worse?
Thank you. I'll wait until I have silence. Minister Wong.
This is a government that is committed to building more houses. And that is why, and we are a government that is committed to investing in ensuring that more Australians have more access to more homes. And this is a government that is bringing forward taxation changes, which are all about bringing more first home buyers, more owner-occupiers into the market, all of which are opposed by you. So if anybody wants to understand what the Liberal Party policy, no matter how much they yell and shout, what the Liberal Party policy is on housing, you know what it is? You're on your own. That's what they're saying to Australians. You're on your own. You know, if you can find some way to tap into the bank of mum and dad, that's great, but otherwise you're on your own. That's the difference between you and us. We actually believe that governments have a role in ensuring there are more houses for more people in this country. You should get with the program, Senator Bragg.
Senator Stewart.
Thank you, President. My question is to the Minister for Finance and Minister for Women, Senator Gallagher. On Tuesday, the Albanese Labor government delivered its 5th Women's Budget Statement, which showed gender equality remains central to this government's economic agenda. What are the priorities?
Senator Stewart, I'm very sorry. Senator McKenzie, cease, or I invite you to leave the chamber. Please continue, Senator Stewart.
Thank you. What are the priorities in this year's statement, and how will measures to improve gender outcomes make a practical difference for Australian women?
Thank you, Senator Stewart. Minister Gallagher.
Thank you very much. I thank President. I thank Senator Stewart for the question and for the continuing interest in driving gender equality through the budget process. And this government continues with that work in this budget. The Women's Budget Statement outlines the impact budget measures have on women, backed by gender-responsive budgeting, because we believe gender equality belongs at the centre of economic decision-making, not on the sidelines. This is our 5th Women's Budget Statement, the first of this term, and it reports on the significant progress we've made since 2022. In relation to specific measures in the budget, this budget includes $182.6 million for the most significant child support reforms in nearly 20 years, including historic changes to reduce the weaponisation of the system and protect women from financial abuse. It also continues significant investment under the National Plan to End Violence Against Women and Children, including investments for funding Our Ways, Strong Ways, the first ever First Nations safety plan. Investment in the National Safety Plan now sits at over $4.4 billion since 2022. In relation to economic security, a woman on an average of $81,000 could be nearly $3,000 a year better off from 27-28, and that includes with the new Working Australian tax offset, which benefits 6.3 million women, and also the instant tax deduction benefit, around 6.2 million women, or 54% of beneficiaries. This budget also includes major investments in aged care, continued investment in Medicare, mental health, reproductive and maternal health, menopause and other services, including the ongoing funding of the Medicare urgent care clinics, which women are using at high rates.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Stewart, first supplementary.
President, and thank you, Minister, for that response. Since 2022, the Albanese Labor government has invested over $4.4 billion to end violence against women, expanded paid parental leave, delivered cheaper childcare, backed fairer wages in female-dominated sectors, and invested in women's health. How does this budget build on those reforms to lock in lasting progress for women and families?
Thank you, Senator Stewart. Minister Gallagher.
Thank you very much, President. I thank Senator Stewart for the supplementary. Creating greater opportunity for women is at the centre of our economic agenda, and as Senator Stewart outlined, we have delivered sustained reforms and the results are clear. Over 1 million families are benefiting from cheaper childcare. Eligible families with a baby born or adopted from the 1st of July this year will get the full benefit of 6 months paid parental leave, and super will be paid on paid parental leave as well. Since January 23, women have saved more than $647 million on medicines through reduced PBS prices and expanded PBS listings for contraception and menopause treatment. Our historic women's health package is incredibly successful. We know that 71,000 women have undertaken menopause assessment consultations, and women have saved more than $106 million. I think the figure is from the new listings of contraceptives and menopause
Minister.
treatments.
The time for answering has expired. Senator Stewart, second supplementary.
Thank you, Minister. Since 2022, women's labour force participation has reached a record high. The gender pay gap is at its lowest level on record, and Australia has risen to 13th globally on gender equality. What does that progress say about the difference it makes when gender equality is treated as a core economic priority and not an afterthought?
Thank you, Senator Stewart. Minister Gallagher.
Thank you, President. I thank Senator Stewart for that question. And as Senator Stewart has outlined, Australia has increased its ranking on international gender equality ranking from the 43rd when we came to government to 13th in the last reporting period. Gender pay gap at the record low, women earning almost $300 more per week, with a big reason behind that being our investments in those undervalued and underpaid occupations of aged care and early education and care. Women's participation rate is up, women's employment is up, we've got paid parental leave moving to 6 months, super on PPL. This budget is proof, and when you see it in conjunction with the budgets that have come before it that are dealing with the structural issues that have been left for way too long, and the women of Australia are over it, we are dealing with them one by one and improving the lives of women across the country.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Patterson.
Thank you, President. My question is to the Minister representing the Prime Minister, Senator Wong. Minister, the Prime Minister has claimed that his government's budget measures are about intergenerational equity. But 20-year-old Anthony Colmack has said the government tax hikes will, quote, significantly hinder my ability to create wealth as it will ultimately delay the process to save for a deposit significantly. I'll have to save even more to be able to afford what I once would have been able to afford a lot earlier. How can the government call these tax hikes intergenerational equity when young Australians like Anthony are being punished the most?
Thank you, Senator Patterson. Minister Wong.
What I would say to Anthony is...
Order. Order. Senator Henderson, which part of order did you fail to understand? Order on my right. Order. The minister had barely got to her feet when the interjection started. Minister, please continue.
What I would say to Anthony is what I said yesterday, that...
Order!
It's pretty bad over there in Australia, isn't it?
Oh,
pretty
dear.
Bad. It's pretty bad.
Order! Order! Senator Watt and Senator Cash. Minister Wong, please continue.
What I would say... What I would say to Anthony is this: for the government is serious about dealing with the challenge of intergenerational equity, and if you read budget paper number 1, it's very clear that we are risking that great Australian contract, that great Australian undertaking, that we will, as a generation that is in government. We will make sure that those who come after us have a similar capacity to fulfil the aspiration for that great Australian dream. And what I would say to Anthony is that the tax changes that we have put in place will ensure not only additional, along with the other measures in the budget, not only additional housing supply, but also more owner-occupiers coming into the housing market. I would also say to Anthony that negative gearing is still available for new builds. We have not abolished it. What we have done is focused it. We have focused it on ensuring that we have additional supply. I would also note that under this government, unlike what would have happened if Mr Taylor was delivering the budget on Tuesday night, that Anthony will see lower taxes, not higher taxes, as would have been the case under a Taylor government.
Senator Patterson.
Thank you, President.
Order.
Thank you, President. Minister, 19-year-old Paulina Demetrio said the changes will mean young people can't benefit as much from the shares that we have, leaving them with fewer options to build wealth to save for a deposit due to the Prime Minister's tax hikes. Why is the government closing the door on wealth-building opportunities available to young Australians that he himself was able to benefit from?
Thank you, Senator Patterson. Order. 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 The interjections right now, given that I have called order 3 or 4 times, are disrespectful to me and this Senate. If you want to have a chat with a senator on the other side, do it outside, not now during question time. It is not call and response. Minister Wong.
Well, this budget will help about 75,000 Australians achieve the dream of home ownership. So any suggestions, what that means is that more young people...
Minister Wong, I'm sorry. I'm not quite sure why I bothered to try and call order, because the minute the minister stood, Senator Colbeck, you interjected, as did you, Senator McKenzie. Seriously, I don't think I should have to start naming people in major parties. You should know what is expected at question time, and that is that you don't interject, especially the minute after I've called order. Minister Wong.
Thank you. Well, this budget will help about 75,000 Australians achieve the dream of home ownership, and of course housing is so important to that ladder of aspiration and to ensure that people can build wealth. It is a commitment by this government to ensure that more Australians are able to fulfil the aspiration of the most Australian of dreams, which is a dream to own your own home. Again, I say negative gearing and capital gains tax would continue to be available for new homes. And I would say to, was it Pauline? Listen to Mr Wilson. He said the tax system is screwing over young Australians. Instead, it favours the well-off, established interests against those trying to get ahead.
Thank you, Minister. The time for answering has expired. I'm waiting. Order. Senator Patterson, first supplementary. Second supplementary, sorry.
Thanks, President. It should be enough. Minister, how does an increased capital gains tax on shares make housing more affordable?
Thank you, Senator Patterson. Minister Wong.
The Treasurer and the government have been upfront about, well, first, in terms of housing, I've explained our housing policy. In terms of the Treasurer was upfront on budget night. We are changing the arrangements for taxation of assets, and that is because we need to ensure as a country that we get a better alignment between the treatment of income and the treatment of income from labour and the treatment of income from assets. And you know, I think most Australians would understand that is pretty fair, and we are providing additional tax. Additional tax benefit to working Australians on top of the previous tax cuts, that Australians. I don't mind a bit of interjection, but Senator Cash, I know she is very upset with the way things are going on that side, but she has actually not drawn breath in this answer.
Yep.
I just wonder if she could draw breath.
Senator Cash, Senator Cash, please stop the running interjections. Minister Wong, did you wish to continue?
I do wish to continue, thank you. We are offering additional tax cuts on top of the tax cuts that we went to the election with, income tax cuts. And if I may remind you, Senator Patterson,
thank you, Minister.
Income tax cuts you opposed.
The time for answering has expired. Senator Waters.
Thanks very much, President. My question is to the Minister representing the Prime Minister, Senator Wong. In an interview with SBS News last night, the Prime Minister said that the proposal for a gas export tax was a slogan and that no one seems to know what it means. The ACTU clearly knew what it meant when they proposed a 25% flat tax on all gas exports to replace the broken PRRT. The ACTU has also been clear that a flat 25% gas export tax would have raised $17.1 billion in 2023-24 and would raise far more in the coming year of wartime profits. Does the Prime Minister really think that the peak union body doesn't know what it's asking for when it comes to a gas export tax and is simply spouting a slogan?
Thank you, Senator Waters. Minister Wong.
I don't think the Prime Minister and Leader of the Labor Party needs a lecture from the Australian Greens about the ACTU. I think we engage with the other part of our movement, the organised trade union movement, regularly and closely and personally. So I don't think we need any assistance from you in understanding where the trade union movement is coming from, nor the relationship between the trade union movement and our political party. In relation to gas taxation, the point I would make is this. The government has put in place a reservation. The reservation is superior policy. It requires producers, and I know you don't actually think the economy matters. You don't think the economy matters, but we do. We actually think jobs in Australia matters, revenue for Australia matters, good income for Australians matter. The reservation is superior policy because it requires producers to supply Australia first. It will deliver lower and more stable prices and shield the Australian economy, and will ensure that important manufacturing jobs in this country can continue to operate, can continue to flourish, given the importance of energy prices to so much of Australian manufacturing. So that is the real world of working people in which we operate, where we understand the importance of ensuring that the facilities that require access to gas, domestic gas, are supplied, and we understand the workers and the families that rely on that policy, and that is what the government has delivered.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Waters, first supplementary.
Thank you. As the Australian Services Union has noted, the $17 billion raised by a gas export tax is, quote, vastly more than the roughly $2 billion we currently receive under the PRRT. These public funds could resource the vital community services Australians rely on, end quote. Why did the Prime Minister reject the opportunity to tax gas giants to fund services like housing, public health and aged care, and instead raise funds by cutting 160,000 families off the NDIS?
Thank you, Senator Waters. Minister Wong.
We're very familiar with the ASU. In fact, I'm a member of the ASU, and I'm also familiar with the campaign that the ASU ran in relation to social and community workers who have seen Labor governments deliver for working people, again, in terms of better wages and better conditions for those workers particularly, and workers more generally, and the case in terms of gender bias in the industrial sector and the work of women particularly being undervalued, also something that this government has acted on.
Oh, sorry, Senator Waters. Senator Waters.
Just a point of order on relevance. I'm an ASU member as well. My question was about why aren't you listening to them and why are you punching down on disability families?
Thank you, Senator Waters. I'll remind you it's not okay to make statements. The Minister is being relevant to your question. Minister Wong.
I am surprised that you interrupt me when I'm talking about gender undervaluation, because that is something that matters and that union cares about. But anyway, I'm happy to continue to talk about it. What I would say to you is that the government has been very clear about, in the middle of a fuel crisis and the biggest shock in global energy markets that we have lived through. It is the largest shock in energy in global energy markets that we have lived through. And you might interject
thank you, Minister. And dismiss the time for answering has expired. Senator Waters, second supplementary.
This budget cuts $4 billion from climate and renewable energy programs, while keeping $47 billion for fossil fuel subsidies, giving millions for new gas fields and to prop up the destructive native forest logging industry. Why is the Prime Minister using the budget to keep the gas and coal industry happy, the loggers happy and Labor's corporate donors happy?
Thank you, Senator Waters. Minister Wong.
I'm not sure that's a supplementary question to this question about gas policy, but I'm going to return to energy policy and say this. This government is working with the community and with the private sector to steer Australia through the worst energy crisis that the globe has seen. And I'd invite you to actually look at the analysis of this. I know this is inconvenient. But it is absolutely clear that we are currently living through a shock to energy markets that is the worst the world has seen. And we are making judgments to ensure that Australians get access to the diesel, jet fuel and petrol and fertiliser that our economy needs. And we make no apology for that. And we will continue to do that because that is the right thing to do for the nation and for the community.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Walker.
Thank you, President. My question is to the Minister for Youth, Senator Walsh. Young people want to feel optimistic about their future. They want a home they can afford and confidence that if they work hard, they can get ahead.
Order.
And again this week,
Order. Senator Walker, I'm sorry. Please resume your seat. Order. Order on my left. Order. Order on my right as well. Order. Senator McKenzie. Senator Walker, if you would start again, please.
My question is to the Minister for Youth, Senator Walsh. Young people want to feel optimistic about their future. They want a home they can afford and confidence that if they work hard, they can get ahead. And this week, I'm hearing from young Australians who are feeling hope again. Can the Minister update the Senate on how the Albanese Labor government is listening to young people, taking their concerns seriously and building a fairer future for them?
Order. Order across the chamber. Order. On my right. Minister Walsh.
Well, thank you, Senator Walker, for the question, and how appalling that those opposite try to shout down the youngest senator in this chamber as she asks her question. And unlike those opposite, Senator Walker knows more than anyone in this place the experiences of young Australians.
Senator Walsh, please. Order. 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 Senator Cash and whichever male senator who made that comment in relation to Minister Walsh will withdraw it. Well, if you don't think that was unparliamentary, then you need to rethink it. You know it is not my practice to repeat offences. Okay, well that is, again, order. That, again, in my view, demonstrates the level of disrespect that this place has sunk to, that comment by a male senator has not been withdrawn. Please continue, Senator Walsh.
Well, unlike those opposite, Senator Walker, more than anyone else in this place, knows the experiences of young Australians and the challenges that they face. And those experiences and those challenges matter to us, because we are a government that listens to all Australians, and that includes young Australians. So we've handed down a budget that levels the playing field. Too many young Australians have been looking at the housing market and wondering whether the Australian dream of home ownership will ever be within their reach. And the Prime Minister has been clear.
Order.
This generation shouldn't have to say goodbye to the Australian dream. And that's why our budget takes responsible action to help more young Australians into their first home. We are building on the most ambitious housing agenda in generations. More housing supply, more public and social housing, more support for first home buyers. And now, under Labor, tax reform that levels the playing field for young first home buyers.
Minister Walsh, I'm very sorry. Senator Henderson, I've had to call you personally a number of times. You were yelling, without your microphone being on, louder than the minister. As I invited you, no, it's not funny, Senator Henderson. It is not funny. It's rude and disrespectful is what it is. And if you can't keep quiet, I invite you to leave. Minister Walsh, please continue.
This is generational reform, so no wonder those opposite hate it. This is reform to make sure young Australians can get their foot in the door and their keys to a home. And if you're a young Australian in a position to invest, you can still get tax benefits for investing in new builds that add to supply for everyone. These changes matter because home ownership is more than a roof over your head. It is a secure future. So we are doing what it takes for young Australians to be able to work hard to get into their first home and plan their secure future.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Walker, first supplementary.
We know young Australians are working hard, studying hard and trying to get ahead, but many still feel the pressure of day-to-day cost of living challenges. Minister, how does this budget help open the door of opportunity to young Australians to earn more and keep more of what they earn?
Minister Walsh.
Thank you very much, President. Thank you, Senator Walker, again. And under our government, young Australians are earning more and keeping more of what they earn. We're rolling out our already legislated tax cuts. for every single Australian taxpayer this year and next year. Tax cuts that you oppose. We're delivering our new instant tax deduction, $1,000, no receipts needed. And we're delivering new and permanent income tax for every Australian worker.
Senator Walsh, please resume a seat. Senator Wong.
Point of order, disorderly behaviour. Senator Henderson is very quick to demand courtesy in this chamber, but she offers almost none. Almost none. She has continued to interject them against the minister. I ask you to call her to order.
Thank you, Minister Wong. You will be aware. Senator Henderson, it's not a debate. As the chamber is aware, I have called her, Senator Henderson, personally a number of times today, and I've invited her to leave the chamber. I'm quite serious about that, Senator Henderson. And as I said earlier in this piece, I think the role of the opposition is not to be named, but that's what it's coming to, a front bencher on the opposition side being named. And I'm warning you, that's what will happen. Minister Walsh, please continue.
Thank you, President. In addition to our already legislated tax cuts, we're delivering a new and permanent income tax cut for every Australian worker through the Working Australians Tax Offset. And since the Albanese Labor government was elected, the national minimum wage has gone up by more than $9,000 a year. We know the Liberals love low wages. We like good wages for all Australians, including young Australians, and under Labor's new tax cuts, young workers can keep even more of what they earn.
Expired. Senator Walker, second supplementary.
Young Australians want practical support and a government that's focused on their future. They want action that helps them get ahead, to buy their first home, to earn more and keep more of what they earn. Minister, are there any barriers standing in the way of delivering that support for young Australians?
Order. 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 Senator McKenzie, the fact that you put your hands to your mouth then to elevate your voice again is quite disrespectful. It's incredibly disrespectful. As I said yesterday, you're not at a footy match. Minister Walsh.
Thank you, Senator Walker. And yes, we've been hearing quite a lot from those opposite. They're not listening to young Australians. The person they're listening to is Senator Hanson. And there she is, Senator Hanson, shouting from the Facebook, directing the Liberal Party from Sky After Dark, dragging the Liberals so far from the kitchen tables of everyday Australians they can't seem to find their own seat anywhere, not in the cities, not in the regions, not in the home of the Menzies Liberals in Farrer either. So while all of you move closer to the crossbench, we welcome more of the crossbench moving to us, and welcome again Senator Tyrrell. While all of you lose your minds over there, we are building a future young Australians can be proud of. We are listening to young Australians. We are levelling the playing field for young Australians, because on this side of the chamber we know who we are.
The time for answering has expired. Order. And I remind those on my right, it is not appropriate to clap. Senator David Pocock.
Thanks, President. My question is to the Minister representing the Minister for Aged Care and Seniors, Minister McAllister. How many people are currently waiting for a supported home package, and how many people are currently waiting for an assessment?
I'm sorry, Senator Pocock. Could you just advise me who the question was addressed to?
Minister McAllister.
Minister McAllister. Thank you very much. Minister McAllister.
Thank you very much, President. Thank you, Senator Pocock, for the question and for advising me of your intention to ask it. In terms of waiting for a supported home place, as at the 31st of December, there were 94,963 people in the National Priority System waiting for the allocation of a place. And in terms of the waitlist for assessment, as at the 31st of December, 103,527 people are waiting for an assessment. Now, senators will understand, and I think this is a shared value across the chamber, that older Australians have spent their entire lives contributing to their communities and caring for their families, and they should be supported to access the care that they need to grow older with comfort and dignity and respect. And that is why we have made the investments that we've made from government. Because when we came to government, and I'm listening to the interjections from Senator Ruston, when we came to government, the aged care system was not built for the population we have today. And not,
Senator Ruston,
at all for the population we can expect to have in 10 or 20 years. We'll remember how the Royal Commission described the system that was administered by those opposite. It was one characterised by neglect. And so since coming to government, we have set about compressing a decade's worth of reform into a 3 or 4 year period. We've invested more in 3 years than those opposite invested in their 10 years in government, and invested over $4.3 billion in the new Support at Home program. And these are facts that those opposite don't wish to hear, but this is important work that the government takes seriously, because we respect the contribution made by older Australians, and we're determined to provide the services that they require.
Thank you, Minister McAllister. Senator Pocock, first supplementary.
Thank you, President. Thank you, Minister, for that. I'm a little bit surprised that you've only got figures from December. I would have thought you'd at least have the first quarter's figures. But given that there's more than 200,000 older Australians waiting for care at home, can you advise how many new supported home packages were funded in the budget?
Thank you, Senator Pocock. Minister McAllister.
Thanks very much. And this Senator's had a number of conversations about whether or not it is appropriate to add those two numbers and whether that makes sense. And you know, Senator Pocock, that methodology is not one that the government accepts. But nonetheless, your question goes to the budget. Labor will deliver an additional 32,000 support at home places in 2026-27, and as outlined in the budget papers, once we've rolled out these additional places, more than 420,000 older Australians will have access to a support at home place. Now, that is almost 3 times as many older Australians compared to those who had a home care package back in 2020, when those opposite were responsible.
Senator Ruston, perhaps you can have your own question. Senator Ruston, I'm addressing you. Perhaps you can have your own question rather than interjecting so rudely from the sidelines. Senator Pocock, second supplementary.
Thank you, President. Minister, on Tuesday during budget lockup, the government released 2 weeks late their report into wait times. We now know that there's a triage list, which is a wait list to get onto the wait list, to then get onto the wait list for a supported home package. Given we've got so many Australians waiting, why weren't there more supported home packages funded in the budget?
Thank you, Senator Pocock. Minister McAllister.
Thanks very much, President. And Senator Pocock, the report that was tabled or published, I should say more correctly, was not late. It was published in line with the government's legal obligations under the Aged Care Act. The government was required to release the report as soon as practical after it was provided by the department, and it did so. Senators, this government and this budget does deliver for older Australians. The Labor government will deliver $3.7 billion to deliver more beds, more packages, better care for older Australians to ensure they get the support they need. And that means 5,000 additional aged care beds each year, principally for those with limited financial means, incentivised through building subsidies, and an increase and restructure of the accommodation supplement. It means faster access to supported home
Thank you,
places.
Minister. The time for answering has expired. Senator Canavan.
Thank you, Madam President. My question is for the Minister representing the Prime Minister, Senator Wong. Minister, in every budget speech delivered by your government before this week, there was a promise to lower the cost of energy through your net zero agenda. But the government has broken these promises as electricity prices have risen by 40% in recent years. This week's budget contained no such promise to lower the cost of energy. Indeed, energy prices were not mentioned at all. Minister, for years you have told the Australian people that net zero will reduce power prices, but now you're waving the white flag. Why is the government continuing down the net zero path when your government won't even promise that it will lower energy prices?
Thank you, Senator Canavan. Minister Wong.
Well, I think if you've wanted a demonstration of the fact that in every way that matters the coalition are acting as a coalition with One Nation. I think it is listening to what Senator Canavan has to say, and it is impressive the extent to which he parrots and mimics what Senator Hanson has to say. No, I'm happy to talk about energy, Senator. What?
You created One Nation, Matt.
Order.
What you sow.
Order.
What I would, the number of points I'd make. The first is there was actually quite a lot of discussion about energy in the budget and in the speech, Senator.
Senator Canavan.
There are 5 packages in the budget, and one of them deals with fuel security. And the context of that the Treasurer spoke about is the largest shock to energy markets that the world has seen. Well, that is energy.
Minister Wong, please resume your seat. Senator Canavan.
President, on relevance, the question went to energy prices, not fuel security. So I just asked the minister to come back to the question.
Thank you, Senator Canavan. And you also referenced speeches and other things that had occurred. So I think the minister is being relevant, and I will continue to listen carefully. Minister Wong.
Can I? There are a couple of points. Well, the government is.
Well, the minister sat down because there's again interjections. Minister, please continue.
Thank you. The first point I'd make is one of the 5 packages in the budget and the context of the budget that the Treasurer spoke at length about was the energy markets, the state of global energy markets and the way that is impacted upon Australia, and that impacts upon Australia in a number of ways, including through price, and in fact higher energy prices as a consequence of these shocks to global markets are ricocheting throughout our economy, and the Treasurer was upfront about that. That is what is driving, in great part, the challenges that through supply chains of higher costs is contributing to inflation.
Sorry, Minister Wong, the time for answering has expired. Senator Canavan, first supplementary.
Yeah, look, thank you, Madam President. Minister, this week's budget reveals that the government is spending another $18 billion of taxpayers' money on its failing net zero agenda. We know that net zero isn't reducing the cost of living for Australians. So, Minister, why did the government choose to spend another $18 billion on a failed energy policy?
Thank you, Senator Canavan. Minister Wong.
Senator, the failed energy policy was the one you contributed to wrecking, which was in the government of which you were a part for some time a cabinet minister and some time not, where you had 4 gigawatts exit the system, 1 gigawatt come in, and as you know, that creates problems with both price and supply. The reality is that 24 of the nation's 28 ageing coal-fired power stations announced they were closing while you were on this side of the chamber. And you didn't do anything about working out where else supply would come from. What you hope is that the private sector might invest in the past, and it's very clear that the private sector wouldn't. What I would also say is, if you cared about price, why is it that you opposed energy rebates for Australian businesses and Australian households? Why is it that you opposed them? Well, but you're backing it in. You're backing it in. You're backing in your
thank
opposition
you, Minister.
to those
The time
rebates.
for answering has expired. Senator Canavan, second supplementary.
Thank you, Madam President. Minister, the government had promised that net zero would unleash mining investment in critical minerals. Yet your own budget documents show that mining investment growth will slump to 0 by 2027-28. If net zero is working, why aren't we getting investment in mining?
Thank you, Senator Canavan. Minister Wong.
Well, Senator,
Order.
Senator, what I would say to you is that you are a demonstration of the way in which ideology ensured that we had coal-fired power stations exiting with no plan
Minister
for more
Wong,
supply.
please resume your seat.
For more.
Senator Canavan.
President, I'll take 2 points on relevance and on personal reflection. The
I'm
Minister was
sorry,
asked about
Senator
mining.
Canavan, I can't hear you.
Sorry. I don't think that was my fault.
Please start again.
2 points of order on relevance and personal reflection. The minister was asked about mining investment, went straight to reflecting on myself. I think the people who work in the mining industry deserve an answer about why investment is going to zero.
Minister Ayres, you'll withdraw that comment.
I'll withdraw.
Thank you. And Senator Canavan, I have checked with the clerk, but it is also my view there was no personal reflection, and the minister is being relevant to your question, and I would invite the minister to continue to be heard in silence.
Well, Senator, I wasn't intending it as a personal reflection. It's an observation about the way in which the views of One Nation and parts of the National Party have ensured that we saw power exiting the system with no plan to bring more power into the system. And when we came to government, that was the situation with which we were dealing. And that was brought about because of an ideological position that you and others, led in many ways by Senator Hanson, have expressed, which is you only like some forms of energy, not others, and you don't recognise.
Thank you, Minister.
You don't
the time for answering has expired. Minister, the time for answering has expired. Senator Hanson.
Thank you very much. Well, my question is to the Minister representing the Treasurer, Senator Gallagher. Minister, documents uncovered by One Nation under Freedom of Information show foreign owners of Australian houses are not complying with Australian laws. Only 1 in 5 foreign purchasers submitted a mandatory disclosure known as the Foreign Vacancy Fee Return last year. Tens of thousands of foreign-owned homes may be sitting vacant and not paying the required fee because they haven't lodged their mandatory declaration. Minister, how can the Australian people have any faith in what your government says about the level of foreign ownership when you've been caught red-handed letting 80% of foreign owners not comply with the law?
Thank you, Senator Hanson. Minister Gallagher.
Thank you, and I thank Senator Hanson for the question. And I would say in this budget, the government has extended the ban on foreign purchases of existing homes to 2029. That is included in the budget paper, and that is part of our response to pressures in the housing market and to make sure that Australians aren't competing with foreign buyers for those properties. And it is also interesting to note that foreign buyers peaked under the Liberals in 2017-2018 when almost 8,500 properties were purchased by foreign buyers. This was now down by over 2/3 by the time our foreign buyer ban started in 2025, from 1.8% of buyers to just 0.5% of buyers. And so we have been responding to these. To the issues around making sure that every lever available to us is being used to ensure that housing is affordable and accessible to the Australian community. In relation to the question on compliance, I don't have any further information to provide for that, other than I know from my work at estimates, when One Nation raises this issue every estimates hearing, that the Treasury responds about the nature of the compliance work, and I think the ATO as well, on the compliance work that they do to ensure and verify that those arrangements are working properly.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Hanson, first supplementary.
Thank you. Minister, I would suggest that no one in Australia believes that foreign purchases are less than 2% a year. Surveys of real estate agents put the figure as high as 10%. Why won't your government require all real estate sales to be accompanied by proof of citizenship or permanent residency to ensure no foreign purchases are slipping through undetected?
Thank you, Senator Hanson. Minister Gallagher.
Thank you, and I thank Senator Hanson for that supplementary. Well, the advice to me and the information to me, and that is information that's provided by the officials that monitor this, is that the foreign buyers' purchases of of housing in this country is just 0.5% of buyers. It hasn't always been the case, but that is the information that I have been provided with. And I think that would be more accurate because it would be using the financial records available to government than a survey of real estate agents. But in relation to compliance, since the 1st of July 2023, all acquisitions and sales of residential land by foreign persons have been required to be notified on the new Register of Foreign Ownership of Australian Assets. But also the ATO assumed responsibility for residential real estate in December 2015, and since then,
Minister. The time for answering
I'll provide
has
the
expired. Senator Hanson, second supplementary.
Thank you. Minister, your government is still allowing foreigners to purchase new homes, driving up demand and prices when Australians can't own one. In 2017, the ANZ Bank estimated foreigners owned up to 400,000 existing Australian homes. One Nation says these existing homes should be owned by Australians, not foreigners. When will you force these foreigners to sell their properties, a lot of which are unoccupied, while Australians are sleeping in tents and cars?
Thank you, Senator Hanson. Minister Gallagher.
Thank you. Well, as I outlined in the budget, we have extended the ban on foreign purchase of existing homes to 2029 in relation to the ability to purchase on new builds, and you'll see this from our policies in relation to negative gearing and capital gains tax. We do support investment in new housing construction in this country because it generates supply, and we want housing supply to continue at pace. That is, all of the policies that we are using and putting together are about driving supply. In relation to
Minister Gallagher, please resume your seat. Senator Hanson.
Relevant to my question was, will the government force foreigners to sell up their homes?
Thank you, Senator Hanson. The minister is being relevant to your question, and I'll continue to listen carefully. Minister.
Being relevant, Senator Hanson, because I've answered what the budget documents outline, and the position of the government, which is the policy of the government, is to extend the ban on foreign purchases of existing homes to 2029. That was in the budget. It was extended in the budget. That remains the government's policy.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Ananda Raja.
President, my question is to the Minister representing the Minister for Health and Ageing, Senator McAllister. This week, the Treasurer delivered the Albanese Labor government's 5th budget, which continues the work of strengthening Medicare for all Australians. How is the government continuing to make healthcare more affordable and accessible after a decade of cuts and neglect?
Thank you, Senator Ananda Raja. Minister McAllister.
Thank you, President, and thank you, Senator Ananda Raja, for this question and for your advocacy for public health. Well, the Albanese government is investing so that all Australians can get the health that they need when they need it. This budget furthers that work to strengthen Medicare and deliver real cost of living relief to families all around Australia. We're making Medicare urgent care clinics permanent to lock in access to public health right around the country. It takes pressure off emergency rooms in public hospitals and it makes it so much easier for families. And Senator O'Neill will be pleased to know that we will deliver up to 6 new fully bulk billing GP clinics in the Newcastle, Lake Macquarie, Lower Hunter and Central Coast areas. Now, these communities have historically had low bulk billing rates, and so we are bringing bulk billed, accessible health care directly to them, and all they will need is their Medicare card. Thank you, Minister. We're going to deliver more upgrades to the My Health record so patients and health professionals can access health data in better ways. We're protecting older Australians from higher out-of-pocket costs for intravitreal eye injections, and we are stepping up our efforts to close the gap. Improving health infrastructure across Aboriginal community-controlled health services and increasing investment in culturally safe mental health support and for birthing on country. President, free public hospitals are a cornerstone of Medicare, and that is why we are delivering $25 billion in additional Commonwealth funding. That is $25 billion in additional funding for our public hospitals and the doctors and the nurses who are the backbone of our public health system. It is 3 times more the additional funding than under the last 5-year agreement and Commonwealth funding for state-run hospitals, and it will reach a record $220 billion.
Thank you, Minister. The time for answering has expired. Senator Ananda-Rajah, first supplementary.
Thank you, Minister. The PBS is a cornerstone of Australia's universal health system because Australians shouldn't have to choose between the medicines they need and paying their bills. How is the Albanese Labor government delivering more cheaper medicines for all Australians?
Thank you, Senator Ananda-Rajah. Minister McAllister.
Thank you, President. Well, the budget delivers significant investments to secure the pharmaceutical benefit scheme. That'll mean that families right across Australia will get access to the life-changing medicines that they need at cheaper prices. And our reforms to make medicines cheaper have already saved Australians more than $2.5 billion since 2022. And in this budget, the Albanese government will be pressing on with our work to make medicines cheaper and more accessible. We're continuing new and amended medicines listings on the PBS, including for cystic fibrosis, chronic kidney disease, various cancers and more. We're ensuring free access to the respiratory syncytial virus vaccine for older Australians through the National Immunisation Program, and we're delivering measures to increase childhood vaccination rates through an enhanced immunisation campaign, SMS reminders and growing the National Immunisation Program vaccination in pharmacy.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Ananda-Rajah, second supplementary.
Thank you, Minister. When it comes to getting quality healthcare, all you should need is your Medicare card, not your credit card. How do the new measures to strengthen Medicare in the budget complement other actions that the Albanese Labor government has taken to deliver affordable healthcare for all Australians? Why has the government chosen this approach?
Minister McAllister.
Well, thank you, President. Well, in May last year, the Australian people made a very clear choice, and they voted for a government that would stand up for universal health care. And the measures in this budget complement the largest ever investment in the history of Medicare, $8.5 billion. Now, since our investment started on November 1, 2025, there are now nearly 3,800 Medicare bulk billing practices nationwide, and over 1,200 of those were previously mixed billing. Now, people are very quiet over there, but I do want to make this point, Senators. At these clinics, all you will need is your Medicare card. And that means that more and more people will be able to see a GP, and fewer people will have to resort to sitting in their local emergency department. That is actually what delivering for everyday Australians means. Labor is focused on the needs of the Australian people, while those over there are focused on themselves.
Thank you, Minister. The time for answering has expired. Senator Ruston.
Thank you. My question is the Minister representing the Prime Minister, Senator Wong. Will the Minister assure the Australian people unequivocally that the Albanese government will not introduce a tax on inheritance?
Thank you, Senator Ruston. Minister Wong.
Congratulate Senator Ruston on her first question for some time. I think it's been a couple of months, hasn't it, Senator Ruston, since you've been given a question, and so I appreciate the opportunity to respond to you at this point. Senator, I note that, given the coalition's inability to actually contest the budget, you know one to contest what is not in the budget. What is not in the budget. We have been very clear about what we are doing and what we are not doing, and what you are asking us about is something we are not doing and we do not intend to do.
Thank you, Minister. I'll just wait for order. I'll just wait for order. Senator Hume. Senator Ruston, first supplementary.
Thank you, President. Will the Minister assure the Australian people unequivocally that the Albanese government will not oppose any new taxes on the family home?
Thank you, Senator Ruston. Minister Wong.
Well, I refer to my first answer. I mean, they're so worried about the budget that we've handed down because it is such a good budget for this country that they are now resorting on the second day after the budget has been handed down to asking a range of questions which they know are not things that this government is doing and not things that this government will do. Now, I'm asked about the family home, and what I would say to Senator Ruston is this. I think Australians know which is the party that looks to the welfare and benefit of the Australian workers and their families, which is the party that makes sure that Australian families get Medicare, get decent education, get access to the services they need, and have access to decent wages, and that is the Australian Labor Party, which is why we are where we are and why you are in coalition with One Nation.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Ruston, second supplementary.
Thank you. Minister, the Prime Minister ruled out changes to negative gearing and capital gains tax more than 50 times before the election. As recently as August last year, he looked Australians in the eye and reaffirmed that there would be no changes. Then the budget night came and he betrayed the Australian people. Minister, why should the Australian people believe a single word that your government says because of the evidence of this budget?
What is it? Thank you, Senator Ruston. Minister Wong.
So this government always looks to do what is right for the Australian people. That is what we do. And what I really enjoy is the party that pretended to be the party of lower taxes and lower debt and lower deficit. Well, that Senator Hume, now the deputy leader, led them to an election with the man who is now the leader of the opposition, guaranteeing more debt, larger deficits and higher taxes. So now they want to believe that they've actually returned to a lower taxing ideology after the fact they went to the last election saying they actually wanted higher taxes and more debt. Quite remarkable. So what I would say to those opposite, maybe work out what you stand for and who you are before you start lecturing others about anything to do with policy or politics.
Thank you, Minister. Order. Senator Sheldon.
My question is to the Minister representing the Minister for Industrial Relations, Senator Watt. Tuesday night's budget was the most responsible but also the most ambitious handed down in decades. It continued the Albanese Labor government's focus on driving wages growth and providing tax cuts for all Australians. Can the Minister outline how the budget will deliver better outcomes for workers?
Thank you, Senator Sheldon. Minister Watt.
Thanks, President, and thanks, Senator Sheldon. I would love nothing more than to outline how this year's federal budget will deliver better outcomes for Australian workers. And that's because our government's #1 focus is supporting Australian working families who are struggling with cost of living pressures. And a key part of that is helping them earn more and keep more of what they earn. And this budget will put more money into the pockets of 13.3 million workers with a new $250 Working Australians tax offset. This offset is targeted to workers and represents the most meaningful permanent increase to the effective tax-free threshold since Labor last increased it more than a decade ago. Altogether, our 5 different tax cuts will benefit the average Australian worker by up to $2,816 in 2028, evening out taxation for those who earn income from work and those who earn it from owning assets. And to help workers earn more, we've announced that we will again advocate to the Fair Work Commission for an economically sustainable real wage increase for our lowest paid workers on minimum award wages. This will help almost 2.7 million workers across the country, including cleaners, retail workers, security guards and hospitality workers, many of whom rely on minimum award wages. These workers are more likely to be women, they're more likely to be employed on a casual basis or working part-time and younger. And I know Senator Hume doesn't support working people on minimum wages. Our government's submission to the Fair Work Commission advocating for a real wage increase is about supporting working people in Australia. This Labor government has advocated for a wage increase for minimum award wage earners each and every year that we've been in government. Since coming into government, the minimum wage has increased by more than $9,000 per year. And of course, we've legislated to protect penalty and overtime rates for these same workers because it's an important part of their pay packet. Something was opposed by the Liberal National One Nation Coalition.
The time for answering has expired. Senator Sheldon, first up.
Since 2022, the Albanese Labor government has had a very clear focus on improving the wages and conditions for millions of working Australians. Yesterday, new data was released by the ABS, which showed that under Labor, wages continue to grow above 3%. Minister, how have wages improved under this government, and what is the government doing to continue this into the future?
Order, order, order. Minister Watt.
Thanks, President. Well, we know that for 10 years we had a Liberal National Party coalition government for whom low wages was a deliberate design feature of their economic policy. But things have changed under Labor. New data released by the ABS today shows that annual nominal wages continue to grow above 3% under Labor. Annual wages are growing by at least 3% in 14 of 18 industries. Now, our predecessors never achieved this, and at best they could only achieve 3% wage rises in 6 industries for one lonely quarter.
Minister Watt, can we just stop the running commentary, particularly from you, Senator Hume? I've called you a number of times, and from you, Senator Sharma. That is extremely disrespectful. Minister Watt, please continue.
Thank you, President. But where does the incredible shrinking coalition stand now on these matters? Well, we know that Senator Bragg likes to reheat an old losing policy or two. I'll fight back Bragg over there. This week I informed the Senate of his desire to bring back the Liberals' losing fight back policy. Well, today it seems that he's keen to bring back John Howard's losing work choices policy. This morning on ABC Radio National, Senator Bragg doubled down by saying, I think we need to be looking again at the IR system. More lower wages, more cut conditions.
Minister, the time for answering has expired, and I will ask you to withdraw those comments about Senator Bragg.
I withdraw.
Thank you. Senator Sheldon, second supplementary.
A main theme of this year's budget is dealing with intergenerational equity by improving access to housing and increasing wages. Minister, how's the Albanese Labor government helping younger workers to earn more, and why is it important that this parliament comes together to support these measures?
Minister Watt.
Thanks, Senator Sheldon. Well, the Independent Fair Work Commission has ruled that young adult workers should earn adult wages, and that happened under a Labor government. This government welcomes the decision to abolish junior rates of pay for 18 to 20-year-old workers in some sectors, meaning tens of thousands of young adult workers will earn more at this important time of their lives. And while we're getting on with the job of supporting younger Australians, what do we see from the endangered species of the opposition? Well, their week started with that catastrophic result in the Farrer by-election, recording historically low votes for the Liberal and National Party in coalition heartland. Then they spent the rest of the week flip-flopping about whether they would enter coalition with One Nation. Senator Mackenzie was first out of the block saying she was for it. The Shadow Foreign Minister was against it. The Shadow Treasurer was for it, and then he was against it. And then we saw Senator Hume on that train wreck interview this week where this moderate Liberal 8 times would not rule out going into coalition with One Nation. The truth is they're already in coalition, cutting wages, cutting housing and cutting cost of living relief.
Thank you, Minister. Thank you. Minister Wong?
I ask that further questions be placed on notice.
Thank you. Yes, Senator. Sorry, I've just got the minister on her feet, and then I'll come to you, Senator Steele-John.
I have some further information for Senator Bragg in relation to the question asked in question time. The table Senator Bragg referred to was for 25-26, which was... May I finish? Is that possible? I'm trying to do the right thing.
Order!
This is a courtesy. Oh, boy. I'll start again. The table Senator Bragg referred to is for 25-26, which is between half rounds. The more than 18,000 HAF homes were contracted in 24-25, rounds 1 and 2. Then round 3 opened in January of this year, and more than 21,000 homes are scheduled to be contracted in 26-27. So that means by the time the next election comes around, the full 40,000 social and affordable homes in the HAF will be contracted.
Thank you, Minister. Yes, thank you. Order. Senator Steele-John has the call.
Thank you,
Senator
President. I seek leave to move a motion relating to a direction to the Community Affairs Legislation Committee as circulated.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted, Senator Steele-John.
Thank you. I move the motion.
So the question is that motion is moved by Senator Steele-John be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. Order. Thanks.
Senator Tyrrell, are you seeking the call? Sorry, Senator Tyrrell? Sorry, Senator Tyrrell, I cannot hear you. Your microphone's not working. Or your colleagues are speaking too loudly.
Well, maybe the microphone's not on. I'd like to seek leave to make a statement.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted.
Thank you, Acting Deputy. Deputy President. I seek leave to make a statement about my party affiliation when leave is granted.
Leave has been granted.
Thank
you have the call, Senator Tyrrell.
I inform the chamber that I am now a member of the Australian Labor Party.
That's order. Senators who are not planning to take note should please be quiet or leave the chamber. I shall now proceed to motions to take note of answers. Oh, are you seeking the call, Senator Cadell? Senator Cadell?
All answers coalition.
I haven't quite got there, Senator Cadell. I thought you were seeking the call. With the concurrence of the Senate, the clerks will set the clock in accordance with informal arrangements agreed by the whips. Are there any motions? Senator Cadell.
I move to take note of all answers by questions by coalition senators. There's a lot of focus around housing today and what's going on here, and it's quite interesting that you can deliver a budget and not enough of your own party room actually read the budget papers to know what's going on in it. The surprise on the faces of some of the questions yesterday was truly great to see, because we talk about how this is going to build more houses and it's going to be great for the economy, but if you go to page 158, it actually says we will build 35,000 less houses on there. And we also talk about how it's going to be great for rents, but if you go to the same page, it'll see that the taxation policies will drive rents up. Now, what gets for me is we're going back to tried and tested territory on removing negative gearing and what it does for housing. Because back in the 80s, they tried this very same thing. And what we found in Sydney and Perth especially, rents went up through the roof. The proof is in the pudding. When negative gearing was removed, rents went through the roof. So they studied this and they came up with things, because it didn't go up everywhere. And they found that because there was low supply of rental housing, below 2%, that is what caused the rents to go through the roof. And then they tried it, Labor New Zealand tried it. They said, let's learn from our cousins, let's get rid of negative gearing in New Zealand. So they tried that. And then they found that rents went through the roof. And they looked at the reasons for that. And they said, oh, it's because we had higher than expected immigration. That's the reason we had it. So what have we got in Australia now? We've got this government getting rid of negative gearing. But what? We've got both. We've got low occupancy rate or low vacancy rates. In fact, every capital city in Australia has 1.4% or less. Some cities have 0.4% vacancy rates. So we have lower than Sydney and Perth had last time when it was blamed. And we have higher immigration. The budget papers say 2 million people coming to Australia going on. So we have both instances, both causes on the one instance. But we're going to try it again, and we pretend that rents will only go up $2. But here's what's going to happen. We're building 35,000 less homes. We're bringing in 2 million people. Every experience where low vacancy rates below 2% have happened, rents have gone through the roof, and we think everything's going to be okay. This is a joke. This is talk about mess around and find out. The Australian people, Australian renters, students, people coming to this country, guys trying to save for a mortgage, will find out exactly what a joke this is, because I guarantee this, rents will not go up $2 per year. They will go up far more than that. You'll see people, don't worry about the gain on in your investments to try and get a house. You won't be able to put any savings away because your rents are going to go through the roof. Everything we see in the past, I'd love if one Labor person was able to point anywhere in the world where negative gearing has been removed in a tight rental market and it is actually given better housing accommodation, better accommodation outcomes, because it hasn't. We are going to reinvent the wheel if this works. Reinvent the wheel. Low vacancy rates, high immigration, and yet they still think this will work. And we go out there and we say, oh, hang on a sec, but this is going to be great for young people wanting to get in the market. No, it won't, because they haven't got the negative gearing aspects if they want to buy a unit to start off. They haven't got the capital gains tax exemptions if they want to go into the share market or other investments to get it. That's all us. We've got it. Out of your 23 members of Cabinet have multiple properties. They've all benefited from capital gains tax and negative gearing. We can all do that here. I've got a place in Canberra. If I wanted to, I could have done that way. But the people who want to get into the market, you've taken away their option to get those benefits going there. So this is a joke of a policy. Your own budget statements, your own Treasury papers say this, but we didn't bother to read that bit. We keep going around, overall, this is a good thing. Page 158. The taxation policies contained here will lead to 35,000 less homes being built.
Senator Cox.
Thank you, Deputy President. The focus clearly of the opposition in today's question time focuses on things that they actually didn't do when they were in government, which is surprising. 373 homes is all they built when they were in government. Now, our budget that was handed down by our Treasurer, Jim Chalmers, from the other place the other night was a responsible budget, a budget that focused on three things, focused on resilience, relief and reform. And they were important things to ensure that we were delivering more cost of living help and building a more productive economy, a fairer tax system. So getting lectures from the opposition, high taxes, Hume over there and co, is not.
Senator Cox,
I withdraw. I withdraw. But we're not going to get lectures from the opposition around a fairer tax system, a better tax system, when they went to the last election in talking about higher taxes. Now, a fairer housing market. Now, you saw an absolute display, a disgraceful display, Deputy President, when Senator Walker was on her feet in this chamber asking a question as a young Labor senator disgracefully yelled down by those opposite, and young people sitting in this gallery nodding about the housing market they will now have access to because of the policies that were announced in our budget on Tuesday night. It is disgraceful that this party, who claims to be the tail that's being wagged by the dog over there in Pauline Hanson's One Nation, talking to us and trying to lecture us about a more sustainable budget. It's ridiculous. Now, tax cuts, housing, fuel were all the focus because of the conflict in the Middle East that is weighing heavily on our economy. Now, you can't disagree with any of that. And the compounding cost of living, the pressures that Australians are under, you are tone deaf to, absolutely tone deaf. And for months, you've sat in this place and concentrated on yourselves and haven't even listened to the Australian people. That's why your base has cracked. That's why she's increased her margin in Farah in the by-election, is because of what you've done in nasal gazing. Now,
Senator Cox, please refer to people by their correct titles.
I did, Senator Hudson. I was referring
pointed
to the
across
party.
the chamber.
I'm sorry, do I have to call Deputy President or is
I'm not
Senator
asking you
Hanson?
to withdraw. I didn't ask her to withdraw, Senator Wong.
You were correct.
I just said, please refer to people by their correct title.
I'm sorry.
Senator Wong.
Deputy President. I didn't hear, I may have missed it, but generally the chair picks that up when someone refers to someone by a different title, not the word you.
She pointed across the chamber and used the word she. I think it is more usual in this place to go through the chair and to use people's names, Senator Wong, and I think, to be honest, that is the way most presidents would have perceived the rules. Senator Cox, you have the call.
Thank you, Deputy President. I'll continue on talking about the reforms that our party have made in Medicare, in health, and our investment in health and ageing. Our aged care budget and the announcements made by Minister Ray in the lead-up to the budget announcement is about our investment in older Australians and ensuring that aged care, we're putting the care back into aged care after years and years of neglect, but also that the Labor Party are responsible for building Medicare, and we will continue to invest in strengthening Medicare. That is our commitment to the Australian people, and we've done that, and in my home state of Western Australia, now made 14 urgent care clinics permanent. That is absolutely a game changer in our home state, is it not, Senator Whittaker? Is for us as mums, for the investment that makes when our children are sick, to be able to go to an urgent care clinic is absolutely amazing. We stand by this budget and we will continue to do the work for Australian people.
Senator Kovacic.
Thank you, Deputy President. Well, where to begin? I think I'll begin with the questions that Senator Bragg asked in relation to housing in our country. And one of the answers to his questions was that this government has an ambitious target for more houses. The reality is, whether there is an ambitious target or not, the delivery of houses under this government has been nothing short of unacceptable. Young Australians have found it harder to purchase a home under this government than in any other time in our history. The government's budget on Tuesday evening was delivered under the guise of intergenerational fairness. Well, I'd like somebody to explain to me how it is fair for young Australians that the Prime Minister, who used negative gearing and capital gains tax discounts to build his own wealth after his own beginnings in public housing, gets to retain the benefits of that, but young Australians don't ever get the chance to do that. That's intergenerational fairness under the Albanese Labor government. In order to be fair to you, we're going to lift the ladder up so you can't use it when we've finished using it. Explain that to me. Explain to me, if we're trying to create more housing in this country, why then we have to tax everything else more? Why are we taxing housing? Why are we taxing shares? Why are we taxing funds? Why are we taxing small businesses? How does that create intergenerational fairness? Because what that actually means is that young Australians have nowhere to go to build wealth, because this government doesn't want them to build wealth. This government wants them to rent the houses built by the CFMEU and owned by the super funds. That's what this government wants. Every single time that we have pointed out a deficiency in one of your policies, this government has pretended that it doesn't exist. The RBA said that the government's 5% deposit guarantee, without requisite supply-side measures, would increase prices of entry-level dwellings. This Prime Minister said, no way, no, it'll probably increase prices by 0.6% over 6 years, something like that. But guess what? They've gone up 3.6% in the December quarter alone. But why would we believe anything the Prime Minister says anyway? He abjectly does not tell the truth to Australians. Some 50 times before the last election, he said that negative gearing and capital gains tax were off the table. And what have they done in their budget this year? They have introduced both, despite telling Australians that they would not. Why didn't he have the courage and the transparency to tell Australians that this is what he was going to do? Because I put it to you that he had a plan to do this all along. He deliberately misled Australians when they went to the polls. And I'll tell you what, he's probably got an inheritance tax on the family home up his sleeve next. Oh, you can scoff and you can laugh, but you can't hide from the fact that this Prime Minister lied about this some 50 times before the last election. That is a fact, amongst so many other things that this government has said that they would do and would not do.
Senator Kovacic, your time has expired. Senator Whittaker.
Thank you, Deputy President. Well, what has become abundantly clear after today's performance in the chamber by those opposite is that they do not understand the people of my generation, let alone the generation below me. And I think the behaviour that we saw while Senator Walker was attempting to ask her question in question time really says everything about what those opposite think about young people in this country. We should not forget that this is a party, this is a coalition that, while in government, had no plan to build homes, who had no plan to help young Australians get into their own home. They didn't even have a housing minister for most of the decade that they were in government. They built, what was it, Senator Cox, 300 and something homes while they were in office. And now they have the gall to come in here and speak over Senator Walker, who comes from the generation below me who feel like they are locked out of a system that does not work for them. A generation who do everything right, who work hard, but still can't get their foot in the door, who still can't get a home of their own. And our government is committed to changing that. Yes, we have made a hard decision to do what is right. We're not sitting on our hands pretending that this isn't a problem like those opposite did for the nearly decade that they were in government. And I am proud to be part of a government that is delivering for my generation and the generation below mine and the generations to come, to give us a real shot at owning our own home. This budget, excuse me, apologies, Deputy President. This budget brings our total housing investment to $47 billion. Our tax reforms will support 75,000 more young people to own their own home. We'll invest an extra $2 billion in enabling infrastructure to help the states and local governments build more homes. Our budget will build 65,000 more homes for Australians. We will also deliver $59.4 million for states and territories for social and affordable homes. In my home state of Western Australia, we're building 4,200 more social and affordable homes, and more than 3,000 of those through the HAF, which Senator Bragg likes to pretend isn't actually building any homes, despite all evidence to the contrary. I don't know if he's walking around the country with his eyes closed, but I see them in my own community. In the regions, as I'm out in Western Australia, I see these homes being built. 19,000 Western Australians have bought their first home thanks to our 5% deposit scheme. That's 19,000 Australians who otherwise would not have been able to buy their own home, who certainly wouldn't have been able to buy their own home if those opposite were in government. And so it's really no surprise to me that my generation and the generation below can't vote for the Liberal Party anymore, can't bring themselves to vote for the Liberal Party anymore, because they do not speak for young people. They do not make the hard decisions to get young people into their own homes. They sat on their hands for a decade and did nothing, and it's an absolute disgrace. Only Labor is doing what is right to build homes
Your
for
time has expired. Senator Dean Smith.
As the dust settles on Labor's budget of broken promises, higher taxes, lower standard of living and less housing, young Australians are being forced to wake up and pay attention. Young Australians are waking up to the realisation that Labor's claim of intergenerational fairness is actually a fraud against young Australians. Young Australians are waking up to the news of Labor's youth tax. What is Labor's youth tax exactly? Labor's youth tax seeks to tax the livelihoods of young Australians. The budget papers estimate that gross debt for Australia will soon reach $1 trillion, growing to $1.2 trillion. Just think about that for a second. What is $1 trillion? $1 trillion is 1,000 billions equals a trillion, or 1,000,000 millions equals a trillion. It is phenomenal. It is almost unfathomable. And if you're a young Australian, it's your problem, because that is Labor's youth tax. You will be required in future taxes to meet that debt cost. That debt cost comes with interest payment bills of $42 billion a year. Just think about that. What is $42 billion a year? $42 billion a year is $80,000 a minute in interest payments on $1 trillion. And if you're a young Australian, that's your problem. If you're a young Australian, you have to pay that in future taxes. That is Labor's youth tax, and that is the realisation that young Australians are coming to. And if you're a young Australian renting, or if you're a young Australian hoping to rent one day in preparation for getting your own home, you need to be ready for the fact that rents are expected to increase by at least 10%. In the budget papers, Labor government tries to tell you that those rental increases will be limited to $2. In the media this morning, that has been called delusional. Young Australians will be hit with higher rents. Why? Because changes to negative gearing, changes to the capital gains tax, detailed in the budget, will make it harder for property investors. It will lead to a decline in the number of rental properties that are available to young Australians. Increasing rents makes it harder for young Australians, and that is the consequence of Labor's plans to tax, Labor's plans to change negative gearing and capital gains tax. In the media, someone today has said, you can't trust the government, they are just making up the numbers. And young Australians pay a hefty price for Labor's economic failures. But if you're a young Australian, there's an alternative. And we'll hear about that alternative tonight. And that alternative comes in the form of Angus Taylor's budget reply speech, a speech that will present a plan to restore our standard of living and to protect our way of life in Australia. It'll be a plan that focuses on getting rid of Labor's toxic taxes, a plan that reduces taxes on homes, a plan that removes taxes on small businesses, and a plan that reduces the taxes on hard-working Australians, a plan that will give hope to younger Australians.
Your time has expired. The question is that the Senate take note. Those of that opinion say aye. Against say no. The ayes have it. Are there any further motions to take note of answers? Senator Orman-Payne.
Thanks, Deputy President. I rise to take note of the responses to the questions asked by Senator Waters. Labor's budget is a missed opportunity to make big corporations and the ultra-wealthy pay their fair share. Instead of taxing gas exports and using that revenue to fund essential services and give people real cost of living help, Labor has chosen to preserve corporate handouts, to keep unfair tax breaks for wealthy property investors, and to shift the burden back onto everyone else. By the Greens' calculations, this budget keeps in place 95% of property investor tax perks.
The working Australians tax offset works out to $4.81 a week that people aren't even going to get until 2028. Meanwhile, people in the community are going to be set back by Labor's budget. 160,000 people chucked off the NDIS, losing critical disability supports. No new money to build housing, except for the $110 million for US and UK defence personnel. $4 billion in deep cuts to climate transition, the biggest rollback since the Morrison government, in a time of a climate crisis and when we desperately need to be transitioning to renewables for our energy security. $1.7 billion from electric vehicles, $2.2 billion of cuts to climate and the environment, a $255 million cut from ARENA, and cuts to the domestic manufacturing of solar, batteries and hydrogen. And egregiously, no increase at all to income support payments. No increase for job seeker, no increase for youth allowance, no increase to the age pension or any other income support payment. After your own advisory body told you for the 4th time that raising income support is critical. And not a single new home care package. And I note the Minister's response to the answer to Senator Pocock. But on our view of the budget papers, on the Parliamentary Library's view of the budget papers, on the Department's view of the budget papers, there is no additional allocation for any more home care packages. No new packages in a system where the wait list is now well over $200,000 and where the waiting time is now an average of a year. And how do we know that? Because under the cover of the budget lockup, instead of releasing the figures on the day they were required by law, the government held them back and snuck them out in the hope that no one would see them. Well, we've noticed a year to wait for critical supports for old people, a year to wait for help with showering, a year to wait for help with getting your meals, a year to wait for help to get out and do your shopping, a year to wait to get essential transport for medical appointments. I mean, what is wrong with this government? I don't understand how you can tell the community that you want to help them when you're giving billions of dollars in defence because we're supporting wars that are illegal, that you're still giving away billions of dollars in fossil fuel subsidies, you're refusing to tax gas exports, which would bring in $17 billion a year, and the people you are telling that you can't help or you won't help are people on income support, older people desperately waiting for home care packages, and people who need the supports of the National Disability Insurance Scheme.
Disgusting.
That is shameful. You're not a government for the people. You are a government for the big corporate backers who help you write the legislation for things like gas reservation policies that won't raise a cent because you're too cowardly to stand up to them. Well, the people of Australia are paying the price for that, and the Greens are going to keep fighting for them.
The question, order. The question is that the Senate take note. Those that opinion say aye, against say no. The ayes have it. Are there any further motions to take note of answers? Senator David Pocock.
Thank you, Deputy President. I seek to take note of the answer from Minister McAllister. This government gets very sensitive when the crossbench and others talk about how secretive it is. When you look at the raw numbers on OPDs, on compliance with FOIs, it's a secretive government. And yet we should just take them at their word that releasing a report into wait times in aged care during budget lockup is just a coincidence. That was the soonest that they could possibly release it. They got it on the 28th of April, and on the 12th of May they decided, oh, it's inconvenient that it's budget lockup, but now is the first time we could do it. Australians aren't buying that. And I don't think anyone in the Senate actually believes that. And we saw the same thing with the response to the Murphy report. Put it during budget lockup when there's far less scrutiny. I have some concerns, and I would love the Minister to actually clarify. The Minister said that there were 94,963 waiting for a package and 103,527 waiting for an assessment, but the Department of Estimates said that for the same dates, 31 December, there were 131,366 people waiting for a package and the same number of people waiting for an assessment, as the Minister said. That's 36,000 people difference. That's a lot of older Australians, and we'd really interested to know why there's a discrepancy between what the Minister says in the Senate and what the Department tells us at estimates. But I think the bigger question is, why is it so hard to actually find out how many older Australians are waiting? Everyone knows that there's a challenge in aged care with support at home, with assessments. There should be transparency. Surely it shouldn't be so hard just to get the figures. And why are there no additional home care packages in this budget? I was so surprised I actually had to call the department in lockup to clarify. Got on the phone and said, hey, I'm just looking at the budget papers. Are there additional packages? No, 10,000 have simply been brought forward. No additional packages. And so it's really disingenuous to say that there are additional packages when there aren't, when the department says there aren't. And so there's a difference in figures from the department, and there's a difference in message from the department than we get in the Senate.
Pocock, your time has expired. The question is, the Senate take note. Those that opinion say aye, against say no. The ayes have it. Are there any further motions to take note of answers? Senator Hanson.
Well, I've got to respond to what Senator Gallagher answered me my question about foreign ownership. I've been in this chamber now for the last 10 years, and all I've heard in the recent years since Labor took over is complaints about the housing. This is the worst situation the housing has been in this country. Why? Because of mass migration coming to the country. We've got more people coming in. During this term of their government, 2 million people have come into this country, and that's why we have a housing crisis. Now, they said they put a $10 billion fund there, but the fact is that the first 50 million went on administration, not to building one house. Now, my question was about foreign ownership. Well, the Minister said we're down to 0.05%. Well, in 2017, nearly 10 years ago, the ANZ Bank estimated foreigners owned up to 400,000 existing homes. Well, that's disgraceful, whereas they say it's about 2% of purchases from the Taxation Office and Foreign Investment Review Board said it was less than 2% of purchases each year. But if you listen to the real estate agents which deal with sales, they believe it's closer to 10%. Now, my concern is foreign investors are usually not associated with our taxation office. So here we're going to ridicule Australians owning homes for that negative gearing. How do we know foreign investors are building the homes out here, renting it out to people here, Australians paying them rent? They don't have to comply with it because they're not associated with our Australian taxation office and the money's leaving the country. Another thing is, has it been asked the question, what about capital gains tax? Are these foreigners that you say don't own the houses here, they are selling the houses here, are they complying with the capital gains tax that should be paid, like this government is going after every Australian that's paid their taxes along the way, that have actually accumulated, a way to provide for themselves later in life? Now you're going after them. This is nothing but a grab to put it in your coffers to use in the next election. That's what this is, and that's why Australians will never get in the housing market, because you have foreign investors in the country, plus your mass migration. You've destroyed this nation. That's what Labor has done, and you're telling lies constantly to the Australian people.
Senator Hanson, your time has expired. The question is that the Senate take note. Those of that opinion say aye. Against say no. The ayes have it. Senator Steele John.
Thank you.
Seeking leave.
Sorry, yes, Deputy President, to table a non-conforming petition.
If there's no objection, leave is granted.
Thank you. I table this petition on behalf of People with Disability Australia opposing the NDIS cuts.
Thank you, Senator Steele John. If there's nothing further, I remind senators that yesterday evening after 6:30 p.m, divisions were called on two motions moved by Senator Bragg proposing references to the Economic References Committee. I understand it suits the convenience of the Senate for the deferred vote to be held now. If there are no objections, I'll put the first question on the motion relating to the Chair of the Board of Housing Australia. Those in favour of the motion say aye. Against say no. The noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes.
Lock the doors. So I'll now put the first question on the motion relating to the Chair of the Board of the Housing of Australia. The question is that the motion be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the Chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Cadell as teller for the ayes and Senator Sheldon as teller for the noes. Order. There being 22 ayes and 31 noes, the matter is resolved in the negative. I'll now put the question on the motion relating to the governance and performance of Housing Australia. I put the question that that motion be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Aye. Against? No. I believe the noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. So the question is that the motion relating to governance and performance of Housing Australia be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the Chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Cadell as teller for the ayes and Senator Sheldon as teller for the noes. You know. Order. There being 23 ayes and 30 noes, the matter is resolved in the negative. To tabling and consideration of committee reports and government responses. I'll just wait for a change in the chair. Oh, hello.
Sounds good. Okay. So we are now dealing. Tabling consideration of committee reports and government responses. Minister.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. I present 4 government responses to committee reports as listed at item 17 on today's order of business. I seek leave to have the documents incorporated into Hansard.
Leave's been granted. Is leave granted? Is leave granted? Leave's granted? Leave's granted. Senator Sheldon.
Present the report of the Environment and Communications Legislation Committee on the Telecommunications Legislation Amendment, Universal Outdoor Mobile Obligation Bill 2025, together with the accompanying documents.
Okay, thank you. Consideration of documents. The Senate will now proceed to the consideration of documents which are listed. Sorry, Senator.
Apologies, Acting Deputy President. Look, I would just like to seek leave to continue remarks in relation to that report at a later date.
Leave's granted. Leave's granted. The Senate will now proceed to the consideration of documents which are listed on page 8 to 12 on the. Sorry, Senator Ciccone. My apologies. You have the call.
That's all right, Acting Deputy President. You are more than welcome to make apologies. That's all good. It's a Thursday, and I'm glad last weekday of the budget week. Now, Acting Deputy President, I'd like to present to the Senate the report of the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Intelligence and Security on the review of the listing of Hizb ut-Tahrir as a prohibited hate group under the Criminal Code, and I'd like to move that the Senate take note of that report.
It's been moved.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. I'd like to present the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Intelligence and National Security's report on its review of the listing of the Hizb ut-Tahrir as a prohibited hate group under the Criminal Code. And in doing so, I want to make it very clear to the Senate today that the review was conducted under Section 114A9 of the Criminal Code Act of 1995. Following the making of the regulations in March of this year, specifying that Hizb ut-Tahrir is a prohibited hate group. It was the first use of the prohibited hate group framework that was established by the Parliament earlier this year, as senators will remember. The committee approached this task with the gravity that it demands. We scrutinised the material that was before us rigorously. We included a detailed statement of reasons that the government provided, and we heard from a wide range of stakeholders as part of our inquiry. The committee also convened an in-camera hearing to test the evidence and to satisfy ourselves that the legislative criteria that's been set had been met and that the process was sound. And that's very important because we've got to give the Australian people the confidence that this Parliament is doing its job. Now, the conclusion from the committee is absolutely clear. Hizb ut-Tahrir meets the legislative criteria for listing as a prohibited hate group, and that the listing has been made properly. The evidence is unambiguous. This organisation has repeatedly praised attacks that would constitute hate crimes if committed on Australian soil. It promotes hatred. It normalises violence, and it poses a direct threat to the safety and social cohesion to our community. The committee is satisfied that the listing is not only justified, but it is necessary to protect Australians from harm. The days of organisations such as Hizb ut-Tahrir opening freely in this country are over. We will not allow hate to be dressed up as ideology. Australia draws a very firm line. Groups that incite hatred, that radicalise individuals and endanger lives have no place here. The PJCIS supports wholeheartedly the listing of the Hizb ut-Tahrir as a prohibited hate group under the Criminal Code and finds absolutely no reasons to disallow this legislative instrument, and I commend the report to the Senate.
Thank you. Senators? No. Senator Sheldon.
On item 18, I take note of documents numbered 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 and 6. I'm too enthusiastic. Thank you.
Actually, the Senate will now proceed to consideration of documents. Carney. Do you wish to continue with your remarks?
Oh, I'm happy to. I wasn't intending to, but I'm more than happy to assist
Thank you,
the Acting Deputy President.
Carney. Now we will proceed to the consideration of documents which are listed on page 8 to 12 of the notice paper. Any documents to which no senator rises will be taken to be discharged from the notice paper. So we'll go to page 8. I'll do it page by page. Senator, you have the call.
I take note on number 1 to seek leave to continue my remarks.
It's been moved. Senator Sheldon.
Yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4 and 5 and 6. I know, listed on 8 and 9. There we go.
Is there any further for page 9? Yes.
You said 1, 2, 3, 4 and 6. On my total are 4, 6, 14 and 15.
14 and 15. Is there any further for that page? If not, we will move to page 10, Senator.
Number 16, 23 and 24.
Any further on that page? If not, we'll move to page 11. Senator?
I have 26, 28, 34, 35 and 36. And 37.
And no more for that page. We'll move to page 12.
38, 39, 40, 41 and 43.
Thank you. No further senators on that. No speakers. We'll move then to further consideration of reports and responses. The Senate will now proceed to consider committee reports, government responses and the Auditor General's reports, which are listed on page 12 to 19 of the Senate notice paper. We're just going to have a change of chair.
It's number 6, 63, 69, 73, listed on the notice paper, and I seek leave to continue my remarks.
Is granted? Leave is granted. Senator Sheldon, we just need you to repeat those numbers if you wouldn't mind.
Numbers 6, 63, 69 and 73.
Thank you very much. Senator Cadell.
Thank you. Ready for a long period. I have committee reports and government responses number 1, 2, 6, you can do 7, 8, 11, 13, 19, 20, 21, 22, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 36, 40, 47, 49, I feel like a lot ago, 55, 57, 59, 64, 68, 6970.
And you're seeking leave? Is leave granted? Leave is granted. Senator Pocock.
Thank you, President. I wanted to take note of document 25 on the notice paper and make some comments.
Sure. I think it's already been taken note of, so you can just make your comment.
Thank you. This is a report from the Economics Reference Committee into the funding and resourcing for the CSIRO. There was a boost in the budget, a one-off boost for the CSIRO, which I'm sure is very welcome by the scientists of CSIRO. But it is a long way short of what this really significant Australian institution need, and it is not going to stop, we have heard, for a cut of 350 full-time roles in this very significant body. This cut, which is going to go ahead despite that extra money, includes up to 150 positions in the Environment Research Unit at a time when around our country we know the environment crisis is increasing daily in its significance, in its impact, and we need every piece of science we can find to bring to dealing with that issue. And what we have instead is the cut of 150 positions to that important research unit. It's a budget, similarly, that cut $4 billion from the climate transition and allocated $46 billion to fossil fuel subsidies. This is spending that is going in the wrong direction for protection from climate action and failing to invest at the same time in our scientists. This is priorities that Labor has got all wrong. I take note also of other reports I'll come to at the end of my comments, but CSIRO has been responsible in our country over many decades for such important research, and its funding has declined from 0.16% of GDP in 1978-79 to just 0.03% in 24-25. It's now worth around approximately $193 million in real dollars, which represents a decline of over 17% in 46 years. And under Labor, the funding for CSIRO has only got worse in real terms. We have, as reports made to the inquiry and in our comments in the report on its outcomes, we have had a systematic erosion in our scientific capability, chronic underinvestment, and the loss of more than 800 jobs and now another 350 full-time equivalent roles to go. I know a lot of young scientists. They are passionate about their work. They don't chase dollars in big corporations. They are giving their time, their working lives, to researching the problems that they know are critical to the survival and the health of our nation. We don't give them big salaries. We don't give them long careers. In fact, in many cases, they go from a 6-month contract to a 1-month contract after spending decades of their lives getting their qualifications, putting themselves through the torture of a PhD, torture I've personally shared. It's not easily done. And they give an enormous amount to building the knowledge and working in incredible teams to approach problems which we know are very, very serious for our country. Climate change, the changes in agriculture and production that we need for a future that's sustainable. So many issues that they are at the cutting edge of. Where are the scientists are going to be available to assist us to deal with the challenges of AI that are coming so fast down the pipes towards us? We have so little research about what AI will do to the practice of science, to the careers of scientists, and to the critical questions that are facing our country. If you read the enormous amount of information that's coming out about and the ways in which AI is going to transform our societies and really, really significantly change the labour market, it is a terrifying prospect. We are seeing the concentration of power in a small number of very large big bro companies who are controlling the science, controlling the way it's used, and we need to see a properly funded scientific capability in this country to deal with these problems. And what we have at the present is a CSIRO that is limping from one-off fixes which are inadequate to the declining real resources. It is a really shameful way to treat these hard-working, passionate scientists who give their lives to this work and want to see the solution. So we need to face up to these challenges, to fund our science, and instead what we're doing is forcing our scientists to act like fake consultants. They have to go out and generate short projects that bring in a bit of cash, that meet a really short-term consulting kind of issue, not the kind of basic science questions that are really challenging so many important parts of our society, our economy. And turning our CSIRO scientists into consultants is just a shocking waste of their capability. They have to chase money month to month to sustain life-saving, important research that is critical to our ongoing health. And shame on Labor for not indexing their funding and properly pitching their funding and relating it to GDP in an ongoing way.
Thank you, Senator Pocock. And you seek leave to continue your remarks?
And I seek leave to continue my remarks also in relation to reports 24 and 69.
24 and 69. I've got Minister Ayres on his feet, Senator Steele-John, so we'll come back to you. Minister Ayres.
Thank you. I just indicate that we'd seek leave to Minister Wong has a ministerial statement to make. It'd be, if it suits the convenience of the Senate, just propose to deal with that now and then resume the business that we were in the middle of.
The Minister sought leave. I believe that's agreed to. So may I welcome His Excellency, the Ambassador of Indonesia, and wish him a very warm welcome to the Australian Senate on behalf of all senators, and I'll call Minister Wong.
Thank you, President, and I thank the Senate for the courtesy of allowing the ministerial statement to proceed at this time, and I table the Australia-Indonesia Treaty on Common Security, and I move that the Senate take note of the document. It is indeed a privilege today to speak on the Australia-Indonesian Treaty on Common Security, known as the Jakarta Treaty 2026. And like the President, I also acknowledge the presence of His Excellency Dr. Siswa Prabowo, Ambassador of the Republic of Indonesia. Selamat sore. You're always welcome in the Australian Parliament. President, at a time of uncertainty, instability and profound change, Australia's future is anchored in our region because we share a region and we share a future. And that is why the Albanese government has worked so hard to rebuild close and trusted relationships with the Pacific and Southeast Asia since our election in May 2022. And there's no relationship more important for Australia than Indonesia. Bound together as neighbours, a sentiment celebrated by Prime Minister on his first bilateral visit 3 years ago. Then the Prime Minister told the audience about the sea routes and trade between the people of Makassar and the First Nations people of Northern Australia. The peoples of our lands have understood for centuries the value of our cooperation. The metal axes of Indonesian fishermen were used by the Yolngu people in Arnhem Land to build their canoes. And the art of the Yolngu people depicts the sails of the Makassar vessels. Even today, Yolngu languages still retain Indonesian words like rupiah, meaning money. Our bonds were indelibly strengthened by Australia's support for Indonesia's independence in the aftermath of World War II. As President Prabowo said when he visited Parliament in 2024, Indonesia always remembers that Australia was one of the first, if not the first, country to support its struggle for independence. Just 7 weeks after Indonesia proclaimed independence on 17 August 1945, our country sent a diplomatic mission to meet its inaugural President, Bapak Sukarno. Our nation made the choice to stand with the nationalist leaders and to stand with the Indonesia people. We referred the Netherlands to the UN Security Council for its military assault, arguing it was a threat to peace under Article 39 of the UN Charter. We were the first country to ever invoke Article 39 of the UN Charter, and Bapak Sukarno chose Australia as Indonesia's representative on the Committee of Good Officers established by the Security Council, a great and singular honour for our country. And Australian military observers were sent as part of the Good Officers Committee's work, and they were the first UN peacekeepers. Support for Indonesia's cause came not just from our government but also from the Australian public. At the same time as President Prabowo's father, Bapak Sumitra, worked tirelessly to rally international opposition to the Dutch blockade of Indonesia, Australian maritime unions imposed boycotts on Dutch ships loaded with military arms and personnel and prevented them from returning to Indonesia. On 27 December 1949, when the Dutch finally and formally ceded sovereign control, our country recognised Indonesia's independent statehood immediately. This was an Australian decision, driven by Australian interests in forging ties with our largest neighbour. As the Prime Minister has remarked from the very beginning, ours has been a partnership of shared purpose. And today that shared purpose is in ensuring the stability, security and prosperity of our nations and of our region. And it is why our two countries share deep trust and an unbreakable bond as neighbours, partners and friends. And the Prime Minister's first bilateral visits after being elected in 2022 and 2025 were both to Indonesia. And it is why there have been, since this government took office, over 65 two-way ministerial visits between our two countries, including the 7 visits I have undertaken as Foreign Minister. The Treaty on Common Security that I have now tabled is the latest chapter in the historic story of our two nations, taking our cooperation to a higher level and acting together to secure peace and stability for our nations and for the region. It is the biggest step in the strengthening of our partnership since the Suharto-Keating Agreement on Maintaining Security. It builds on the 2006 Lombok Treaty and its unreserved respect for Indonesian territorial integrity and sovereignty, and on the treaty-level Defence Cooperation Agreement signed in 2024 by President Prabowo as then Defence Minister and the Deputy Prime Minister, Minister Miles. Our relationship in many ways has been a story of helping each other as neighbours. In 2004, when the Indian Ocean earthquake and tsunami took more than 170,000 lives in Indonesia alone, Australia was among the first nation to offer humanitarian assistance. And in 2020, when bushfires ravaged our east coast, Indonesia came to our aid, deploying dozens of personnel to New South Wales. And when terror has struck our nations, we have worked together and resolved to defeat its cold brutality side by side in unity, in friendship and in cooperation. President, the Jakarta Treaty commits us to consult at leader and ministerial level on matters affecting our common security. It also commits us to consult each other in the case of adverse challenges and to consider measures we might take individually or jointly to respond to those challenges. It brings us closer together as neighbours and strengthens the foundations of our cooperation. It, of course, was a personal initiative of the Prime Minister and the President, and it is a sign of the deep trust and close friendship between our leaders and our governments. I want to particularly acknowledge my counterpart and friend, Foreign Minister Sugiyono, for his vision, drive and cooperation for achieving this treaty. Terima kasih, Sugi. Pak Sugi. I want to recognise also the tireless efforts of the Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade and the Indonesian Ministry of Foreign Affairs officials in delivering on our mandate. When President Prabowo visited Australia, he referred to an Indonesian proverb: our relatives will remain far away, but our neighbours are the closest, and only good neighbours will help each other. And this is the sentiment the treaty captures, and it is already demonstrating its importance. Last month, we sought to shore up key supply chains impacted by the Middle East crisis, and it was Indonesia who offered quickly 250,000 tonnes of additional agricultural-grade urea for Australian farmers, supporting Australia's economic resilience and allowing Australian exporters to continue supplying Indonesia with food and other agricultural products, a recognition that the stability of one makes us both stronger. In this week's budget, we are making further investments in the treaty's implementation, including the cooperation in areas like maritime, cyber and economic security for the shared benefit of Australians and Indonesians. We are creating a new leadership dialogue to bring together decision makers from both our countries, from across the public and private sector, to foster connections. And we are increasing funding to the Australia-Indonesia Institute to deliver new high-impact programs to increase Indonesian language and country expertise in Australia, because this government understands that it is in our country's interest to engage more consistently and more deeply with our neighbours. As comprehensive strategic partners, Australia and Indonesia are committed to working together across every field, from trade and investment to defence and security, to strengthening the ties between our peoples. And our intent is to take our partnership and friendship even further, and now we do so as treaty partners, to help each other in times of need, to deepen understanding, to reinforce each other's security and prosperity. President, the Jakarta Treaty is an expression of our commitment to each other, to each other's common security and to that of the region we share. And it is a commitment always valuable, but even more so in times which are uncertain. It embodies the spirit of cooperation, of respect and of friendship that lies at the heart of our relationship between our peoples and between our governments. And I commend the Jakarta Treaty 2026 to the Senate for consideration.
Wilson, on the same matter?
Yes, well, on matter 25 that was previously covered by Senator Pocock.
All right, so we'll note that was take note, and we're going back then to Auditor General's report.
Yeah, well, Economics Reference Committee funding and resourcing for the CSI report, which is item 25 on page 15. So I just wanted to add my comments to the comments of Senator Pocock. Both of us attended the CSIRO inquiries. Indeed, we initiated this inquiry with the other Senator Pocock. And I just wanted to give a shout out to all the CSIRO employees around the country today and just let them know that their work is valued and that there are senators in this place that have got their backs. I just wanted to add to the record that nearly 10 years ago, I chaired a select committee into the previous Morrison government's cuts or plans or attempts to cut 350 jobs at CSIRO in the Oceans and Atmosphere Division. And at the time, we were very alarmed about the impact this would have on our capabilities to do climate and oceans research, not just in Australia, but in our region. A number of the scientists, many who may I say are based in Tasmania, where I live, and it's such an important part of our community, especially in Hobart. Many of these scientists were facing losing their jobs and, of course, the funding for their projects. I chaired that inquiry, but the co-chair was Senator Kim Carr from the Labor Party, as well as a number of Labor senators, and we fought really hard to overturn those cuts to CSIRO. That was nearly 10 years ago. In fact, at the time, to his credit, Minister Hunt actually put more money into CSIRO, set up a separate climate division and ring-fenced funding for 10 years in a specific climate division, just as a display of commitment to climate research. Well, I didn't think I would see, in my time in the Senate, the Labor Party doing the same thing, looking to cut jobs at CSIRO. And I was very interested as to where the majority of these job cuts would fall. And lo and behold, in the Environment and Climate Research Units, exactly the same place where there was attempts to cut jobs nearly 10 years ago. And there's a couple of reasons for this which were explored in this inquiry and are outlined in this report that I'm taking note of today. And one of them is, this is essentially public good science. These scientists work on collaborative projects around the world. They don't necessarily bring in commercial income. But the scientists over the years have increasingly had pressure put on them to go out there and find what they call external revenue sources. Some of them may be other government bodies, but many of them also are commercial bodies. And it's really difficult for them to do this public good science when they have constant pressure to do deep dives and come up with income. And I think one of the professors described it to us as, CSIRO, it kind of feels like it's being turned into a commercial consulting enterprise, where scientists who are working in the Environmental Research Unit are having to justify their time and their work and their careers. And of course, many of them have studied a long time to get this point, and it is a calling for these scientists. They don't earn a lot of money. It's a calling for them, and they do critical work across all fields of scientific research. But they're being told that they're not valued unless they're bringing in external revenue. So I wanted to make this really clear. This government, every government, should invest in public good science. Especially, you wouldn't be surprised to hear me say, invest in climate science and ocean science. The work that these climate scientists do and ocean scientists do is critical to understanding the changes we're seeing in our physical world. It's critical to our understanding of the weather. The services that these scientists contribute to are being used by farmers all around the country to help them plan their cropping for the year. This work is absolutely critical to adapting and mitigating the worst impacts of climate change. And it's very short-sighted for CSIRO to be cutting jobs from these divisions because it's easy to do so. So we'll be watching where these job cuts fall very closely in the months to come and in the weeks to come. And our recommendations in this report that Senator Barbara Pocock and I have recommended is that full funding is restored to the CSIRO, and not just to solve their their capital issues, but we actually want to see an increased appropriation to science in this country. Especially, we want to see a commitment to public good science, science that we all benefit from, that shouldn't be having to chase bringing in commercial revenue to justify its existence. It's the most critical time in history for us to be increasing our capability in climate science, and the Greens recommended that as one of our key recommendations where we dissented from the government in this report.
Thank you, Senator Whish-Wilson. Is there any other senators seeking to make a contribution on the same matter? Item 25 on page 15.
No, I'm 29 on page 15.
Okay, so we conclude the matter there on 25. And is there any other senator seeking to make comment on any of the reports listed today? I'll go to Senator Dean Smith.
Thank you. I rise to take note of Report 50, the report of the Foreign Affairs, Defence and Trade References Committee on Democracy and Human Rights in Myanmar. I rise to speak on the Foreign Affairs, Defence and Trade References Committee inquiry into human rights and democracy in Myanmar, set against the reality on the ground 5 years after the 2021 Myanmar coup. That unlawful seizure of power dismantled a democratically elected government, detained leaders including Aung San Suu Kyi, and triggered what is now a nationwide armed conflict. The key conclusion of this inquiry is clear. This is not a crisis that is resolving, it is a crisis that is evolving and worsening. And the recommendations reflect this harsh reality. First, on the matter of elections and legitimacy, the military regime is attempting to create the appearance of political normalisation. But of course we know there is no free media, no political freedom, and thousands of political prisoners, and large parts of the country remain in active conflict. Under these conditions, no election can be considered free, fair or inclusive. Australia must not recognise any military-controlled election and must align with ASEAN and like-minded partners to avoid legitimising the regime. On the matter of engagement with democratic actors, the report notes that since the coup, an alternative democratic framework has emerged through the National Unity Government and the CRPH. And the inquiry highlights the importance of structured engagement with these important and legitimate actors. Because if we are to be serious about a civilian-led transition, humanitarian support alone will not be enough. Engagement must be formalised, structured and sustained. On the matter of human rights and political conditions, the report notes that political leaders remain detained. Violence against civilians continues. Reports of extrajudicial killings, torture, sexual violence and airstrikes are systemic and growing. The recommendation to increase coordinated diplomatic pressure, including for the release of political prisoners and the cessation of attacks on civilians, is essential. Without these baseline conditions, there can be no credible political process. On the matter of humanitarian assistance, the report notes that Australia's approach, delivering aid through international organisations and civil society rather than the regime, is consistent, must be maintained and must be strengthened. But the scale of the crisis demands more. Millions have been displaced, access remains restricted. The inquiry calls for expanded, flexible and conflict-sensitive humanitarian support, particularly in areas outside military control. On the matter of sanctions and accountability, the report notes that Australia has imposed targeted sanctions, but enforcement gaps are increasingly obvious. The continued importation of aviation fuel used in airstrikes against civilians shows the regime retains access to critical resources used against civilians. The recommendation here is clear: to strengthen sanctions and coordinate more closely with partners to close these gaps. Sanctions must raise the cost of violence without increasing the burden on civilians. At the same time, accountability must remain central through support for international mechanisms and evidence preservation. On the matter of regional security, perhaps the most important and emerging issue, Myanmar's crisis should be considered no longer contained within its borders. We are seeing refugee flows across Southeast Asia, along with the expansion of trafficking, narcotics and illicit finance. This is now a regional security issue, and the inquiry recommends stronger law enforcement and financial intelligence cooperation with regional partners. On the matter of protection pathways, which are particularly important to the Burmese diaspora in Australia, the inquiry also identifies the need to strengthen pathways for those at risk. Displacement is growing, and policy settings must reflect that reality. On the importance of civic space and information, the report notes that the crackdown on media and civil society has been severe. Yet independent journalism, civil society organisations and diaspora networks remain essential to accountability. The inquiry recommends stronger support for these actors, including digital safety and media resilience. In conclusion, the inquiry provides a clear and coherent framework, and Australia's current policy is broadly aligned. But 5 years on, the situation in Myanmar remains grave. What is required now is implementation, stronger coordination, more effective enforcement, deeper engagement with democratic actors, and a sustained regional focus. Because while Myanmar's future will ultimately be determined by its people, Australia has a role in ensuring that its future remains grounded in human rights, accountability and democratic legitimacy.
Thank you. Senator Orman-Payne.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. I rise to take note of document 29 on page 15. Australians are being ripped off. That is the unavoidable conclusion of the Greens-led Senate inquiry into the taxation of Australia's gas resources, chaired by my colleague Senator Steph Hodgins-May. The evidence before that inquiry was clear. Australia's gas resources belong to the Australian people. Whether they sit beneath the seabed or under our land, they are finite public resources, and Australians deserve a fair return when they're extracted and exported. And yet, under successive Liberal and Labor governments, some of the biggest multinational corporations on earth have been able to take that gas, export it, and make eye-watering profits from it, returning far too little to the people who actually own it. That is the great Australian gas tax rip-off. The Petroleum Resource Rent Tax was supposed to make sure that Australians received a fair return from offshore gas, but it has failed. The inquiry heard that the PRRT is structurally broken. It's riddled with generous deductions, it has indefinite carry-forward losses and accounting tricks that allow massive gas projects to avoid paying what any ordinary Australian would understand to be their fair share. Australia is one of the largest LNG exporters in the world, but the Australian people are not seeing the benefit. The inquiry heard evidence that gas companies have made around $112 billion in windfall profits since Russia's invasion of Ukraine. They heard evidence that Australia has forfeited tens of billions of dollars in revenue because our tax settings have failed to capture those windfall profits. And while gas corporations have been cashing in on illegal wars, Australians have been told that there's no money for the things that they desperately need. Renters are being priced out of their homes. University students are skipping meals and working punishing hours just to stay enrolled. Older people are waiting months and years for the care that they need to shower safely, eat properly and remain in their own homes. Families are cutting back on essentials. People on income support are being told again and again and again that there is no money to lift them out of poverty. And then this government comes into this place and says that it has to make difficult decisions. Well, here's a difficult decision the government refused to make. Tax big gas corporations. A 25% tax on gas exports could have raised around $17 billion a year. That is money that could have funded dental into Medicare. It could have fully funded our public schools now, not in 2034. It could build public housing. It could support disabled people instead of kicking them off the NDIS. And it could help households electrify, bring down their bills and get off gas for good. And it could help regional communities build the industries and the jobs of the future. Regional communities deserve more than being used as human shields by the gas lobby. Whenever anyone suggests that gas corporations should pay more tax, the industry suddenly discovers its deep concern for workers and regional communities. But where is that concern when corporations are exporting our resources for massive profits, while local households and manufacturers pay international prices for gas? Where is that concern when communities are left with the boom-bust cycle, which people in Gladstone know all too well, a lack of critical services, the climate risk and the industrial pollution? And there is no serious moral case for cutting services while giving gas corporations a free ride. There is no serious economic case for making students, renters and workers pay more while multinational gas exporters pay less than they should. We need to introduce a tax on gas. This government had the chance in this budget to do the right thing and get the Australian people their fair share, and they squibbed it. The community wants a tax on our gas exports, and the Greens are going to continue working with advocates and the community to make that a reality. I seek leave to continue my remarks, and could I also please take note of document 72 on page 19 and seek leave to continue my remarks.
Thank you, Senator Ormond-Payne. I call Senator McKenzie.
Thank you. I seek leave to comment on document number 49, Education Employment References Committee, Quality and Safety of Australia's Early Childhood Education and Care System.
You don't need to seek leave.
My apologies.
Senator
It's been a
McKenzie.
while since I've noted documents. Take note of documents.
Correct. That's the magic word. Off you go.
Anyway, I'm now 30 seconds in. Australian families are struggling with high mortgages, cost of living pressures and the enormous challenges and joys of raising young children. And I'm not sure what's worse, the gaslighting or the lying. Families are making tough decisions when they decide to start a family. Who takes time off work and for how long, when to return to work, how to manage the family budget, stretch financial and family support to stay at home as long as possible, how to deal with leaving your young child in the care of strangers whilst trying to continue to breastfeed. They're doing the very best they can and often under enormous financial pressure with disjointed and sporadic support. In conversations I've had with young mothers, a common refrain is, "What is this all for?" Looking at this week's budget is depressing if you were looking for more choice for families. The budget statement for women says caring is important, but the real denominator in a federal budget of priority is the money. There is no money. There is no consideration of income splitting. There is no choice in childcare support for families that are desperate for this type of initiative. An effective family policy agenda requires structural reform that recognises children as a public good, caregiving as productive work, families as economic units and housing as social infrastructure. This budget has failed Australian families on these measures, but what's made it worse is the Minister for Women herself has continued to purport the lie that children are better off in daycare than with their own parents. And I quote when she said, "The published evidence is the sooner you get a child into care, the better prepared they are for school." And when questioned on the veracity of that statement, she doubled down and said the evidence is pretty clear. And that follows on from equally ridiculous comments from the Health Minister, who scoffed that grandparents weren't as good as sending your own grandchild. Grandparents couldn't look after their grandchildren better than someone in long day care. And I think it's no wonder young families feel left behind, because it's not true. There is a mountain of evidence that from birth to 3 years old, that critical first 1,000 days, the child is much better spent with a primary carer. The reaction of the Health Minister and the Finance Minister's provocative statements have got a lot of reaction from groups like For Parents, Kids in Harmony, Nanny Granny, Childcare Choice, the Future Care Project. The reactions are raw and real. Hundreds of individuals also expressed their outrage. Labor has to stop gaslighting young families and mothers in particular, because the evidence against the minister's statements is clear. Human rights and child development specialists at the United Nations say the best thing for a child is to stay at home as long as possible. Erica Commissar, psychoanalyst research shows that infants separated for long periods from primary caregivers elevates the stress hormone, leading to higher rates of anxiety and depression later in childhood. Parents who've been campaigning for greater choice and support for families have said that the comments were harmful, tone-deaf and insulting. Virginia Tapscott summed it up in the way that many mothers feel, but are too afraid to say, "I don't want to see my kids any less than I already do." The idea that a grandmother or a grandfather who raised their own kids is somehow unqualified to be a caregiver is also preposterous, but that's literally what this Labor government thinks, and your budget confirms your bias. The lived experience and the actual preferences of parents are inconvenient truths to those who've built a political agenda around universal childcare, and the response to anyone that critiques it is to seek to silence it and shut down as anti-feminist. Institutional care is not the only viable option. It's simply Labor's preferred option, and parents need us to do better.
Are there any other senators? Senator Walsh.
Collins.
Sorry, Senator Collins.
That's the second time that has happened today. Thank you, Acting Deputy President. I rise to speak to the report, Foreign Affairs, Defence and Trade References Committee, Democracy and Human Rights in Myanmar. And I just want to reflect on, I guess, the significance of this particular report for me. You know, one of the huge motivations for me getting into politics was that, you know, I did my PhD doctorate researching with refugees from Myanmar, from Burma, that were being resettled from the Thai-Burma border to Australia. And I really wanted to be able to give them a voice, and the very first hearing that I chaired on the Foreign Affairs, Defence and Trade Committee was this particular inquiry into the humanitarian situation in Myanmar. And this is something that has been particularly special and significant to me, but also the people before me, and being able to give them a voice. And so I really commend also the people that worked really, really hard on this hearing and on this report. It's an excellent report. It has excellent recommendations in being able to support the humanitarian situation in Myanmar. The very first thing we did in this report was establish that the legitimacy of the 2025-2026 general election in Myanmar was an absolute sham. It was an absolute sham. It has been 5 years since the coup, and they had the three-phased election over a few months. They excluded whole townships, they killed people, they forced people to vote, and they didn't get a legitimate election out of that, and yet the so-called government there is trying to claim a victory on that. And so we call on the Australian government to stand up and call this a sham election as well. It is not a legitimate government. And in my view, never really has been. In its constitution, 75% of the seats are reserved for the military in that parliament. And until that constitution is changed, I don't think it's a real government at all. We also looked into the current state of human rights in Myanmar, and they are worsening. They are worsening in a very bad way. There is violence against the civilians, continued airstrikes, artillery attacks, whole villages burned down. There are no services, there is no safety for the good people of Myanmar. There are tortures and mass arrests, even after these so-called elections. And the airstrikes continue against vulnerable families on the ground. And so we call on the government to help the good people of Myanmar, and number one, by imposing sanctions, harder, faster sanctions on the sources of money that continue to feed this evil war, on the central banks where the military, the Tatmadaw, are getting their funds through. The experts have said that it's not going to affect the people on the ground because the services just don't exist for them anyway. We call on sanctions on the jet fuel as well, trying to disrupt the supply chains in the jet fuel so we can stop those evil airstrikes on the good people of Myanmar. And we call on the Australian government to help strengthen civil society. It's a really important way to be able to get aid into country and into the refugee camps. It's really difficult to do that at the moment, but it is absolutely needed, especially with the withdrawal of the US AID as well. And helping the good new Australians that are over here in Australia. We've got tens of thousands of people from Burma, from Myanmar, living here in Australia, helping their good folk back at home. And I just want to thank everybody who participated in this hearing, everybody who I've grown to know over the past 15 years or so. Every weekend these people go out, they raise money. They raise money for the people back at home, try and help them, try and get the money over there. They're giving everything out of their own pocket, out of their own time, to help everyone back at home. So I just want to thank everybody for all their beautiful work that they do, try and support the good people of Burma. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Senator Collins. Are there any further contributions on reports?
I just rise to seek leave to continue my remarks on the Economics Legislation Committee report, Future Made. Oh, I'm so sorry. It's in the Auditor General's reports. Is that the next section?
No, we are there now. So
we are there now?
If you wish to,
thank you.
Put it on the record.
I seek leave to continue my remarks on number 27 of 2025 to 26 Performance Audit, Safer Local Roads and Infrastructure Program, Department of Infrastructure, Transport, Regional Development, Communication, Sport and the Arts. Thank you very much.
Call Senator Darmanin.
I would like to pull out report number, item number 53, page 17, the Corporations and Financial Services Joint Statutory Committee report, Wholesale Investor and Wholesale Client Tests Government Response, and seek leave to continue my remarks.
Thank you, Senator Darmanin. There being no further contributions on committee reports, government responses and Auditor General's reports, call the clerk. Oh, we go to ministerial. So are there any ministerial statements?
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. I table the following documents: Australia's 2026 National Defence Strategy, speech to the National Press Club, the 2026 Integrated Investment Program and the 2026 National Defence Strategy.
Are there any further ministerial statements?
Thank you. I table documents relating to an order for the production of documents concerning the Housing Australia Future Fund. Thank you.
I call the clerk.
General business debate, notice of motion number 510, standing in the name of Senator Chandler concerning budget 2026-27.
Senator Chandler, you have the call.
Thank you, Madam Acting Deputy President, and I move the motion. This week, the Labor government has handed down their fifth budget, and after 5 budgets, Australians are entitled to ask one simple question: are they better off, more secure and more confident about the future than they were when this government took office? For many households, too many households, I suspect that answer is plainly no. This budget follows Labor's familiar pattern: more spending, more promises and more pressure on Australians who are already doing it tough. It does not lift living standards, it does not build confidence, and it does not leave Australians feeling more secure about what comes next. Now, I think a good budget should do three things. It should level with the Australian people, be clear and honest about the circumstances that government find itself in and that our economy finds itself in. It should reward effort, and it should make it easier for the next generation to buy a home, raise a family and get ahead. On every one of those tests, Madam Acting Deputy President, this budget falls short. One of the clearest tests of any government is whether it keeps its faith with the people who elected it. Now, before the election, Australians heard a great deal about trust, integrity and keeping commitments. Indeed, in the last two elections, Australians have heard a great deal about those three things from this Labor government. Australians were told that promises made would be promises kept. They were told, "My word is my bond. I believe that when you go to an election and you make commitments, you should stick to them." They were told that Labor was the party of home ownership. Now, they're not my words, Madam Acting Deputy President. Those are the Prime Minister's words. Everyone has heard them all many, many times. But the budget handed down this week shows a government willing to change its position when it suits and hope that Australians won't notice or will plainly accept it. Well, given the reaction that we've seen to the budget this week, I think it is pretty clear that this government has not got its wish. Australians realise that they have been misled. That is why this budget reads as a budget of broken promises. It speaks the language of aspiration and home ownership, and we saw this time and again, particularly from the Treasurer in the lead-up to this budget, but it has delivered the exact opposite. Now, housing is where that betrayal is felt most sharply, and I know young Australians have been concerned about their ability to access housing for some time. And indeed, they were told by this government that buying their first home shouldn't feel impossible. But because of the changes in the budget this week, for many young Australians, buying their home now does indeed feel impossible. Young Australians have done what we ask of them. They work hard, they save where they can, but rents are higher, mortgage pressure is higher, and home ownership feels further away every year under this government. This government talks constantly about affordability, yet it is making investment less certain and new housing supply harder and longer to deliver. I've lost count of how many times I have said this in the lead-up to this Labor budget being handed down. You do not solve a housing shortage by making it harder to build. You do not solve a housing shortage by taxing new houses. And the budget papers clearly show what we already knew, that Labor's housing taxes will mean 35,000 fewer homes will be built, that rents will be higher and there will be less investment in the housing market. Indeed, the only reason that any new houses will be built, again, it's in black and white in the budget, is because of the government's infrastructure fund, which they borrowed from the Coalition's 2025 election policy. Australians can see the pressures very plainly. Demand keeps rising, housing supply is constrained, rents keep climbing, again, more so because of what is in this budget, and more young people are going to conclude that the system no longer works for them. This will mean more competition for too few homes, more pressure on rents, and more young Australians concluding that the system isn't working for them. Now, this matters because Australians save and invest for one reason above all: to build security and to get ahead. That is an instinct that should be encouraged, not treated with suspicion or blocked by taxes. Older generations could reasonably expect that effort would lead to security, but younger Australians are being asked to accept less opportunity, less certainty and a steeper climb, whether it's in regard to housing or indeed into other investments. That is why consistency matters. And if a government campaigns on certainty and governs by reversal, it will erode people's trust and people's confidence will go with it. And I suspect this government will find out very soon just how much people's trust in them has eroded because of the broken promises that we saw in the budget this week. That is why Australians are questioning not only this government's priorities, and it's fair enough that they should question those, but also its word. The major problem with this budget is pretty straightforward. The Labor government cannot control its spending. Again, it's something I've lost count of how many times I've said since I have been Shadow Finance Minister. Governments need to choose between what is necessary and what is desirable and what is merely politically convenient. They're hard decisions. I'm not going to stand here and pretend that they aren't, but government is elected to make those hard decisions. Now, too often, this government is choosing the third of those options. They choose what is politically convenient as opposed to what is necessary. Every time this government reaches for more spending first, and they say they will achieve discipline later if they achieve it at all. This results in a budget that leaves Australians carrying more debt without any confidence that the country is becoming stronger or more productive in return. We read in the budget papers this week that the government's $1 trillion debt bomb will grow to $1.25 trillion. It was written in the budget in black and white. That means Australians are paying $80,000 a minute in interest on that debt bomb. That is real. Every dollar spent servicing debt is a dollar that cannot be used to ease pressure on families, strengthen government services or create room for real tax relief. And as I've said many times, the heaviest burden for all of this will fall on Australians of my generation and younger. They are the ones who will inherit the bill for decisions that they did not make and will be left paying higher taxes to pay off that debt unless government can get its spending under control. At a time when households have already endured years of cost of living pressures, the case for budget restraint should be obvious. Indeed, myself and my colleagues have been making that case for months. Yet this Labor government continues to expand spending as though there are no long-term consequences to these decisions. But Australians understand that, and they see through that. When government spending runs too high for too long, families feel it in their bills, in their mortgages, and in the sense that no matter how hard they work, they are not getting ahead. We know that this government was fuelling inflation with government spending that was at historic highs well before the crisis in the Middle East that has resulted in higher fuel prices on our own shores. Like I said, good budget management is about discipline, growth and ensuring the next generation is not left with a weaker economy and a tax burden. And yet that is what this budget this week is framing up for the future for all Australians. We hear a lot from this government about intergenerational fairness. I think that intergenerational fairness means recognising that today's fiscal choices shape tomorrow's opportunities. And on that test, this is a budget that pushes costs forward and tells younger Australians that they will have to pay for them later. That is not a prudent government. This government's ambition will come with a long-term price, and they have shown no desire to try and bring that price down. Another issue is this government's migration policy, which frankly has not been matched with capacity in our local infrastructure. Australia as a country has been strengthened by migration. People who come here, they work hard, they contribute, and they become part of our national story. And these people have helped build the country that we are all so proud of. But a serious migration program must be matched by serious planning. And that means housing, it means transport, schools, hospitals and local infrastructure. And I recognise that not all of that is the responsibility of federal government, but a big part of it is the responsibility of federal government. And when that planning from federal government is missing, then pressure builds everywhere at once. Australians can see those pressures right now in increased rents, congestion through our cities, stretched services, and in the growing difficulty of living close to where they work and raise their children. All Australians are asking for is a competent government that aligns population growth with housing supply and infrastructure delivery. When that alignment is missing, confidence falls and people start to think the system is drifting rather than being governed and working in their favour. Now, we know that this Labor government cannot match migration with homes and infrastructure, so it cannot credibly claim that it has this challenge under control. This government is not building enough homes by their own budget's admission, and they have increased migration to a point where it is clearly not keeping up with the demands in infrastructure that we see across the country. Their own budget shows that despite the fact they claim to have migration under control, there will be more than 2 million migrants in 2 terms of this government. Where are they going to live? Where are Australians going to live? These are fair questions that I know many Australians are asking this week. Mr Acting Deputy President, as I've said, this budget leaves Australians with less confidence, less capacity and less reason to believe that this government has a serious plan, because this budget didn't present a serious plan. This budget has asked households which are already under strain to accept higher costs, weaker incentives and a more uncertain future. Living standards matter. Economic security matters. And it matters to me and it matters to so many of my colleagues that younger Australians know that effort in this country can still lead to a good life. But that is not a sense that young Australians are getting from this government right now, and particularly not given the budget that they've handed down this week. This budget does not meet any of those tests. Australia deserves better than a government that spends too much, breaks its word, and cannot match growth with capacity. And young Australians in particular expect and deserve so much more from a government that has promised them so much and seemingly delivered so little.
Senator Darmanin.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. It's probably fair to say I disagree with most of what has just been spoken about on the other side. A good budget is about reform, resilience and fairness, but also with heart, and that is exactly what you would expect from a Labor government. And what I would like to talk about first off in response is something that hasn't been spoken about in this chamber yet, that is really important and life-changing contained in this budget. I want to tell you about someone called Atlas, and why, for Atlas and thousands of young people just like Atlas who are experiencing homelessness, this federal budget is bringing hope and action. I was lucky enough to meet Atlas through the Home Time campaign. Atlas is a brilliant young advocate who was in and out of homelessness for 10 years. In Atlas's own words, "I left home with no money, just a duffel bag full of clothes and no idea what I was doing. I was too young to access payments like JobSeeker, and I didn't understand the system. I didn't understand what was needed of me to access housing because I'd never had to before. I spent years couch surfing and moving from crisis accommodation to park benches to strangers' couches with nowhere to go and no foreseeable way out." Children and young people, just like Atlas, lose their homes for many reasons, like extreme life events from family and domestic violence, abuse, neglect and estrangement, all beyond their own control. And of course, all young people need safety, security and access to housing to have stability and a fair chance to build their future. But until this week's federal budget, a flaw in our social housing system has disadvantaged providers from offering young people like Atlas tenancies. It has meant too many young people haven't been able to access social housing to escape homelessness. This flaw, known as the youth housing penalty, has made young people financially unviable tenants for community housing providers, paying just $86.52 a week in rent compared with $186.33 for someone on the age pension. It has meant that generations of young Australians haven't been able to access social housing to escape homelessness. Today, only around 2% of social tenants who are under 25, despite young people making up almost 15% of Australians experiencing homelessness. In this budget, our government has now invested $60 million to create a new youth housing supplement, which will unlock social housing for more than 4,000 young people just like Atlas to solve this problem. This would not have been possible without the fierce advocacy from the Home Time campaign, a coalition of community organisations, housing providers, unions and young people who have led this campaign for reform over 3 years and have now delivered through this budget. As Atlas said this week, I can't fully articulate what this supplement means for the young people who are currently experiencing homelessness, the people who have become so accustomed to falling through the cracks in the system. This subsidy is just the first step of many in the changes we need to create a truly equitable system. But for the first time in a long time, there is hope. This budget demonstrates Labor's focus should be first and foremost about housing for people across Australia, including people like Atlas, as security and as a home. So I want to thank Atlas for your advocacy. I also want to thank Daniel Schooler and all those from the Home Time campaign for making this happen. And to all the workers who support people like Atlas in the community sector, who lead, advocate and support young people, and the many thousands of those who also happen to be ASU members. I'd also like to turn now to a specific section in Senator Chandler's motion that states Labor's housing taxes will mean 35,000 fewer homes, higher rents and less investment. This is incorrect, and I want to put on record the misinformation and address the misinformation that those opposite are seeking to spread to the Australian people rather than support and be a part of the solution to address the issues that we are trying to do over a long period of time. What is clear is that the status quo is currently not working. The current tax settings in the housing market and in the tax system are way out of balance. In this budget, we're reforming the tax system to support 75,000 more Australians into home ownership because this government wants to rebalance the scales. Right now, the system favours those who already have assets over those trying to get ahead. And young people want the same thing that generations before had, a chance to own a home, to put down roots and to be a part of their community. And that first rung on the ladder matters, and these changes will give 75,000 Australians the opportunity to step onto it. Australians can still invest with the same benefits, but now it's about investing in new supply so that we're building more homes and making housing more affordable. Our reforms strike a balance, supporting first home buyers while still enabling investment that adds to housing supply. So let's actually look at what the budget shows. Yes, the budget papers do estimate a number of 35,000 fewer homes linked to these tax changes. But what is important also is to read all of the papers in totality, and this is based on a scenario where the government doesn't do anything else to boost construction. And of course, we know that the tax changes are not the only thing contained in the budget that is addressing housing supply. We are doing much, much more. One of those actions is the $2 billion local infrastructure fund. Treasury estimates that the $2 billion local infrastructure fund will support the construction of 65,000 additional homes over the next decade. So that means that the net result is 30,000 more homes being built. And that is before you account for the broader impact. That's the $2 billion fund bringing total investment in housing, enabling infrastructure to $6.3 billion, a steep change in supporting new supply. It's also tied to planning and building reforms from the states and territories, with Treasury estimating this will unlock tens of thousands of additional homes beyond that 65,000. And importantly, new housing is exempt from the tax changes, encouraging investment where it will make the biggest difference. This budget builds on an already ambitious housing agenda, lifting total Commonwealth housing investment to $47 billion. Because the goal here is straightforward: more homes, better access, and a system that works for people trying to get in, not just those already ahead.
Senator Senator Mulholland.
Acting Deputy President, I rise to talk about Labor's federal budget, which has delivered more tax cuts, a fair go to buy a home of your own, and has strengthened Medicare. But let's start with the tax cuts. This budget is about delivering a tax system that is fairer for working Australians. It's about ensuring that everyday Australians can get ahead so they are rewarded for their work and their effort. It's about helping more Australians get ahead and get a foot into the housing market. This budget isn't about making the easy decisions to do nothing, which is the economic policy offered by Angus Taylor. Labor is making the decisions to build an economy that delivers greater productivity, and Australians understand that. And Australians made the right choice at the last federal election, rejecting the Liberal Party, and again in the last weekend in Farrer, the once blue ribbon seat, they again rejected the Liberal Party. Because this is the same party that went to the last election promising higher taxes for ordinary Australians. The same Liberal Party under whom wages stagnated for a decade, under the same party where productivity stalled, the same party where bulk billing rates were in free fall, making it more expensive and more difficult to find a doctor in Australia. Instead, thanks to Labor, over 13 million working Australians will receive a tax cut in this budget. This is real money for working people, not shareholders, not trust beneficiaries, not investors with 6 properties, real Australian workers. And we will not be lectured about taxation by those opposite, because the highest taxing government in Australia's history was John Howard's. Not an opinion, not a fact. The ATO confirmed it. Treasury's own numbers confirmed it. Under Howard, the tax to GDP ratio hit a record 24.2% in both 2004-05 and 2005-06. The top 7 years of tax to GDP since the 1950s all belong to the Howard government. They don't like to hear it. They don't like to be reminded of the history. If you want to put something in motion about the highest taxing record, you better have the receipts to prove it. I think he gave up. Every single one of them. Under Labor in 2011, the ratio dropped to 19.9%, the lowest in 33 years. Now, Howard had the mining boom behind him, and we're not begrudging him that, but what did he do with all that money? He introduced the 50% capital gains tax discount in 1999. And
Senator
that single
Smith.
decision...
Please, Jim. Yeah. Point of order on fact-checking. Point of order on fact-checking. I'm just wondering whether or not Senator Mulholland has any other facts that she would like the Coalition to check while she's giving her contribution, because, of course, Mr Howard, very successful Prime Minister, used revenue to pay down debt.
I'm not sure that's a point of order, Senator Mulholland.
They don't like to hear it. And that single decision to introduce the 50% capital gains tax in 1999 was the one policy choice that has done more to lock young Australians out of home ownership than almost anything else in our economic history. Since the discount was introduced, house prices have risen more than 400% in this country. Wages, less than half that. The home ownership among 25 to 34-year-olds has fallen by 17 percentage points. And in parts of Queensland that I represent, home ownership is as low as 30%, in other parts as low as 20%. For the first time since the Second World War, a majority of Australians in their 30s do not own a home. Not because they don't want to, but because the Liberal Party's tax system has spent 25 years favouring those who already own multiple properties at the expense of those trying to buy their first. Logically, that had to change. And the Albanese government, under the Albanese government, Australians finally have a government with the resolve and the ambition to do something about it. The Howard government's capital gains tax discount was the can of petrol poured over the housing affordability bonfire, and negative gearing was the flame. And now Labor is putting out the fire that the Liberal Party started. This budget begins to fix it, and it gives people over a year's notice that the tax system is changing. From the 1st of July 2027, negative gearing for residential properties will be limited to new builds, incentivising investment in housing supply. Existing investors are protected, the grandfathering is generous, and it is deliberate. Because if you've made financial decisions based on options available to you, we don't want to change that. But it's time we acknowledge that the tax scales in this country have been tipped against younger generations. So going forward, Australian taxpayers will stop subsidising investors to bid against first homeowners for existing homes. The 50% capital gains tax discount will be replaced with a cost-based indexation and a 30% minimum rate. That means only real gains get taxed. If inflation ate your return, you will not be taxed on it. And if you made genuine, significant capital gains, you'll pay something closer to what a nurse or a tradie pays on their wage. Treasurer Jim Chalmers rightly called it the most ambitious tax reform in 26 years.
Senator
Collins.
Collins.
It's the third time today. I am Senator Collins. Know my name.
Point of order.
It's not a point of order, Acting Deputy President. I call your attention to the state of the chamber.
Quorum is not present. Ring the bells. Quorum present. Senator Mulholland.
Thank you. The government estimates these changes will help 75,000 more Australians buy their first home over the next decade. And alongside the $47 billion total investment in housing, including $2 billion for enabling infrastructure to unlock 65,000 new homes, this is a serious, structural, long-term response to a crisis that has been building since 1999. But this is not about being anti-wealth, this is about being pro-fairness, and there is a difference. It means that as a government we can focus on the things that matter, like the largest investment in Medicare in its 40-year history. We know that our investment in urgent care clinics and increasing bulk billing and cheaper medicines is already delivering right across the country, and particularly in my home state of Queensland. In the seat of Longman, since Labor tripled our bulk billing incentives, 15 more GP practices are now bulk billing. There have been more than 3.3 million cheaper scripts issued to the people that live in the seat of Longman, and there have been more than 57,000 bulk billed visits to our Morayfield urgent care clinic since it opened. In the seat of Groom, up on the Toowoomba Range, we've seen 7 practices convert to fully bulk billing practices. There's been over 3.2 million cheaper scripts issued to the people right across the Darling Downs. And I'm looking forward to joining Assistant Minister Emma McBride next month to officially open Labor's new endometriosis clinic in the suburb of Drayton in Toowoomba. On the Sunshine Coast, in the seat of Fairfax and Fisher, there are 12 additional GP clinics offering bulk billing appointments since our bulk billing initiatives were introduced. More than 5 million cheaper scripts have been issued on the Sunshine Coast, and there have been 5,800 visits to the Buderim Urgent Care Clinic, a clinic that we promised at the last election. We opened in December and it is already helping thousands of residents on the Sunshine Coast. But we won't stop there. We promised an urgent care clinic at Caloundra, and we will be opening that urgent care clinic next month. We promised at the election, we're delivering it already. Finally, in the seat of Wright, 5 more GP clinics are now offering bulk billing services thanks to Labor, with more than 3 million cheaper scripts issued to local residents. This budget locks in our record investment in Medicare and makes Labor's urgent care clinics permanent. So the Liberal Party can run their scare campaigns, but while you do that, Labor will be out there delivering for the Australians you have forgotten. That is the difference between this side of politics and the others.
Senator Dean Smith.
Thank you very much. We do not have too much. We do not have to wait for too much longer. Soon Australians will be put out of their budget pain, because tonight they'll be hearing from Angus Taylor on what is the alternative plan to Labor's budget of broken promises, Labor's budget of higher taxes, Labor's budget of lower living standards, and Labor's budget of less housing. And what can Australians expect when they hear from the Leader of the Opposition, Angus Taylor, this evening? They will hear how the Coalition has a plan, a believable plan, to restore Australia's standard of living and to protect our way of life. The Leader of the Opposition's speech will be a serious speech, because these are serious times. The budget reply will outline the Coalition's plan to end mass migration and only bring in as many people as Australia can house. A Coalition plan to build more homes and help young Australians into home ownership. A Coalition plan to create the conditions for more investment, more jobs and stronger growth. A Coalition plan that will make Australia more energy secure. A plan that will reward aspiration instead of punishing people for trying to get ahead. This will be a clear contrast. A contrast between what we heard on Tuesday night, a budget built on broken promises, built on higher taxes, built on higher government spending, leading to rising inflation, leading to more interest rate pain for Australian households. The Coalition's budget reply will be about lower costs, more homes, stronger borders, secure energy and a fair go for Australians who work hard, save hard and want to get ahead. Much has been said about Labor about its claim to intergenerational fairness in its budget of broken promises. The fact is Labor in its budget is committing a fraud on young Australians. Earlier today we heard about Labor's youth tax. The $1 trillion debt that this country is forecast to have in coming months, rising to $1.2 trillion, is a tax on the future livelihoods of young Australians. It is a tax on their future, a tax that will inhibit them in finding homes, affording rents and building families. That $1.2 trillion of debt, Labor's youth tax, means $42 billion a year in interest payments alone. That $42 billion in interest payments alone is calculated at $80,000 a minute. This is money down the drain. This is interest repayments. This is money that does not go to a productive outcome. It's a burden on young Australians. It is Labor's youth tax. And over coming weeks, we will hear more about Labor's tax on young Australians. So tonight, Australians will be able to watch, listen intently, and there will be an alternative plan to Anthony Albanese and Jim Chalmers' budget, built on broken promises, built on less housing, built on falling living standards, built on higher taxes.
The sitting of the Senate is suspended until approximately 8 p.m.
Call the clerk.
Budget statement and documents. Resumption of debate that the Senate take note.
Senator Canavan. Oh, beg your pardon, sorry, Senator Cash.
Thank you, and I seek leave to table the Leader of the Opposition's budget in reply speech and to have it incorporated into Hansard.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted, Senator Cash.
Thank you.
Senator Canavan.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, Labor's budget of broken promises sells out regional Australia and by doing so sells out the future of all Australians. In our lucky country, we should be able to promise younger Australians a wealthier, healthier and easier life than the one we had. Every generation of Australians has not only made that promise, but delivered upon it. Labor's budget breaks promises, but worse still, it breaches the intergenerational social contract of ever-rising prosperity that has bound generations of Australians together. Tonight, I commit that the Nationals and the Liberals will always fight to hand on a stronger and wealthier country than the one we have inherited. We will never give up on the potential of the Australian nation and its people. Labor's own budget forecasts higher inflation, lower real wages and fewer homes because of its broken promises on tax. Labor has given up on economic growth. Labor has given up on cheaper energy. Labor has given up on building the roads, the rail lines, the dams that could unlock our nation. Labor has given up on controlling our borders. Labor has given up on the cost of living, and after 4 years of higher prices and lower wages, Labor has given up on Australia. This week, in their budget, they flew the white flag. Look, I'm from Queensland, and we know how to come back, and I will never give up. I will never give up on this country. I will never give up on fighting for Australians. I will never give up on our great nation and its promise to be the best country in the world. We can make life better, but to do so we must use our country again. We must develop our farming, our mining, our energy, our tourism assets and all of the industries of regional Australia. Australia's extraordinary economic success has been underpinned by the use of our natural resources. It is the natural wealth of regional Australia that will also provide the springboard to a better future for all Australians. I have spoken to thousands of regional Australians in the last couple of months in southern New South Wales during the Farrett by-election. I spoke with Sam, a cafe owner, who told me that rising costs are making it harder to keep his doors open. I spoke with Emily, a young mother, who says it's becoming almost impossible to raise a family with the soaring cost of living. I spoke with Simon, a farmer near Griffith, who worries whether he can plant a crop this season given skyrocketing water, fuel and fertiliser costs. I spoke with Mary, a pensioner, who fears rising health premiums following the Labor's cuts to the private health insurance rebate. And I spoke with Vicky, who has been waiting 2 years for a knee replacement operation. I listened to those people in southern New South Wales. Not so sure if they listened to me, given the election results, but I was there to listen to their concerns, and I will act on them. The Labor Party and Anthony Albanese didn't even show up, did not show up to listen to them. So Anthony Albanese and Labor has not just broken promises to Sam, to Emily, to Simon, to Mary and to Vicky, but he has let them down. He has let them down because the budget this week does nothing to reduce the cost of living, does nothing to make it easier to employ people in small business or farming, and does nothing to tackle the waiting lists in our hospitals. Instead, this week's budget just disappears into a mess of unworkable tax increases that confuse Australians, punish aspiration and fail even to deliver the promised benefits. Labor's own budget papers admit that its tax policies will result in fewer homes being built. So how can reducing housing supply help Australians buy their first home? You can't tax your way to more houses. Labor is not listening to the Australian people. Australians want life to be easier again, and that means we must reduce the cost of everyday items. It is now more expensive to buy Tim Tams here than it is in Canada. Shame. I checked that today. Tim Tams are on sale at Coles at the moment for $4.20 a pack, but at Walmart in Canada they are just $3 in Australian terms. It is becoming even more expensive to have a tea break under Labor. Just like those Tim Tams, Australian factories now pay more for electricity than factories in Japan. We're the biggest supplier of energy to Japan. So why can't our factories enjoy cheaper power prices than the countries we export energy to? The answer is because Japan continues to build coal, gas and gas-fired power stations and reopens its nuclear power stations, while Labor remains obsessed with net zero. A future Liberal and Nationals government will scrap Labor's net zero target. We will restore the principle that Australia's energy system should be run with one overriding principle, and that is to deliver the cheapest possible power prices for Australians. Our plan will be cheaper, better and fairer. Our plan will be cheaper because we will use all of our natural resources, and more energy supply means lower prices. Our plan will be better because lower power prices will revive manufacturing and will unlock new opportunities, including in artificial intelligence and advanced industries. We should not ban any energy sources. We should use our coal, our gas, our hydro, our nuclear and renewables. They all have a role to play. Australia needs the best fit of energy sources for all of our different needs. Our plan will be fairer because Australia will no longer cut emissions at a rate far beyond the rest of the world. Under Labor's targets, Australia is expected to reduce its emissions at roughly 3 times the rate than comparable to other developed nations. The Treasurer's speech on Tuesday was his first budget speech not to promise to lower energy prices. He's done so every other year. Every other year turns up and says energy prices will be lower this year. And then, of course, energy prices go up. But this year, there was no mention of energy prices at all. Is the government actually listening to people? The cost of energy is probably, for all of us, the most common thing that is raised with us, from families, from businesses, from everybody. Yet now, the government has taken a monastic vow of silence on energy prices itself. The only explanation is that they are embarrassed. They are embarrassed because electricity and gas prices under them have risen by almost 40%. In his speech, the Treasurer mentioned net zero just once, and that was really as an afterthought. He didn't mention climate change at all. Yet net zero is collapsing around the world, while Australians continue to pay the price for it here. This week, Labor's committed another $18 billion of net zero spending. At the same time, Labor continues to spend recklessly with another $9 billion in new policy spending next year alone. Labor is ignoring the Reserve Bank's warnings that excessive government spending is driving up interest rates. When interest rates rise, regional Australia suffers most. New investments in mines and farms become unviable. Under Labor's high interest rate settings, investment growth slows dramatically, and mining investment growth is forecast to slump to zero in 2027-28. That's not a misprint. Labor's budget itself says that mining investment growth will fall to zero. The only thing, the Labor Party promised that net zero would unleash a critical minerals boom, but the only thing that's gone to zero is mining investment itself. Now, nor is this shortfall in private investment being offset by nation-building infrastructure. This budget slashes $9 billion worth of infrastructure investment in regional Australia. Labor's pulled up the stumps on the Inland Rail project while it remains half complete. Inland Rail is exactly the kind of nation-building investment we need. It would free up our roads, reduce freight costs, help our farmers and lower prices. Yet the government is stripping $6 billion from this project in a false economy that will cost Australia dearly in the long term. And then Labor goes and uses these savings to bail out a failing Labor government of Victoria by pumping another $3.8 billion into the suburban rail project. The Liberal and Nationals will fight this short-sighted decision, and I thank the councils, businesses and regional communities that are standing up for their future. The government has announced $5.5 billion in new infrastructure spending, yet less than $50 million of that, not even 1%, will go to regional Australia. Labor has spent a lot of time talking about intergenerational equity. That hasn't been delivered. But I tell you what has been delivered. What has been delivered is geographical inequity. The fair go for regional Australia has been obliterated in this budget. The Liberal and Nationals will instead invest in infrastructure that lowers the cost of doing business and strengthens our national economy. This government has already squandered one mining boom and now risks wasting another through reckless spending and economic complacency. We must give regional Australians a fair go by saving for the future when high coal and gas iron ore prices deliver rivers of gold to Canberra. We will place 80 cents of every mining windfall dollar into a Future Generations Fund, and 1/4 of that fund will be dedicated to a regional Australia Future Generations Fund, investing directly back into the regions that generated that wealth in the first place. The wealth generated by mining booms comes from regional Australia, and it's only fair that some of that wealth is reinvested there. Those investments will support productivity, they will diversify regional economies, and they'll help attract more Australians to live and work in regional communities, taking pressure off our capital cities. Australia has one of the most concentrated populations in the world. We need to spread out more so that people can own a home at an affordable price. Labor has scrapped funding for the national water grid. When the Liberals and Nationals left government, we left them a clear pipeline of new dams and water infrastructure, but Labor has abandoned the expansion of Australian farming. Australia has enormous potential to build dams, but produce more food, and we will invest in dams again and ensure that that water is used to expand farming opportunities and farming communities. Labor continues to demonstrate that they sell out regional Australia. It has signed up to the worst trade deal in our history and is spending another $40 million on that in this budget. Labor signed a sweetheart deal to provide capital gains tax concessions to foreign investors in the large-scale solar and wind projects that are destroying our pristine bushland. Labor continues to demonise law-abiding firearm owners. Labor has provided no tangible support for regional tourism or farmers who are struggling with high fuel and operating costs. Australia needs more families and more children, which means giving parents more freedom of how they raise their own kids. The Finance Minister's insensitive comments on Mother's Day, suggesting that a mother could simply be replaced by a childcare worker, were not only insulting but wrong. Children benefit enormously from time with their mothers and fathers. Parents would love to spend more time with their children, but Labor's inflation and taxes are making that increasingly difficult. Labor's answer is always more subsidies, more red tape, more government interference, but this has only driven childcare fees higher, assuming that the family can find a childcare place in the first place. We will put parents back in charge by giving families more options, whether through childcare or by supporting parents who choose to care for their own children at home. To deliver more homes across the region, the Liberal and Nationals will establish a $5 billion housing infrastructure fund, with 30% of that targeted to enable infrastructure to unlock new housing in regional areas. We will never solve the housing crisis by endlessly cramming more people into Sydney, Melbourne, Brisbane and Perth. Not every young Australian will move to the regions, but every person who does will relieve pressure on housing markets in our major cities. And Australia must build new cities to relieve pressure on our existing cities. Now, this will take time, of course, and in the short term, migration must once again reflect the needs of Australians. Labor has missed its migration targets again in this budget, and that means even more people competing for scarce housing in this country. We will cap migration in line with housing builds. We cannot bring more and more people into this country while some Australians must live in tents. We do not need mass migration to deliver high economic growth. We will oppose Labor's tax increases and repeal them when we get into government. We need tax to go down, the cost of living to go down, and we need living standards to go up. While Labor has no plan to lift the economic growth and economic prospects of Australians, we do. Australia has already everything it needs to succeed. We're the only nation on earth that occupies an entire continent. We have a whole continent to ourselves. We have the land, we have the resources, we have the water, we have the people, and we have the ingenuity to shape our own destiny with more jobs, more wealth and more opportunity. Banjo Paterson once wrote of this country that we have the Great Plains extended of our nation, and we need to aim for that horizon again. We need to use our country. We need more oil. We need more gas. We need more coal-fired power stations. We need more dams. We need more roads. We need more rail lines. We need more factories. We need more homes. We need more babies. We need more Australia. As I like to call it, we just need a hyper-Australia. There is nothing that we cannot fix that is wrong in this country by just using more of what we have in Australia. Labor may have given up on Australia this week. Labor may have flown the white flag, but we never will. A Liberal and Nationals government will restore trust, restore confidence, restore hope and restore the belief that Australia's best days are ahead.
Order. Order. Senator Hanson.
Thank you very much. For all the talk about this budget, many issues are all too familiar. Revenue is up from $773 billion to $815 billion. Expenses are up from $812 billion to $833 billion. Gross interest payments are at $27 billion, rising to $40 billion over forward estimates. Budget deficits are forecast to balloon by another $100 billion over the next 4 years. Interest-bearing debt will climb another $300 billion to $1.3 trillion. Businesses are collapsing at record rates, almost 50,000 insolvencies since Labor took office. Productivity is stuck at six-decade lows. 8 out of 10 new jobs are now created by government because the private sector has become so disillusioned. Business confidence and domestic investment have fallen to 1990s recession lows. Our inflation remains the highest in the developed world. Australian families have endured 15 interest rate hikes, pushing more than 1 million households into extreme mortgage stress. GDP per capita has fallen in 10 of the last 13 quarters, and 337,000 households can no longer pay their energy bills, double the level of 5 years ago, as power prices continue to surge. Labor will introduce the Working Australians tax offset. It's less than $5 a week in relief and not kicking in until next year, an election year. The government wants you to be grateful for 68 cents a day off your tax. That tax offset will be completely rubbed out by bracket creep. Bracket creep means working Australians will pay more in tax because of inflation. The government profits from higher inflation. It's a stealth tax, a trap for the next election, an advertising slogan for 2028. They used the same trap in their election advertising in 2022. If anyone dare to refuse passing a useless, less than $5 tax cut, they will be accused of not supporting tax cuts. While Australians will receive just $2.6 billion back in the one of WATO, they'll pay tens of billions more in taxes because of bracket creep. One Nation tried to end bracket creep by indexing income tax thresholds to inflation, ending the stealthy tax increases. Labor, the Liberals, the Nationals, the Greens refused to support it. Instead of a measly $250, ending bracket creep would put thousands of dollars a year back in working Australians' pockets. We don't need Labor to protect Australians. We need to protect Australians from Labor. The tax changes in this budget, including on discretionary trusts, will suppress investor appetite and speculative capital, forcing these businesses to set up in jurisdictions with no impediments. Capital will always follow to where it is most loved. This budget reveals a political culture that relies ever more heavily on centralised bureaucracy, dependency on the state and short-term intervention. That is the Labor way. Forget the spin about intergenerational equity being used as an excuse to break election promises. True equity does not punish those who worked hard, took risks, built businesses and paid their taxes. It does not resent aspiration or success. Real intergenerational equity means giving young Australians the same opportunities their parents had. The chance to own a home, raise a family, start a business and get ahead through hard work. Young people are not struggling because older generations succeeded. They are falling behind because governments have chosen subsidies and wealth redistribution over allowing free enterprise to flourish. On the forward estimates, our total liabilities will exceed $1.9 trillion, a burden to be repaid by our children and grandchildren. That is not equity. That is hypocrisy. Changes to negative gearing and capital gains tax will further dampen economic activity, push rents higher and reduce housing supply. As a self-proclaimed scholar of Paul Keating, the Treasurer might have reflected on what happened in 1985 when these same policies were tried and had to be reversed 2 years later. Housing is a national crisis. Only since Labor took office, and I say crisis, more than 40% of the cost of building a new home is government taxes and unnecessary compliance costs. One Nation will take a different approach. We will slash the GST to zero on building materials for homes up to a value of $1 million for the next 5 years. Rapid population growth without matching supply is a recipe for declining living standards. This is not about blaming migrants, it's about recognising limits. But this government has no interest in reducing migration for all the talk. It expects to increase visa application fees from $4.7 billion today to $7.1 billion by 2029-30. Elevated migration is a money spinner. Canada cut migration sharply from 2024 and has now enjoyed 18 straight months of falling rents and easing house prices, something we have strongly advocated for. We will introduce income splitting for every family with at least one dependent child. A single earner on $120,000 with a stay-at-home partner would be around $9,500 a year better off. We will exempt insurance from the GST, and we urge the states to drop stamp duty on it as well. Affordable insurance ultimately reduces burdens on taxpayers. We will allow aged pensioners and veterans to work as much as they want without losing any of their pensions or healthcare card benefits. For more than a decade, One Nation has consistently argued that Australia must strengthen domestic resilience, including strategic fuel reserves, reliable energy systems, food and water security, and sovereign industrial capability supported by true nation-building infrastructure. The current liquid fuel crisis has not only exposed our domestic unpreparedness, but signalled to adversaries how vulnerable we would be in a conflict. Building a strategic reserve is a step in the right direction, but it is still not enough to build resilience and liquid fuel independence. The total cost of not having sufficient supplies will always outweigh the net cost of having them in a crisis. One Nation will cut the red, green and black tape that is strangling projects and fast-track major approvals, especially energy, to a maximum of 6 months. We will ditch net zero, exit the Paris Agreement and axe the Climate Change Department, saving $30 billion in the process. We will back coal and gas and support bringing nuclear power to bring down prices, restore reliability and guarantee national energy security. Next week, I will introduce a bold new gas policy that underwrites our vast sovereign resource assets for decades to come. It will provide real equity, investment and genuine skin in the game, where our healthy dividend will help pay down the debt racked up by successive governments. We have listened extensively and will work with industry, not against it, in genuine partnership. We will bring back our mining and resources industries, the bedrock that funds schools, hospitals, roads and defence. A strong nation leverages its natural advantages. It does not demonise them. One Nation will swiftly move to get rid of impediments in an increasingly competitive global environment and restore our status as a nation that rolls out the red carpet in resources rather than roll it up. We are backing the Capricorn Steel project to connect coal in Queensland's Bowen Basin to iron ore in Western Australia's Pilbara region with a rail line that will open Northern Australia to development. The project is strongly backed by Australian investors and is aimed at making Australia a major global supplier of high-quality steel. It will require the Inland Rail project, now abandoned by Labor, to be completed and extended to the more suitable port of Gladstone in Queensland. It will be the foundation for a national rail circuit that effectively circumnavigates the Australian continent, providing freight efficiencies and improved defence logistics. These are no longer abstract debates, they are national security imperatives. In agriculture, we will ban the further sale of controlling interest in freehold farmland to foreign investors and limit the sale of leasehold farmland to a maximum of 25 years. We'll ban foreign ownership of water and return balance to the Murray-Darling Basin Plan. One Nation strongly supports the modern hybrid Bradfield scheme to improve water security, open new areas to farming and improve food security and exports. We will build new dams and water infrastructure, reintroduce drought payments and re-establish a federal government-backed rural lending fund to protect farmers through other natural disasters. Importantly, we will restore accountability. Australians work hard for their money and they deserve a government that shows the same discipline. Successive governments have failed to tackle a culture where people in charge of creating multiple white elephants pay no price for their commercial illiteracy. Snowy Hydro 2.0, which has blown out 21 times to $42 billion, is but one egregious example. One Nation will ensure past, present and emerging failures will no longer be transaction-free for those responsible. We will abolish divisive cultural departments and race-based programs that divide Australians by skin colour or ancestry. Every Australian will be treated as equal under one flag and one culture. Help will be given on the basis of genuine need, not race. No more special privileges, equal rights for all and special rights for none. No more taxpayer-funded welcome to country rituals. Unity builds strength, division destroys it. Our Defence Force must focus on operational readiness, capability and deterrence, not moral sapping, identity politics. One Nation will restore pride in wearing the uniform and give them the latest equipment to carry out their duties. We won't sell off our historic sites of symbolic significance to cover irresponsible spending. Australians are not asking for miracles. They are simply asking for a country that works again. One Nation continues to attract practical Australians with real-world experience, people from finance, investment, trade, engineering, farming, small business, building, energy, manufacturing and defence. These are men and women who have built things, employed people and delivered results outside the Canberra bubble. Australia does not need more career politicians serving vested interests. One Nation believes the government is there to serve you. This budget only goes to prove yet again that this government believes you are there to serve them. In closing, Australia stands at a crossroads. For too long, Labor's failed experiment of reckless spending, crippling regulation, net zero ideology and wealth redistribution has driven businesses to the wall. It's crushed living standards, saddled our children with debt and stolen the Australian dream from an entire generation. A nation loses hope when it loses vision. Australia now has near $1 trillion in debt and nothing to show for it. One Nation breaks the green, red and black tape that has tied us down. We will work the natural strengths of the assets of our balance sheet. We have iron ore, coal, gas, cattle, grain, cotton, gold, copper, oil and so much more. Australia should be a powerhouse, but the major parties lack the management skills to reach our potential. It is perverse that a government and an opposition that believes it can change the weather and is prepared to waste ultimately hundreds of billions to do it, while it mocks the idea of a version of the Bradfield scheme to open the massive potential of irrigation of the rich but dry soils of the Western districts. It is perverse that a government and an opposition that came up with the biggest construction fiasco on earth, the $42 billion Snowy Hydro 2.0, cannot complete the inland rail from Melbourne to Brisbane, opening up the intermodal efficiencies and commercial potential